Round one of the 2016 U.S. Chess Championships, 12-year-old Carissa Yip became the youngest player to win a game in championship history. World number 3 Fabiano Caruana played like a real contender by cruising to victory. U.S. Hall of Famer Gata Kamsky tried to play solidly against world number 10 Wesley So, but in the end he was wiped off the board in devastating style. The reigning champion Hikaru Nakamura was all business against Alexander Lenderman, dispatching of his opponent with ease to join the early leaders. There are more exciting matches to come in round 2, coming up next.
Welcome, chess fans from around the world. It's another beautiful day here in the Central West End in St. Louis, the capital of chess in America. We're in the second round of U.S. Championship and the U.S. Women's Championship, and we had a fantastic first round. Lots of victories, lots of blood spilled over the board. The leaders had crashing attacks, good positional chess. They are showing from the first round that they won this title badly, but they're going to have to prove themselves today in the second round. Lots of interesting games also in the women's section, which is incredibly close. Only 2 decisive games in that. And for more information, we're going to go with the favorite team of all the commentary teams in the world, Jen, Yasser, Maurice.
Thank you, Alejandro.
Very nice introduction. Hi, Jennifer.
Yes, I'm Jennifer Shahade. I'm here with Grandmaster Yasser Seirawan. If you missed yesterday, you're going to have to roll back and watch it again at some point. It was so thrilling.
We were spoiled. That was a real a round of decisive games. It was quite spectacular.
And lots of thrills as well, which, just like Alejandro said, I think is showing the attitude that these players in the championship and the women's are coming in with. And let's take a look at the results after round 1 in the U.S. Championship. Well, we've got 5 players who are leading the tournament now. I mean, Caruana, Shanklin, Wesley, Nakamura, Ray Robson, all of these players won yesterday. Only draw was between Alexander Onashuk and Jeffrey Zhang.
And that was a fighting draw all the way to the end as well. That could have been a decisive one as well.
Indeed. And meanwhile, in the Women's Championship, we also saw a lot of interesting chess with Tatev Abrahamian and Carissa Yip being the only 2 victors. But I think that shows right from the get-go that this might not just be the Irina and Anna show. I think that there's going to be some other players out to get their opponents. And this is Carissa Yip with an interesting handshake. That's not her handshake. Oh, I think she's just like chatting with her opponent.
Practicing the handshake.
All these girls travel to lots of tournaments together, so, and there it goes. There goes a proper handshake, Carissa. We like it. Let's take a look at today's pairings in the championship.
Well, I know one of them.
Well, we've got Varuzha Nakobian against Jeffrey Zhang. We've got Ray Robson against Alexander Onashuk. Alex Lenderman playing against another Alex, Mr. Shabalov. We've got Gata Kamsky against Hikaru Nakamura. That's a biggie. Akshat Chandra versus Wesley So. And 2 leaders, Fabiano Caruana and Sam Shanklin, also facing off. Meanwhile, in the Women's Championship, Agata Bakaptsev is playing against Alyssa Melikina, Irina Krush versus Sabina Foiger, Anna Zatansky versus Katerina Nemtsova, Akshita Gorty versus Nazi Pikidze, Ashrita Swaran versus Carissa Yip. We just saw that game commencing. And finally, Tatev Abrahamian, who's also leading this tournament with Carissa. She's playing against Jennifer Yu. So lots of key battles in both the championship and the women's. And Maurice has his pick for what we should take a special look on today.
The highlighted games.
Well, if round 1 was any indication of what's going to happen in the championship, then round 2 should really be a brouhaha as we watch some really interesting matchups coming up. First of all, one of the big dogs in the tournament, Fabiano Caruana, fresh off his near miss at the Moscow Candidates. Well, he won his game, showing that he is definitely intent on winning this championship. But hold on, Sam Shanklin, a gold medalist for the Olympic team, he won his game as well. We've been waiting for him to get into the ranks of the 2700s. Will he be able to prove it against Fabiano Caruana? And in another matchup of former champions, actually, Gata Kamsky, who's won this championship 5 times, but he was blitzed off the board by Wesley So yesterday. Today he has white, but his task will be no shorter because he'll have to play against Hikaru Nakamura, the winner from yesterday, who just won in scintillating style against Alexander Lenderman. On the women's side, we have this wonderful matchup of the youngsters, the future of chess in the United States. Women's international master Ashrita Seirawan, she played a solid draw yesterday, and the youngest ever winner in the championship on any championship, Carissa Yip, showing that she is here to prove herself, starting off in great style. The other matchup, we see 2 veterans playing in this one. Anna Zatonsky, she's won this championship 4 times. She barely scratched her draw yesterday in a tough game against Nazi Pakidze. And Katerina Nemtsova, she is also a star, coming in 3rd last year. This matchup should be a tough one, and we see her, Anna, there, intent. The players ready, looking like this is about to start. Well, they've started, so let's get into the action.
Thank you, Maurice. And our formats.
Yes, we should talk about what we're going to be seeing for the next couple weeks. We've got an 11-game round robin, that's 12 players in each field, 90 minutes for the first 40 moves, followed by 30 minutes for the rest of the game. And there's a 30-second increment per move, so we don't anticipate too many people losing on time, but it could happen. There is a grand total of almost $200,000 in the overall championship and $100K in the U.S. Women's Chess Championship. We've still got the Bobby Fischer Prize up for grab. Yasser guessed that it's going to be attainable for 4 rounds. I'm going to just go with it and say 5. But I'm not betting any money on it.
No.
And it's always the markets, as Chess Club founder Rex Singfield likes to say.
Well,
if you're not willing to bet on it, then you probably don't believe it,
you
right?
got no skin in the game. Yeah.
Exactly. But the Bobby Fischer Prize is, of course, in homage to Bobby Fischer's dazzling sweep of the field. And if you do that, 11-0 in either field, in the championship or the women's, you get an extra $64,000 to take home.
Very nice, very nice. As round 2 gets underway, just some observations. First of all, again, a really big shout out to Clarissa and her parents. Carissa, sorry, I throw that L in. Carissa and her parents, because obviously, how proud can you be? She makes it into her first women's championship. She wins her first game and immediately goes into the record book.
Well,
That's extraordinary.
Indeed, I mean, it's amazing. You were probably thinking of Clarissa, the teenage witch.
That's where the end
She
grand
can play
comes
some
from.
spells in her opponents.
There you go. The other observation I wanted to make was in the overall championship was that I've been around chess a lot, and I know who the favorites are in this event. The 3 top dogs, clearly, but the 2 outsiders, Ray Robson and Sam Shanklin. And all 5 of the players, what you might call the tournaments and the dark horses, all won their first round. It's very unusual, to say the least, that all the favorites get off to such a great start.
Indeed, and such beautiful games as well, especially by our top 3, Nakamura, Wesley So, and Fabiano Caruana. Now, Gata Kamsky versus Hikaru Nakamura,
exactly.
a few years ago, this would be considered a real downer that they faced on round 2.
Because they would be the prohibitive favorites to win the title.
Now here, it is another London, the last time these 2 faced in the U.S. Championship. Gata also choosing to avoid theory, and this is one of his mainstays, to just go for this more quiet D4 type of opening where he stays away from what you might think is a theoretical advantage on Nakamura's part. What do you think of this decision?
Well, first of all, Gata has played this for decades, and he's very, very familiar with the systems. And frankly, his record speaks volumes. He does very well with these soft, slow systems, kind of a positional grind, if you will. And let's see how the game has evolved. D4, bishop f4, move 2. By the way, I noticed that Alexander Grishuk has been taking up bishop f4 as well. E6, E3, C5. All of these moves are very standard for both players, as Black now occupies the center with his C5 and D5 pawns as he's looking to control key squares like the E4 square for his knight, as well as the tension in the center with c5 takes d4 whenever black wants to open up the game.
Exactly the same position that we see from last year, except that in that time, Gata had played knight to f3 instead of knight b1 to d2.
Yeah.
So probably won't make a difference, but it seems like they're both happy to repeat basically what happened last year.
Exactly.
And indeed, after knight g f3, we have exactly the same position,
They
continuing with bishop
yeah.
d6.
Bishop g3. So essentially, White's saying, I'm not averse to trading bishops, but if I could do it on my own terms, I'd like to recapture with the h file so that my rook would be open.
Giving me a little something something, especially when I put my bishop on d3.
Exactly. Castles,
Which
bishop
did
d3,
happen.
b6. All of these moves, I think, are very well known up to this point. e4. Now White decides, okay, now after the move b6 has been played, White wants to break open the center because he's got this nice little tempo, excuse me, against this knight on c6, which is temporarily hanging.
That's right, and we also saw this exact position from last year, and of course there's a threat of e5, the double attack on the knight and the bishop, so...
Which explains why Hikaru dropped back.
And last year, White tried the move e5 in this position, pawn to e5.
Right.
After which the game continued, and knight h5, castles, and bishop d7, and I'm trying to remember what we thought about the opening result here. That's why I'm going a few moves forward, because it's interesting to me that Gata is the first to change paths here.
Right.
So Hikaru was probably happy with what he got here. After rook e1, we saw rook c8, and a3, knight g3, hg3, f5. Is this coming back to you? What did you think about the opening in this game?
Well, obviously it has the contours of a French defense. Since Black is able to get the two bishops, I feel that his cramped position, thanks to this nice big center pawn on e5, is fully compensated by the two bishops, and I think Black is actually just fine.
Oh, and then this is right, because remember last year g5 was like always the move of the tournament?
Right.
It kept occurring, and then we saw after dc5, bc5, b4, that Nakamura lashed out with the move g5.
Right.
And perhaps Gata was not happy with the initiative that Hikaru actually ended up getting there with the black pieces. So,
exactly.
So this is, to recap, this is all last year, but it's so important because both of these players played each other with the same colors in last year's U.S. Championship. And remember, last year it was an even bigger game for the standings because we lacked Fabiano Caruana.
Exactly.
So it's important to kind of see some insight into their preparation and why, in this position, Gata decided to play knight e5 instead of pawn to e5.
Well, exactly. As you were just explaining from last year's game, Black was able to make that maneuver knight to h5 captures g3, eliminating the bishop. So what Gata did this year is he played knight e5, anticipating that after, for example, a move like bishop b7, he might be able to play knight takes c6, b takes c6, e5, and the difference is that with the queen on d1 protecting the square h5, Black has to either choose the square knight e4 or knight d7. In case of knight d7, then White just has space and the upper hand.
The easy plan of playing f4 and f5 and getting ourselves a little kingside attack.
Sure. And in the meantime, with the center closed, it's hard for it's hard for Black to develop real active counterplay. When you're playing against Hikaru Nakamura, one of the things that you're always trying to do is tamp him down, take away his options. And that's why knight e5 was Hikaru's choice. It seems like the players have played some different...
Yeah, we have gotten several moves in this position, so let's see how it went.
Wow, let's see how it went indeed. So, now that's interesting. Hikaru, I didn't look at the move knight takes e5 because I just stopped and thought, well, gee, after d takes e5, White's going to be very happy. Hikaru captured. Rook on a8 is hanging. Let me make the obvious move for a moment, rook b8. And, well, frankly, this is a very nice position for White. I'm a little bit surprised that Gata went into. Pardon me, that Hikaru went into this position.
You think just like play queen c2 to avoid the trade of queens, and then?
Well, yes, queen c2 is definitely choice number one. The funny part is you don't see this very often in chess, where the queen actually has good, compelling reasons to go to h5, as well as good and compelling reasons to go to the other side of the board, queen a4. What side of the board would you like to attack, the queen side or the king side?
That's what I was trying to say, non-committal with c2.
Yes. And then, of course, your move, which is a very nice move, of course. You line up your queen and bishop, performing a battery against the h7 pawn. You probably get black to provoke black to play the move h6.
And now I try to play queenside castles, and then when Carol Jarecki says that's not legal, I castle kingside instead.
Oh, yes. And, okay, so white will get his rook to d1 with a tempo against the queen, and there's no reason not to prefer white. White just simply has a clean upper hand. One might argue, although I don't think it's a very good argument to make, that this bishop on a6 is well placed, and only because of that argument did I consider the move queen, I would consider the move queen a4 as well. You know me, Jennifer,
yeah.
I'm so easy. I just want a pawn, and I want to bring my rook to d1, and I want to just irritate black's queen side a bit. So
they might play just queen c7 in this position.
Yes, queen c7, very logical move.
And now I do have an opportunity if I want to castle queen c7, but I honestly don't think I want to.
All right.
I mean, what do you think? I feel like I still might want to just castle kingside, because I think if we castle queenside, it can only cause a few problems, like with b5. Whereas if we're going to play f4 and f5, then we don't mind having our rook on f1.
True, and the difference is if there was a pawn on g6, then I got a little hook over there that I could go h4, h5 against, and otherwise I like a safe king. So rook d1, I think that Gata will be satisfied that he has the upper hand at this position, and that in a sense, like a lion tamer, he's taken a lot of the energy out of the position where he would be facing counter attacking possibilities. So first indications for me, hat tip to Gata, as he's got the position he wants.
Now let's take a look at another big game that we have today, the game between Shanklin and Caruana.
Okay, I'll pull that up. Ooh, something very similar, except it is a full-throated French defense, winner variation. We'll go from the start. e4, e6. I was a French defense player too, by the way, and French defense players are often very, very passionate about their defensive weapon. d5, knight c3, bishop e4, the winnower, putting the knight on c3 into a pin. e5, knight e7, a3. All of these are very, very standard theoretical moves. c5, queen g4 is one of the sharpest lines, and typical of Fabiano, who is very well prepared indeed to go after this pawn on g7. Castles, probably one of the more dangerous moves that black can essay at this point, as in a sense, he walks into the attack. There is a long, long theoretical variation that the players are about to embark on. In the old days, the preferred move was to sacrifice a pawn with the move queen c7, queen takes g7, rook g8, queen takes h7, c5 takes d3. Now black's got two nasty threats. The big one is queen takes c3 check, winning a rook, as well as queen takes e5. At first blush, it appears to be a bad position for white until you spot this move, knight e2, which means that you can't take this pawn with check anymore. If you take the pawn, I'll recapture on d4, and you can't capture on c3. The lines usually go knight c6, f4 takes, and again, it's a very, very long theoretical debate, usually favoring white. So we're seeing this move castles. And let's just go back to the game position.
And two very well prepared players.
Very well prepared.
So.
Bishop d3, and it's clear that black's king is facing all kinds of aggression from white. Bishop h6 is in the agenda. Knight f3, sacrifices on h7 are about to appear. Knight c6, queen h5, threatening checkmate. Knight g6, and now Knight f3 is the standard move, but I'm going to turn it over to Maurice for a second so he can update us on the theory of this line. Oh, sorry.
Another game, actually.
Another game, sorry.
Well, you were talking about great preparation, Yaz, and great preparation is what these players are all about. They want to come in and be ready. Chess players are really concerned about opening theory at every level, but especially at this one. And maybe you don't have to be so worried at the sub 2200 level. I would say people overrate opening theory at that point. But at this level, it's critical that you get off to a good start. And check this out. Tatev Abrahamian, who won her game yesterday and definitely is one of those players who is looking to make her mark, finally break through and win a championship in the U.S. women's side. She's playing against the youngster Jennifer Yu, who's playing in her second championship. And standard knight-off position, when I looked up, as I was trying to go through the games, I said, wait a minute, how many moves are these ladies into? F3, E5, knight B3, bishop E6, pieces developing quickly in the sharp knight-off line, castles queenside, and now knight BD7, G4, all typical stuff, and now G5, just going after it. This is the main line. It is here that Tatev might have said, okay, you know, I don't have to go into the main line right here, which is knight e2 or knight d5. Let me take the youngster down a sideline, not as often played. See what she knows. She took on f6 in this position, takes on c3. But Jennifer said, no problem. As soon as knight a5 appeared on the board, bam, rook to c8 instantly. And after knight to c6, queen e8, knight takes, check. Queen takes, queen a5. She banged down rook to c6. She's 18 moves into theory right now, having used almost no time on the clock. In fact, she had more time on the clock than she started with because of those increments, playing all the way theory. Now in this position, rook to g1 is a typical move, but here Tatev decided, let me play king b1. This has been played as well. It turns out that Ray Robson actually had this position on the board in one of his games. So maybe trying to create a little wrinkle, but we're talking about being 19 moves into the position before that nuance, and that king b1, look, just a little sidestep of a king move, and suddenly the youngster has frozen. This is not a move she has seen before. Will she be able to find the key ideas and work it out on her own?
Preparation, amazing. I'm just like laughing because I'm thinking about my own preparation. If I got the first dozen moves right, I just wanted to reward myself with a milkshake or something, because it's so hard to know what your opponent's going to play, and then to just be able to bang out so many moves of theory like that. That's pretty amazing.
Yeah, that's why in chess, you can also really overtrain, and we've got more action in Nakamura Kamsky, a game that we were studying yesterday. More action, meaning lots and lots of trades.
I mean, the players are simply blitzing. Queen takes d1.
Well,
check.
Although I mean, you got. I guess it makes some sense when you think about how unpleasant some of those positions looked after rook b8 with all those queen moves that you were suggesting.
Yeah, maybe. And the options are on white side of the table, right? And it's sort of like, as black, your queen might get holed up on the c7 square with no real opportunities. So queen takes d1 does make sense, but on the other hand, I'm sitting there saying, okay, I got space, I got the open file. What's there not to like about white's position? And Gada says, look, my king's in the center. That's another plus for me. I'm going to activate it. And he plays king e3 and f4. All of these moves. Wow. So it's going to be 4 bishops position. Okay, Maurice, let's turn it over to you.
Well, I just wanted to rewind in this game back to this position. Oh, wait a minute. It's not this game. It's Ray Robson versus Onishchuk. Check that out. They're playing the exact same position as Kamsky and Nakamura. So a bit of an interesting moment. We saw this happen. Which championship? I think it was Moscow in the English. Remember that round where the players copied each other, and now these guys are copying as well. Will Ray play the way Kamsky has played? I don't think so. Ray Robson is not known as someone who plays exchange chess, not a lot of action on the board. So we'll see whether or not this game diverges from the game we're seeing there, Yaz, which just looks very much like, can we say, boring draw?
Yeah, but Yasser likes to squeeze blood from a stone. So when he sees that position, he's like, how am I going to beat my lower-rated opponent? But unfortunately for Gada's case, he's not playing somebody lower-rated. He's playing the great defender, Hikaru Nakamura.
Exactly. And
it might fizzle out. It's likely to fizzle out.
It has fizzled out.
Already. Because we saw Nakamura already play this, like, kind of iconic defensive move, the kind of move that you see strong players make that sometimes weaker players don't make and wonder why they got rolled over. You play that H5 move. Let's see how.
Let me just bring that.
Let's see if you still have some hope for
some action.
Yeah, for some action. Right, exactly.
Right, exactly.
It's right underneath that one.
Oh, geez.
Yeah,
there
got it. There we go.
Okay, just come on up.
Yeah, there we go. So, yeah, a lot of times when White has this kind of spatial advantage, he also wants to follow it up with the move G4, kind of keep as many pawns on the board as possible. But as soon as the move Bishop F2 was played, Nakamura nipped that in the bud by playing H5 himself, saying if you want to get to move G4, and you're going to have to trade some pawns and get the result even closer to equals.
So H5 by Hikaru, just to slow White down from his telegraph plan of G4. Well, there's not much I can do other than play for the same plan, right? G3.
Well, actually, we've got more moves in, and Gada went in a different direction. He tried to shut down that bishop on A6. That is one problem in Black's position, right? That bishop on E6 is pretty. I mean, just in general, the Black's bishops aren't very effective. So, Gada trying to like close the door on it and play B3 and C4. Which ended up happening, actually. He played, Nakamura played bishop to b7, and then after c4, we saw bishop to d7. And now White is going to play the move h3.
Very good.
And so a lot of times in a situation like this, you might wonder, well, what about h4, just completely shutting down the possibility of g4? But that pawn's going to end up very weak after king f3, and that's one of the benefits we have in Gada's shoes, that our king is more active. So, yeah, it's easy to write this off as an immediate equality and draw, but Yasser sees the potential.
Yeah, well, I definitely would like to be on White's side of the board. I mean, it may be a draw, but I think it's more like two results.
And sometimes we're a little biased because we see the ratings and the pedigrees of the player, and we know that Kamsky sometimes ambitious, but sometimes not. It kind of depends on his mood. Mm-hmm. But can you imagine if this Magnus Carlsen is White?
Oh, sure.
We would never expect this game to be drawn anytime soon.
No, absolutely. Never. I think that that Magnus would be happy to grind away and to try to achieve something. It's going to be hard, but the point is, from Black's side of the table, he's the one under pressure. I mean, White is the player that can try to open up the game, whether it be on the queen side with A3, B4, or what he's telegraphing so far, that his intent is very simply to play G4 and to try to get in F5. Now, on the other hand, with so little material on the board, Black could probably just sit back and wait and say, okay, I'll put my pawn on G6, go ahead and do your worst. How are you ever going to get in F5 under favorable conditions? And, well, that's the kind of problem he's facing.
And we've got a shot of Carissa Yip. People are always asking, what do chess masters, what do grandmasters eat? People are always asking that, right? Because you've got like such a long game. Do you eat before, do you eat during? Where here's the answer from the youngest winner in U.S. championship history. Apparently this is not her first, but her second fruit cup since the game started. So for all you math people out there, how many fruit cups will she finish by the end of the game?
Okay.
That's a lot of that doesn't look like, but I kind of feel sorry for Carissa right now because like it seems like it's all the melon. That's like the stuff in the fruit cup that you don't want, right?
You want the like, strawberry mango kind of things.
You want all the blackberries and the strawberries.
Oh,
but
yes.
They're trying to make some money off you, so they put a few of those at the top, and then the rest is just like
melon. So she went through the good stuff. Just a word of criticism there. I always felt it impolite to eat at the chessboard.
Really, even if it's a fruit cup or a power bar,
Absolutely.
I feel like fruit or power bar, like stuff that's I totally agree with you, like chicken or fries.
No. Don't eat at the chessboard. Yeah, sip your coffee, sip your water, no problem. No eating at the chessboard.
I think we're going to need Maurice to break this tie. For me, there's a short list of things that you should be able to eat, and they include power bars.
And
but not those kind bars, man, because those have so many crumbs. They got all those nuts and stuff in them. You're about to make a mess over the chessboard.
Okay.
But yeah, like a power bar or like a banana. I feel like those things are okay.
Nope.
But chocolate, oh, I'm getting outnumbered here. Whoa.
I mean, so far I've been sort of on your side in these tie breaks, but I am completely against eating at the chessboard. Just completely. That's just. First of all, the camera is on you. Nobody wants to see your mouth full of food, chewing on the board. No, nobody wants to see that. I don't think there's any sport. Maybe poker, you could tell me. Maybe in poker, they allow eating at the poker table? Do they allow that?
They do, but it's a similar thing where it's considered pretty impolite, especially since you're touching the same cards and the same chips. So it's a similar type of thing where a little bit of a power bar or chocolate is okay because the poker games are so long.
We're getting on a 12-year-old. It's kind of mean, but I remember in the Millionaire Chess Open, we had to tell Nakamura to take his food off that board, and Lenderman as well. So, no, I think nobody wants
to hear that. Really?
What? Wow. That we told Nakamura not to?
No, that 2 grandmasters would eat at the chess table.
Yeah,
that was really shocking.
That was we move those things away. We don't want to see anything on the board, anything at all. Even what you're drinking, you have to be careful. People spend a lot of time putting those nice tablecloths down, and you spill something. It's like, dude, we got to go dry clean that or wash it. So anyway, I don't think you should eat at the board. I think it's very simple, very, very simple. Just get up and walk away, and eat and come back. I think it's very easy to do. Why do you need to sit there to eat?
That's true.
It's not necessary.
Unless it's chocolate and you offer your opponent some as well.
No.
But you're
not at all.
First of all, I'm not going to offer my opponent nothing. Not until after the game, right?
Maybe some poison or
exactly.
Or some soporific of some kind. Go fall asleep. There's some Hennessy in this chocolate right here. Okay, let's get back to the games. Achita Gorti, one of the youngsters in the competition, playing against Nazi Pakidze. Nazi, known as a great player. More and more, we're finding out how great she is. She hasn't lost a game yet. She played all of last year in the championship, didn't lose a game. Now, to this last game, she had against one of the top players, Anna Zatonski. She was really pressing, but she wasn't able to win that game. And now we see them in a theoretical position here. And the move G4. G4 became very popular, maybe the most popular move nowadays in this line. Very aggressive. H6, a very standard response. And here the main line is rook to G1. But Achita decided to play the move H3, also a line as well. Very aggressive on this side. And now the E5 break. Way to deal with this side demonstration. Bishop D2, no problem. Do what you want. And now castles. And just on castles, it's like, oh, now I go get you. G5. And let's see if I can get the move in. All right, G5 is on the board. And in this position was seen by no lesser lights than Fiddler and Gelfand. So we're talking about 2 really world-class grandmasters, 2,700 players. In this exact position, Gelfand took on G5. But for the first time in this game, at least from our databases, Black decided that she would innovate with E takes D4. And immediately the Indians like this way of playing. Takes, rook E8 check, bishop E2, and now take on G5. This position, the youngster decided to castle, which is the best move in the position, and now DC4, bishop takes on G5. And white is currently down a pawn. You can count them, 6 pawns to 5. And the pawn structure is not that great. She does have the file here, the G file. The knight is pinned, but this knight is holding it up. So this queen will be able to move. The Indians really like Black's position after B5. They feel like Black is just better. White has not much compensation for what she's done, but it seems as though she's gone into this as Achita. If you look at the clock times, Achita has 133 in 36 seconds. Remember, she started with 130, an hour and a half. Meantime, Nazi has 112 and counting down. She has to wonder, wait a minute, this is supposed to be better for me. How come you just blitz out all your moves? Another youngster just throwing out theory and coming up with stuff and feeling very relaxed and having a huge edge on the clock. I mean, not devastating at all for Nazi right now, but the fact that she's already gotten so many minutes on the clock shows these youngsters, Yaz, are prepared.
All I can do is sit back in a total admiration because you're absolutely right. And nothing I enjoy really more than, beside being up of course, but also to be up on time. I love it when I'm ahead on the clock and I feel like I've got a cushion, a luxury where I can go into a tank and my opponent can't.
Yeah,
So
that is a really nice feeling, although sometimes you can so quickly lose your sense of time, and all of a sudden you have the same amount of time as your opponent. I hate how that happens sometimes. But we are taking phone calls and your tweets, so hashtag US Chess Champs, and we've got a phone number too. In fact, we've got our first call right now. If you've got a question for us, call us at 314-361-5465. And I'm still waiting for our first lady caller. So, female caller.
And we have someone on the call.
And yes, we do have someone right now. So hello from Jen and Yes.
Hello. Yes, hello caller.
Oh, okay. I didn't know if it was me. This is Brad. I'm calling from Columbus, Ohio.
Hello, Brad.
And, I enjoyed the U.S. Chess Championships last year. I paid a visit to St. Louis and had a very nice conversation with Yasser. I enjoyed that a great deal, so thank you very much. The coverage is wonderful. Yesterday you were talking about the number of grandmasters, speculating on the reasons why there's a lot more grandmasters than there used to be, and certainly a lot of that has to do with rating inflation. But I went and checked on the number of people that actually have ratings, specifically FIDE ratings, in the 80s compared to today, and that first gone up a great deal. In the 1980s, there was somewhere around, depending on when you looked, it was somewhere around 20,000 FIDE rated players, and nowadays there's 170,000 as of 2014 in one chess-based article that I checked. So probably a good deal of that has to do with the fact that the population is going up. I'm wondering what you guys think about that.
Well, thank you for your question, Brad. I'll take that right off the top. First of all, if you go back to the 80s, let's say, the FIDE policy at the time was to only rate players who had a 2200 rating and higher, in other words, masters only. And then thereafter, and even very recently, FIDE has been bumping that number so that they started rating people 2,000 and higher, and then 1,900 and higher, and so on. And eventually they want to be able to rate all people of all strengths all over the world. So that's where that high number of registered rated players come on. But I remember in 1982, at the Olympiad in Lucerne, Florencio Campomanes was going
Update. I'm sorry to interrupt, but we do have one big game finished. I'm going to take a gamble and say that it was a draw based on the smiles that nobody made some massive blunder in this balanced position. But
very quickly played.
We will hear from them why they don't think that they had a little something for White, or if Gata just really felt like he needed a little rest today. We'll find out what the reason is. But meanwhile, finish your story.
Yeah, so the idea was that Campomanes in 1982 was running for the FIDE presidency against incumbent Fredrik Olofsson, and one of his points that he was making is he said, a grandmaster for every federation. That is to say, he wanted to have Bermuda, British Virgin Islands, Trinidad and Tobago to have a grandmaster, and the only way to do that was to lower grandmaster standards and to inflate the rating system. So in 1986, for example, in Dubai, every female player in the world, except 4, got 100 rating points.
Except for Susan Polgar, right?
4. 3 Polgars and 1 Pia Kramling.
Oh, because they played against men as well.
Exactly.
It's just an insane
it was
story.
100 rating point bonus pool. Yes.
Let's take a look at the world rankings for our players, speaking of ratings. And thanks, Brad, for your questions. And keep on calling with them. And, you can even ask specific questions about the games and the openings. We do welcome that as well, or your favorite players here. Fabiano Caruana, currently ranked 3rd in the world at 27.95. Hikaru Nakamura at 6. Those two tend to have a little seesaw there. Wesley So in 10th. It's so beautiful to see those 3 numbers. And Gata Kamsky, he's 63rd in the world right now. Alexander Onashuk, not that far behind, as well as Ray Robson. So that's kind of a big battle today. Sam Shanklin at 97th in the world, and I think he's had a strong result recently that might have propelled him even a bit higher than that. Alexander Lenderman, Jeffrey Zhang just behind, all the way down to Akshat Chandra, who's still in the top 1,000 players in the world, and of course, destined to go much further.
That's pretty extraordinary. Seven of our players in the open section being in the world's top 100, and you think about a player like Jeffrey, and they're improving so rapidly. I mean, we may have a U.S. championship in the not too distant future where all of the participants are in the world's top 100.
Yeah, and that's
Wow.
why we have eyes of the world right here in St. Louis. It's not just an American tournament anymore. I mean, we have people watching from all over the world, and we welcome your calls as well. So, I mean, I know a lot of people have like a Skype line or a line where they can call easily to 314 wherever they're from. We got a call from Venezuela yesterday.
That was nice.
Yeah,
yes.
so just
very, very nice.
keep it coming.
Just in looking at how the two players, that
let's
is to
take a
say,
look.
Gata and Hikaru, when they didn't agree to draw, with this move G5, essentially completely shutting down the position, that is basically a draw offer right there. Once White has played G5, it's clear that he's not playing for any advantage. If there was going to be any attempt to continue the game, it would probably have been to bring our king to H3, followed by playing bishop to H4. Clearly, Gata didn't think he had anything in the position. He shut it down with G5, and then the players quickly reached move 30, where they could offer one another a draw.
How do you call this type of diamond pawn structure?
I'll go
A
with
diamond?
that.
Okay. How are those locked diamonds? You can't break them.
Can't break them.
And we do have Agata Kamsky with Maurice Ashley to talk about whether he thought he could squeeze a little something out of this at some point.
Well, we're with new Hall of Famer and five-time champion Gata Kamsky. Gata, normally we see you squeezing your opponent, making them suffer when you have the white pieces. But today you're out of there like you weren't interested in sitting down. Tell us what happened.
Well, okay, if you look at my previous games against Hikaru, I was suffering with white. So, I just wanted to play something solid. And, I'm the kind of guy who gets into the tournaments really slowly. And I was extremely, I think, unlucky to be paired with Wesley and Hikaru in the first two rounds because I just got here. You need time to recuperate, you need to acclimatize, and prepare. And I don't have all that. So I prepared, this line because I knew it was really safe. And, White plays for a small advantage. He can't really lose here at all. And Black has to be a little bit more careful. So, it's part of the strategy. It's just not just this game or yesterday's game, it's the whole tournament. So I have to conserve my energy since I'm a new Hall of Famer and all of it's old now. So, just trying to think straight and looking forward to the next rounds. And since I passed two of the top players already, I still have to pass Caruana. And of course, I'm also looking at Ray's game today because he's playing London system. And every time London system is being played, I'm like, all right, so what's going on? Okay. Yeah, it's just my opening. That's what I call it. Do
you feel like maybe though you might regret this later in the tournament, that you've blown a half a point potentially against one of the tournament leaders?
Well, blown half a point is a very strong phrase. I mean,
I'm used to making strong phrases.
I might have lost and I might have suffered. Like last year I played London, I played for a win, and we had a different line in the same opening. And I remember I was pawn down and I was on the other end of this grinding, and I was not very happy. So, just to be safe, it's nice to have white, and again, now have more time to prepare for the next game. Strategy.
I understand. That said, though, this is one of your key whites. You have an extra black in the tournament. Have you looked at your opponents in the future, like the top players, and seen that the pairings favor you as far as colors are concerned?
Yeah, I looked at the pairings, so I thought, again, of a strategy for my way to play against the next opponents, and I think it's perfectly fine.
And one last question. You played here many times. We know you as a great champion here. Are you concerned at all the organizers might not be too pleased with the quick draw from the top two players? Or two of the top players?
Well, again, it's part of the strategy. I think there is nothing wrong with the draw. I mean, I played white. I choose, again, where to play for a win and where to play for a draw, and I try to take realistically my chances. I mean, I don't go for a prearranged draw. I just go for a line which is safe. It gives white a very small advantage. And again, it's nobody can say anything because it's just part of the game.
Indeed. Well, we thank you very much. We know you as a great fighter and champion, having won this many times. We hope you recover and have the best of luck in the rest of your games.
Thank you.
Grandmaster Gadakomsky after a quick draw.
Thank you, Maurice. Thank you, Gada. And just to speak to that point, I must say, when you are jet lagged, I mean, it can really play havoc with you through your first few games. And I understand Gada so completely, unless you've been in his moccasin, so to speak, and know what it's like to not have a good sleeping pattern. He's going to come back. He's charging up, let us say. So, safe draw in round 2.
So, not as much, a lot of inspiration for the London today.
Right. Right. That wasn't a very good calling card for the London system.
And we do have Hikaru Nakamura here. I would like to hear his answer to the question, if he was playing Magnus Carlsen as black in that situation, how many moves does he think the game will last? He's with Maurice Ashley.
And we are with a 4-time champion Hikaru Nakamura after a fairly easy game today. He played a London system, very solid system, not much headway you could make. Were you surprised by his choice of opening?
I was a little surprised just because I thought I was going to get good chances to just play a game. Last year he played the same system against me, and just in general I got a very good position. I think I outplayed him in the middle game and probably was winning at multiple points in the end game, but I couldn't convert. So I was a little surprised to see it today, but I was happy. And then Gada came up with this 95 move, which, considering the tournament situation, the way things went for him yesterday, was a very smart, practical decision, because it kind of just killed the game where, I mean, maybe if I make a mistake, he can do something, but otherwise it's just going to be a draw. So I think from his standpoint it was pretty logical, and I mean, it's a bit disappointing when you're kind of getting ready maybe to have some chance or just to play, but still, I mean, Gada, of course, is a very strong player, and so it's not a bad result.
Knowing that what you just said, normally we often talk about players like Gary Kasparov, for example. After a loss, he usually comes all gun bearing. He wants to kill you. He used to anyway when he was playing. But Gada has a different kind of demeanor about that. He's very strategic in his play. What are you in that situation? When you have a tough loss, what's your normal attitude?
Somewhere in between. I mean, first of all, you have to realize Gada, of course, is Russian school. I mean, the Russian school is basically, after you lose a game, you stop the bleeding at all costs. Doesn't matter whether you're white or black. And I know, for example, Vladimir Kramnik is a very big proponent of this as well. So, there are many different approaches. For me, it really depends. I think white, it's very important when you have the white pieces to try and do something, but at the same time, when you're not playing well, it's difficult, because if Gada were to lose to me today and start out 0-2, it could just spiral out of control. So there's a very fine line between knowing when to take chances and when not to. But of course, if I was playing Wesley or Fabiano, for example, with white after losing a game to someone, I think I would maybe try, but I would certainly be on the cautious side as well. So I think what Gada did is pretty normal.
Now, Yasser Seirawan is one who loves to have quiet positions and squeeze and make his opponent suffer. And the argument was that if Magnus had the white pieces, Jennifer is asking me to ask you this, if Magnus had the white pieces, he'd be pressing with white. Do you feel that is true, given the kind of position that you guys faced? This is after the move 95.
No, not at all. I mean, that's silly. The position was just completely equal. There really was no play. I mean, the only chance, I think, was maybe at the end. Gada could have tried to bring his king to h3 and go bishop h4, but once I exchange and go king h6, it's just a dead draw. So, I mean, maybe the game would have gone more moves, but I think the result would have been the same.
Do you think, last question for you, you and I had a bit of a dust-up in the Millionaire Chess Open over this topic of quick draws. That was a repetition. Here you had really no choice but to play into this system. Do you think there should be anything done to address the draw issue in general? Nowadays, people play fighting chess all the time, just about every round. Do you think anything should be done overall, maybe faster time controls or Kazimdzhana rule or something to address it?
What is the Kazimdzhana rule?
Kazimdzhana is if it's a draw that we change colors and play with the same time on the clock.
That's an interesting idea. I mean, I think in general what it comes down to is it's the drawish nature of chess in general, and that if both players want to play something interesting and exciting, the game's going to be interesting and exciting. If one player doesn't want to, and more specifically if they don't want to with the white pieces, then there's not much that a player can do when they're black. So For me, in general, I think the onus generally is on white to do something. If it's draw or repetition, I think the onus is always on white, regardless of the ratings. It's on the player with the white pieces because again, they dictate the sort of game it's going to be. So I just think it's always on white. And if you're trying to change things, maybe you speed up the time control. I know as games get quicker, there tend to be more decisive results, but at the same time, that means the quality is also suffering. So there are many different ways of looking at it, but I don't see any problem at the moment with the way things are.
If organizers decided to add a little, I said it was the last question, just throw this one in for you too. If organizers decided to add a little spice to it, do you think the player, and whatever method the organizer decided to try to reduce the number of draws, as long as there was some extra change on the table for the players, do you think the players would mind any of these methods? Or
I mean,
would they just adjust?
if there are financial benefits, then I think you're more likely to see more decisive games. But that being said, everyone's grown up with this, or not grown up, but everyone who's at the elite level is very familiar with the. Basically the way you approach it is play solid with black, don't lose, and press with white. And I think that's never going to change. So it just comes down to the players and how they feel about it. I mean, if you go back in time, look at Gary, for example. He was playing. He was always playing the Najdorf, and he was winning some great games. He also lost a few. I mean, far less than he won, of course. But in general, the way he played was very aggressive, even with black. And ever since Kramnik took the title from him in London in 2000, I believe it was. It's become, the approach has shifted where you just try to play solid and not lose with black. So it's just it just depends on who the top players are and the style they're playing. But I think at some point it's going to revert back. And you see some players like Maxime, for example, Maxime Vachier-Lagrave, who plays very aggressively with black as well. So I think eventually it might revert back. But at the moment we're very much in a phase where all the top players are playing much more solidly with black than they did 15, 20 years ago.
Well, thanks very much for your professional insight, and you got a nice day of rest. So good luck in the rest of the game.
Thank you.
Hikaru Nakamura, our current reigning champion, standing in a great score, 1.5 plus 1.5 out of 2.
Thank you, Maurice. Thank you, Hikaru. I played in 10 Olympiads, and with all my team captains, the formula was always the same, just as Hikaru was saying. Look, you're playing in a team competition. When you're white, you press the opponent. When you're black, you make a draw, and everybody on your team is very happy with you. You don't necessarily have to win with white, but you have to press the opponent, press the other team.
No more Fisher Prize for Nakamura. He's
there
out of
you
the
go.
contention.
Another one bites the dust, and we have a caller.
That's right. Who are you, and where are you calling from?
Hi, my name is Cody. I'm calling from Alameda, California.
Hello.
Hi there. And I kind of have a two-part question. Firstly, I was wondering if you guys could talk a bit about the procedure for qualifying for the U.S. Championship and the Women's Championship, and what goes into those decisions, whether it's just rating and how that all plays in. And the second part is I noticed that that the women's section and that the other section has been referred to as the open section. And I was wondering if there's any precedent for female players who meet the qualifications to cross over, and would there be any reason, for example, someone like Irina Krush, who kind of has this legacy in the women's field, if she were to qualify for the open section, would it make sense for her to go for that as opposed to staying in the current field?
Thank you for your question. I'll let you take first crack at this because you, Jennifer, you're on the committee that also helped choose the wild card, I think?
Yeah.
So how do you qualify for the U.S. Championships?
Most of the spots are by rating, but there are some other ways to qualify in. You can win the U.S. Junior Championship. That's how Akshat Chandra got in. You can win the U.S. Open. That's how Shabalov got in. Now, in the past, the Women's Championship and the U.S. Championship were at separate time frames. So there's also a seed given to the U.S. Women's Champion. That was also back when the field was a bit larger.
Right.
So we had actually a year where we had Anna Zatonski, a couple years where the championship and the women's were in different schedules, and Anna Zatonski and Irina Krush played in both tournaments.
Right.
And that's definitely fun. I mean,
Right.
but the positive of having them together is just that the women in general get so much more attention.
Right.
So all these eyes are watching both tournaments, and people who are huge Nakamura or Kamsky, or especially Nakamura and Caruana, because they're in the top 10 in the world. They're elite players.
Right.
They're now getting introduced to these women players that they might not have noticed otherwise, which is really good for the game, in my opinion.
Right.
That being said, if Irina or one of the other women in the championship were ever high rated enough that they could get a very strong score in the championship, I think it would be an amazing idea for them to play in that, because it would be so good.
Yeah.
I mean, probably about 2,600, I'd say, would be the part at which it would become a very difficult decision.
Right.
Because financially, the equity, as we'd say in poker, would still be better in the women's, because the first prize is 25K, and if you were 2,600, you would be a huge favorite.
Right.
On the other hand, the potential for a
2,600 result in the men's may only get, or open would only get you 10.
Right, but that would also give you the chance of making history if you had the chance of winning the tournament. So,
and I recall during the days of Judith Polgar, when she was really active, she actually played in the Hungarian Open Championship, what you might say men's, and she won it.
Yes, and that was her last Grandmaster, Norm, I think.
Yeah, that qualified her and got her a Grandmaster title. And I believe we played together in the U.S. Championship.
That's right.
And it was the open section in Seattle. You nicked me for a draw, and I was happy for it, too.
That was a fun tournament. In that case, there were 64 players, so there was an opportunity to invite several women, and all of the women were really in there fighting. With such an elite field, it's obviously a little bit more difficult to include lots of lower-rated players.
Agreed.
But a really excellent question, and something that journalists are always wondering about. Why not have the women and the men battle it out together, like we saw Ho Yifan and Parry and Marjan Negi? That's one of the great things about this particular sport. Just like poker, women and men can play on the same battlefield.
Absolutely.
And we do have a special guest with Grandmaster Maurice Ashley.
Yes, we're with Kitty Ratcliffe, who's the president of Explore St. Louis. She's responsible for bringing a lot of tourism to this great city. Kitty, welcome to the show.
Thank you. It's great to be here.
So tell us the nitty-gritty of your job. St. Louis is a great city. We've been here now many years. What are the kind of things that your office does to promote tourism here in the city?
It's about a $5 billion industry in St. Louis. Visitors that come to our community bring a lot of their diversity. They bring their interests to our community, and they share that within the community. Our job is to tell the story about St. Louis and get more of them to come. And that's what makes this event such a wonderful event for St. Louis.
You said $5 billion industry. Can you tell some of the statistics of visitors, kinds of things that you do?
Yeah, we have about 23 million visitors to our community every year. They come for conventions, they come for special sporting events, they come for cultural activities, and they come to visit friends and family. And when they come, they enjoy everything that we have to offer in the region, in St. Louis City, in St. Louis County, and the surrounding region. And we have world-class cultural attractions and family attractions that make it a great place to visit.
I know here, Rex Singfield is always telling me about the Cardinals. He and I always argue about the Yankees and the Cardinals. But you guys just lost the team, the Rams. What's going to be the effect of that, and how do you plan to, the Rams in football, for the international guests who don't know American football, anyway, what's going to be the impact on the city losing such a treasured team?
Well, you mentioned the Cardinals first, and the Cardinals are a great sports franchise. They're also a great community player. But one of the great things about the Cardinals is that they were one of the first baseball teams that were west of the Mississippi. And in the days when they broadcast all the games on radio, they developed a huge following, which really makes them a regional team. So we have a lot of visitors that come to St. Louis every weekend during baseball season just to watch the Cardinals play, and then they do all kinds of other activities. You know, the Rams weren't that same kind of franchise. The Rams had only been here 20 years. They moved here from L.A., and 20 years later they've moved back to L.A. They never really developed a fan base outside of St. Louis. So the economic impact of their departure back to the city they came from really is very minimal. It would be devastating to lose the baseball Cardinals.
Oh, please don't talk about that. Rex would just die immediately. He wouldn't even want to be here anymore.
But to lose the Rams, there really is very little economic impact.
Okay, you do also have the Blues, and they're in the playoffs right now, the hockey team. So that's very exciting. I've been to quite a few of those games. There's 3 of those games, in fact. Tell us about the impact of chess. Now that you lost the Rams, we have chess replacing that. What has been the impact of having a world-class chess institution right here in the city?
Well, we were sorry to lose our football team, and you know, this is a great community, and football was a nice thing to have, but chess is a game changer for this community. Chess in the schools, chess and the attention that this championship and everything that the Chess Hall of Fame and Museum have brought to St. Louis have really elevated an awareness of everything that St. Louis has and can be. And what Rex Singfeld has done by bringing chess into the schools has taught our children to be more strategic, how to think, how to do things on their own. It's going to make them better adults and increase the intellectual capital that St. Louis has. So chess is a major game changer for St. Louis.
Well, we love hearing that as chess fans, that people like yourself and Mayor Francis Slay also comes to all the opening ceremonies or sends someone from his office to come to the ceremonies. So we appreciate the support. Please tell our fans what site they can go to find out more about St. Louis. I believe we have a website. We do, explorestlouis.com. It's just that simple. St. Louis is ST. In that site, but it has everything: places to stay, places to eat, things to do, parks to visit, and tools for getting around. Information on airlines and other forms of transportation, metro. So explorestlouis.com. Well, we can speak for St. Louis as a great American city. Thank you so much for joining us. Thank you. It's great to be here. Kitty Ratcliffe, the president of Explore St. Louis, one of the great cities you want to come to, and that park nearby that park is spectacular. Forest Park. Unbelievable place to visit. Guys?
Thank you, Maurice. Thank you, Kitty. Sorry, I just did want to follow up on the caller's question there because he was asking how you qualify. There are wild card spots. What are they, and who won them, and how do you make that determination, Jennifer? Because you were on the committee. I wasn't this year, but usually, I am. But Jeffrey Zhang won this year. I mean, obviously a great pick. So young, winning the Chicago Open, the Grandmaster title at 15. Just an incredible year that this kid has had. So that's a pretty easy pick. And then also on the women's side, youngsters were picked because there are so many young women now. It's not even just that. It's like you want to pick young players to kind of meld with the mission of the club, this classic chess club. Raise awareness and what have you. It's not only that, it's also that those are the most natural picks in this year. Because, I mean, you got a wild card one year. Only I mean, obviously you qualified by rating, but I think your activity, you were just getting back into chess. Well, so. It was a self-help mate where somehow I got invited. But yes, I was a wild card as well. Yes. So it's not like it's only for young players. It just seems that with the trends that are going on around now in American chess, those wild cards are often awarded to young players. And one wild card per field, the vast majority by rating or merit, if you will. And I think there are actually 2 wild cards for the women's field this year, but that's partly because there's more qualifiers in the championship, so they don't have as many free spots, if you will. You can qualify in the U.S. Junior Championship and the U.S. Open. Right. So those are 2 real golden spots given out, and then the defending champion, of course, 8 by rating and 1 wild card. Very good. Thank you, Jennifer. I just wanted to say, by the way, that we've got a big Grunfeld defense game going on that I was going to... Grunfeld, let's do it. I was going to tease you about because you're the Grunfeld specialist, and it was between Varuzian Akobian and Jeffrey Zhang. So this is the Grunfeld. Bishop f4. This is has become a popular line. Luke Van Velde played it against Magnus Carlsen in this year's Vikonsay tournament, Rook c1. And it's basically saying to black, with this move, Rook c1, it's designed to stop the natural c7, c5 because of all kinds of captures. And don't forget, we actually could take that pawn on c7 at some point. Exactly. So bishop e6. Now, Var played the move b3. That looks a little bit on the newish side to me. Now, no, white could try to pawn grab here, but black's going to get plenty of activity, and that's always the question here. In fact, Luke Van Velde did go for the pawn grab. Magnus erred, in my opinion with the move bishop d5, and after bishop takes c7, white was much, much better. Luke should have won that game, in fact. But queen takes d5 is the normal theoretical move. The idea is to grab this pawn on a2. b3, these moves have all been played in numerous games, and black comes out pretty okay. Usually it's an edge for white, but nothing of the exceptional nature. But then came this move b3, and then Jeffrey lashed out with c5, and I was like, whoa, you're not supposed to be able to do that against the rook c1 lines. And after takes, he couldn't take twice on d5 because rook takes c5 at the end. Bishop g4, knight e2, and I was going to ask you, is this a pawn sacrifice in the Grunfeld that you?
I don't recognize this
I don't
one,
recognize it either. Maurice, we're going to have to ask you for some help. We've been lauding the kids for their theoretical knowledge, but did Jeffrey get snookered on this one?
I'm going to have to jump to that in a second because I was doing all the interviews and also looking at other crazy positions, but I will get back to you right after this. So many great games in the championship. Look at this one. Another youngster, Agata Baikovstev. She's playing against Alyssa Melchina, who's a veteran here at the championships. She's all of 16 years old. These two ladies, by the way, are pure geniuses. It's ridiculous. Agata has done, she's 16, she's done like differential calculus, some math I've never even heard of, linear equations, all kinds of stuff. As a youngster, she's done college work as a 16-year-old already. I think she's finished all her college math at 16, which is scary. But guess what? Alyssa finished college in 2 years and is now a lawyer, has passed the bar already, and she's only 23. Maybe she's turned 24. It's like, you know, this is just their fun stuff compared to what they're serious about. And the youngster said, you know what? Let me take you. Let's see who is the super knowledge freak here. I'm going to show you how it's done. Because they went into this line of the Sicilian, and if you take a look, they got to this position. This slightly unusual queen takes on d4, and after knight c6, queen a4, knight d5, queen e4. This has all been seen before. Knight to b4, bishop to b5, queen a5, knight c3. Pieces simply developing. But let's get to the interesting point. d5, this pawn move attacking the knight, but there's a pin here. d5, lashing out, but I can take en passant, up a pawn for the moment. Bishop f5, sacrificing a pawn, still theory, and now this move, a takes b4, has been seen before, not as popular as moving the queen away, but sacrificing an exchange, and now moving the queen, giving back this pawn. So for the moment, white is down in exchange. But this has been seen before. Emil Sutovsky played this move. Only one game I found. f6. By the way, let's point out, the knight on d5, there's all kinds of nastiness about to happen. Knight f6 check, a bishop going to h6. This is serious. You can't guard this square or this square, so you have to do something about it right now. So she played f6, making sure the rook is in as well. And then the continuation, bishop c6, bc6, knight e7 check, king h8, all this force takes and takes. And this is the position they got to. I believe they made one more move in this position. Yes, the move was made. Knight to d4 was played. So 19 moves in. Yes. How much time did white use? None. Zero. In fact, white has more time than she started with because of the increment. So she's just basically been playing from memory and making sure everything's okay. So far, all the moves from that Sutovsky game I mentioned before. Meantime, Alyssa has already used half her time. She's used 45 minutes to get to this position, and the move she has just played, I've seen get played, queen to a2 is a novelty. The move played in the game was queen to a4, so she's come up with a new move. Computers are saying that it's better for white. However, the youngster now has to think, and look at her, for the very first time in the entire game, and you see her now a little disturbed, like, what's that one about? Because she's seeing this move that is not within her preparation. But Yaz, these kids are scary.
Yes, yes, they are, and I'm just in admiration and awe. What can I say? But there, I kind of turned back to the game of Jeffrey for a second. I've got it up on my screen. That was that Grunfeld I was kind of quizzing you about, Jen, because after the move bishop takes e2, essentially it's a funny situation. Var has to recapture with his king. You don't see this kind of ambush very often.
There's a knight takes d5 tactic if you take with the bishop. That's,
Precisely.
That's really cool.
Isn't that really
cool? So the
cool?
idea here is that after knight, this is a really important for tactics. So there's a bishop takes c3 check.
Check.
Removing the defender.
With check, which costs you your queen. And since knight takes d5 is simply winning if you have to move your queen.
Yeah, you're just going to win in exchange on c3, right?
Exactly. Hence, king takes e2 was forced. Now you can't play knight takes d5 because after the simple capture, queen takes d5. Bishop takes c3 is no longer with check. And at the end of the line, well, guess what? You just end up a piece behind, a bishop behind. So after king takes e2, this very awkward recapture, Jeffrey continued to develop knight b8, b7 and said, I've got a pawn, I've sacrificed a pawn on purpose to get your king on this awkward square e2.
This will be a fascinating game, and also if white tries too hard to hold on to the pawn, of course, black's intention is to play knight b6, and then he will be threatening, renewing that threat of knight takes d5 with the discovery of the bishop. And note that even playing a move like e4 wouldn't prevent that.
Right. So if I played, for example, e4, well, first of all, I've got to, keep an eye on this kind of discovery. But if you continued in the style that you wanted to make that possible,
so
I have to back up with my queen. Maybe there's enough compensation, but that's a big center pawn. I mean, it's a temporary problem with the king on e2. Maybe you should
try to play f3 and king f2.
Yeah, just to kind of unwind a little bit. But still, a very enterprising pawn sacrifice by the hoodied Jeffrey Zhang.
So this is all about time. Will White have the time to consolidate his extra pawn? Meanwhile, the phones are still ringing. So
yes, we have a caller.
We've got a caller. Tell us your name and where you're calling from.
Hi, everyone. My name is Oliver. I'm from Bermuda.
Hello, Oliver.
Bermuda. Another nice place.
I have a quick question for Yasser. You competed at the elite levels for some time. Is there any difference in relation to the work ethic that was required then compared to now? And the second one, a quick one, have you ever been compared to like the Mr. Rogers of chess analysis?
Well, thank you for the questions, Oliver. No, Mr. Rogers, no, I'll have to wear my little sweater for... Yeah, it's a wonderful day in the neighborhood. No. On the elite levels, there's no question that the players of today's generation as well as the players of yesteryear work exceptionally hard on their games. In the past, like we think of Max Erva, for example. Take one example. Max Erva was the world chess champion, but he was considered an amateur because most of his life he worked as a teacher of mathematics. And during his world championship match against Alexander Alekhine, he taught classes, then would hop a train, go to the match and play his match with Alekhine. Next morning, wake up and go to teach. I think Bobby Fischer really exemplifies very much the obsessed chess player willing to work 8-10 hours a day. Where I think today's generation really benefits is how much more productive they are in their work ethic that they have today. In other words, I had a whole volumes and sets of informators that I was scanning through and trying to find ideas and replay games. And it would take me a large amount of time just to get the research material. And today it's available on the fingertips. So I'm just saying that the work ethic is the same, but the productivity levels of the players today are so much greater than they were just 15, 20 years ago. I don't know, do you feel the same? Like, how long did it take you to learn an opening from the books versus learning an opening or a defense from a computer with the database programs and chess engines?
Well, luckily, I wasn't really much of a prodigy. I didn't really start studying very seriously until computers were already really, like, I was using ChessBase and stuff.
Right.
So although I did like books also. And a lot of good players, even today, some of them like, getting out the old-fashioned chess set and book.
Right. Even Magnus loves reading.
Yeah.
He's quite a chess history buff, by the way.
That's what I was thinking of, actually, that Magnus, like, I think some of them, like Nakamura, I doubt he brings a chessboard to tournaments. But
no, absolutely
it can definitely go both ways. I think there's just different types of brains, and, you know, people enjoy different things. And some people like staring at a computer screen, and some really like that kind of tactile board and pieces.
Yeah, the board in your hand. Interesting. Maurice, your perspective, the work ethic of players, have they changed in the last few generations?
I don't think so. I mean, we work like dogs trying to get good at this game. And I remember having those encyclopedias of chess openings, the ECOs. We had all those books. I remember the days when you had to set up a chessboard when you studied. And if you messed up one of the moves from the books, if there was a typo, forget it. You'd have to come back, remember the position. What was the position again? All that nonsense. And then all of a sudden, the computers came. We had databases. You could just click the button. You could always go back and forth. And that just exploded our productivity. I know it was a big difference for me from being an IM to a GM. It was such a huge deal when you could put a database there and start going over more and more lines. Now that the computers actually are as good as they are, you can even test out more ideas. So I think efficiency in the workload now is what's really exploded the ability to play multiple openings. It used to be you'd be like your pet line. I play this. You do that nowadays, they blow you up. You cannot just live in a line. You have to be able to jump around a little bit, unless it's something like super solid as the Berlin, for example. But you see the players play multiple openings now. You never know what Carlsen's going to throw out on the chessboard. And I think that's been the real difference. We can now be much more efficient and diverse because you have such great tools at your fingertips.
Thank you, Maurice. I just want one quick story before we're going to show you the opening ceremonies. But one quick story, and I loved it very much, was Robert Byrne. He was playing against Paul Carrez, and Robert Byrne followed the analysis of Paul Carrez in a specific opening, and Paul Carrez made an extremely powerful novelty that completely refuted the line, and Robert lost. So in the post-mortem, Robert complained bitterly to his opponent, "I read your book and you didn't mention this move." And Paul said, "Yes, I'm sorry about that."
Oh. Sorry, not sorry. So we are going to take a quick break from round 2 of the Youth Championships in U.S. Women's, but we do have a footage from you from the opening ceremony, which was where our colleague Grandmaster Maurice Ashley was inducted along with Gada Kamsky into the U.S. Chess Hall of Fame.
And a very heartfelt speech he made as well.
I've traveled far, I've been around, and yet I keep on coming back to my old town.
Welcome to all of you. It's a great thrill for all of us, and of course it's a great thrill to be able to say we're the chess capital of the nation. I can't express to you how much this means to St. Louis, that we have you all here, best chess minds in the United States, in our city, competing for all the world to see.
I've played the best.
I am delighted to induct Gada Kamsky into the U.S. Chess Hall of Fame. Maurice Ashley, one of the greatest ambassadors and promoters the game has ever known.
I've never been a truly great chess player like the players we have here. Always just been chess's greatest super fan. Thank you so much for this.
Welcome back to the 2016 U.S. Championships and U.S. Women's Championships. We're in round 2, and it's getting heated up this round. Yesterday, we actually saw a lot of heat at the very beginning. I think there was a game over in 2 hours, and usually when that happens, it's a draw. But yesterday, it was a win.
It was a win.
Which is crazy. On one of the top boards.
Yes.
And today, we've got Wesley against Akshat Chandra and Varujina Kobian against Jeffrey Zhang. There's another game I wanted you to look at in.
Fabiano?
Oh yeah, no, I think I did want to look at Akshat because Wesley snapped a pawn off. So there was another game we were looking at in the Grunfeld where Zhang sacrificed a pawn. And
that was this game where we were talking about, well, that king in the center, is it compensation enough? And that's what we have there. And you were saying about the Wesley So game. This is a wild and crazy affair that happens in the Caro-Kann, the advanced variation. We've got it up on my board right now. And I don't know if the players are still in theory. Hikaru Nakamura talking to Christian Chirilla was very skeptical of Chandra's play. So at least it's not Nakamura approved, let's say. But it does look like a very sharp game going on at the moment, and I know Maurice is anxious to come back and share some thoughts that he has. So I'll turn it over to Maurice.
Well, this one is on the game you asked me about earlier, the one with Jeffrey Zhang playing in enterprising fashion against Varujina Kobian. I looked at the theory in this position, and it turns out that this line, very popular, new popular line, Bishop E6, people like Magnus Carlsen have played this move with the black pieces, is not something that VAR was that familiar with, because his very first move out of this position, the most popular move was Queen B3. His very first move was the move B3 in this exact position with the bishop on E6. Now, the lines do crisscross, but with the bishop on E6, there is a real difference in the position, and this does allow for black to play this move C5. Now, there's the game, the previous game that was played in this line I mentioned earlier was played in a rapid game between Vasily Ivanchuk as white and Le Quang Nguyen, the great Vietnamese player, the #1 player from Vietnam, who also attends Webster University. I'm not sure if he's still here now, but he did attend in the last few years. He was black in that game. They played in Beijing in Sport Accord event. The game went black's way in that particular competition. But he did not play C5. He played C6, did black in that game. So C5, as far as we know in our databases, is a complete novelty in this exact position. After C5, CD5, yeah, as you mentioned, there's some tactics on the C5 square. Well, the engines say, no, they're not, actually. You could take, and that is Jeffrey could have captured on D5 and then take it back with the bishop. Really fascinating positions could have arisen from this particular position. It looks like C5 is hanging. I hear something going on in my ear. Sounds like a confession going on. We'll get back to that. Let's get to Fabiano. Oh, sorry. We have Fabiano in the confessional booth. We're having it taped right now. We'll get back to that in just a moment. Now, takes on D5. Yes, I was saying, in this exact position, black actually doesn't lose a pawn, yeah, surprisingly so. It looks like rook takes, but the key is that white's pieces are still back on the initial squares, and black has a lead in development. So there's no real surprise that black might have something, but specifically what? Check that move out, knight to A6, right after losing a pawn on C5. Now, you could have taken with the pawn, but just look at those bishops. You can see why the tactics are going to go in black's favor in this line. Look at those bishops slicing into the position. In fact, Queen A5 check, attacking the king already. There's just some good stuff for black just in this line. It's just like shots at you. The king is a little bit dubious here. Where do you hide from some discovery? Now knight C6 threatening to go to B4, and you're all over them. So you don't want to take with the pawn. Just trust me on that one, or at least trust the engine. So bishop takes D5. Now rook C5 looks more solid, but this move knight A6, disrupting the rook from guarding this square. Now you might wonder, well, what if I take this piece? G2 is hanging. Bam, taking on G2. The engines give some complicated lines here, beginning with bishop C7 and whatnot, but you can see the rook is trapped. So a sharp line for Varujin to go into. He would have had to know that this was okay. Another line at knight A6, just to prove the point. If you back up with the rook B5 is also another move. A bishop C6 will hit this rook, right? So this move. But if you back up with the rook after knight A6, let's say you decide to go back home, then this move, Queen A5 check, is ready to show up on the board, starting the tactics, though, with E5. This key move, opening up lines, now the same lines come again. Remember the queen going to d2, and the ability to trade off or even play sharply with knight b4, and black is doing all kinds of nonsense that white doesn't want. So this line was actually okay for Jeffrey. He could have gone into it, but he opted out. I'm not sure if it's because of preparation, and played this move, bishop to g4, knight ge2, cd4. Now f3 was possible, but even that line is unclear. So Yaz, the key here, and you pointed out that this had to be done, g3 and knight h5, is that nowadays, you simply do not know what these youngsters have prepared. You don't know if they've looked at the line very deeply or if they're just bluffing. Most of the times, they've looked at the line. That's the main problem. They are assimilating data at an incredible rate, and Varuzhin is feeling the heat from this hooded youngster. He likes that hoodie on, and, man, he plays some real moves, this young man. He showed that he could hang. He drew against Onishuk yesterday, and he is absolutely playing for a win today against Varuzhin Akobian.
Wow, thank you, Maurice. And let's get to that confession if we've got it. What do you think?
Yeah, the star of the confessional. Is that a good thing or a bad thing?
Well,
good,
let's
good,
see
good.
what Fabi has to say.
Yeah, I think I'm pretty happy with my position. I didn't like c4 for him. I thought he had to play knight c7, and I just got a very good version with my knight on f4. Probably I'll play g4 next and try to slowly break through on the king side if possible. It looks like it's probably an unpleasant defense for him. Yeah, I'm not sure if queen g4 was best. Maybe queen e2 immediately would have been better. But in any case, looks like a good position.
Have it.
No
Fabi
embarrassing personal tidbits this time.
No, Fabi's simply happy with his position. I'll bring up on my screen the position that Fabi just mentioned, that he felt the move c5, c4 by Sam Shanklin was premature, and that he should have, in fact, that is to say, he had expected Sam to play the move knight c6, e7. Probably what he's actually referring to as well is that after knight g5, h6, knight takes f7, rook takes f7, bishop takes g6. He could win a pawn, but I don't think he's happy with the outcome. This is Fabi.
Sure, and it's kind of like we could take on d4, and bishop takes has to be played.
Right.
Which is one of the things about releasing the tension with c4. I think that
Fabi was maybe referring to. And here he was, I'm not going to say critical of himself. He did mention, however, that maybe queen e2 was even the stronger move, and then what White's idea is that he wants to establish his knight on f4 and play for h4, g4, g5, and h5 in order to force the king side open. Instead, he did choose the move queen g4, and the players have reached this position, and again, Fabiana says that he's happy with this position, even though it's a bishops of opposite color position, and I think a lot of French players would say, well, I'm willing to play this position as black. So clearly a move like bishop d7 with the very simple idea of being annoying. Now, we've seen from Bodvinik and others, by the way, Gadakamsky as well, have proven in their practice that with the center all blocked up, White's king on d2 doesn't come under many attacks, and so that's probably why Fabi is satisfied with his position, as he's got more space and more options. And Maurice.
Yes, just a curious moment in one game, the game between Akshat Chandra and Wesley So, the youngest player in the competition. He played this line, and of course you mentioned that Nakamura wasn't too thrilled with the way he played, but I just want to show this curious position. You see this knight out here on h5, the center has collapsed for White, and he has this move, Indians like black here, but he has this move, knight to e4, and the idea is to get in a check potentially, and if you get another, the first knight goes in, you take, and then the other knight goes in with check. The king has to go under a discovery, and then you can use that discovery to your advantage, probably to pick up this knight. Well, let's just say pick up the queen, actually, with knight d5. So that's the threat. If I may make a random move just to make the threat happen on the board, knight check, and now the king has to go to one of these two squares and allowing this knight to d5 with a crushing position. The response to this knight move, threatening to go into f6, is to reply back with another knight move going into f3. Check that out. How often do you see this weird thing happen on the chessboard and stopping the idea of putting the knight there? So a curious moment in the game. The idea with knight, again, knight e4 can be responded to quite easily. But I want to show you something else. The theory on the women's side has just been pretty astonishing. Take a look at this game. One of the leaders, Nazi Pakidze, one of the leading contenders for the title. She's playing against the young Akshita Gorty from Chantilly, Virginia. Her rating has just been skyrocketing. She's all of 13. We talk about Carissa Yip being 12. This young lady's only 13 years old, and she's just watching her rating go up, 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 and up. Now she's at 2,300 level and continues to rise. And she played this opening in enterprising fashion. And this was the position we saw. Actually, we stopped right here after bishop takes. Nazi decided not to be materialistic and play the move b5, even though the Indians were saying that's a good move. She instead played queen c7 and gave the pawn back, and now played b5 after the bishop dropped back, rook to b8, looking to attack on this side. But this move, check that out again, rook hg1. We're hunting rabbits. That king is right on that open file. b4 attacking the knight. Let's slow pace this. And every single move the Indian gives now for black is better for white, at least by a little bit. The threat is bishop to h6. The Indian was giving this move, queen a5, looking for real counterplay on this side, but white could just ignore it with bishop h6, and after bishop f8, drop in rook to g5. And look at this queen, bishop, rook, bishop. Everybody's over here trying to kill this side. Queen takes a2 and rook dg1. The Indians actually give triple zeros here. Yeah, okay, you go figure that one out. The attacker looks insane on this side, but there might be some perpetuals happening down here. So a crazy position was possible, but Nazi didn't want to see this kind of firepower attacking her king, so she opted instead for a move that's also on the Indians list, moving the king over to f8, but now giving white the edge in this position. White can simply return to c4. For one thing, this move, bishop to c4, looks interesting. Also, we saw a knight get to f5 in that game with Wesley So. That move is possible as well. The Indian is saying this is better for white. So one of our tournament contenders, Nazi Pakidze, we saw she has not lost the game playing the championships at all, the last one or the first game this time. But the youngsters got a nice position, Yaz. I take white any day of the week in this game.
Absolutely. Very, very nice. And the open G file for white, great operations. Remember Victor Korchnoi chiding me once for allowing my opponent an open G file in a position where the attack came very quickly.
Now, speaking of,
Jennifer.
I was going to say, yes, so speaking of theory, we've got a comment coming in from our Twitter, our hashtag US Chess Champs, from I am Eric Rosen, who's also a Webster student, by the way.
Shout out to Eric. Very nice.
He's in the neighborhood, St. Louis guy now, of course. And he said that after 26 moves, the game between Tatev Abrahamian and Jennifer Yu is identical to Ray Robson and Trove at the 2015 U.S. Chess Championships.
Wow.
That's where I saw it. I remember I had seen this position, and I didn't remember where it was from, but we had analyzed this pretty carefully from that game. And Robson, I believe, won that game.
Yeah,
I believe he won that game pretty easily, if I'm not mistaken.
Yeah,
we got to go find out. But yes, I knew it looked like a mirror, like a ghost image in my head, and it was from last year. Go find that position.
Well, quite.
Yeah, indeed, it does look like Ray Robson won that game. Yeah, so interesting. We're having reappearing guests here at the U.S. Championship. Now, speaking of guests, we also have a caller on the line, so you can hashtag us at U.S. Chess Champs, the old-fashioned way, as we like to say, or you can call us on our hotline.
Hello, caller.
Hello, my name's Wes Matthijs, and I'm calling from Carson City, Nevada.
Hey, welcome.
Well, thank you. It's good to see you guys again this year. You guys put on a great show, and I mean, this is the best coverage in chess.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Okay, so my question, and I thank you for taking it, is that I'll paraphrase it. The situation with Kamsky and Nakamura, I thought their interviews were great. They explained, where they were coming from and their whole thought process, and I thought that they were both right on, and they played absolutely, perfect, professional, proper chess. I've been playing chess 960 for about a year and a half now, and I have about an 1800 rating in that. And my question is, given, the jet lag and the whole situation the way it was with those two players, or for that matter, any professional players, do you think that would have played out the same way in a chess 960 setting or scenario, or would it have possibly played out differently?
That's an interesting question.
Thank you for your question, Wes.
I think actually in chess 960, both players are huge fans of it. Gata Kamsky has talked to me about it. He'd love to play more chess 960 events. And of course, Hikaru Nakamura, former world champion in chess 960, or reigning because they no longer have the event in Germany anymore.
Right. And Hikaru played against Levon, who was the world champion in 960, and Hikaru won in that discipline. And to be clear, basically what chess 960 is you take the pieces on the front as well as the back row, and you change their positions around so that the sides mirror one another. And essentially what you're doing is you're taking away all of opening theory. And to the caller's question, it's 100% that you would not have had such a tepid game had they been playing a 960, because all theory is out and it would have been a full-body struggle. So does that mean that we should all be playing chess 960? Well, maybe in the future it will become more popular, but in the world of chess today, as we're seeing in this tournament, with 5 decisive victories in the first round in the Open, testifies there's still a lot to be said about classical chess in the starting position.
Yes, classical chess is still very much alive, but it's interesting to me that chess 960 or Fischer Random is actually super popular at the elite level. A lot of times I think it's the amateur fans who kind of want that feeling of recognition of the classic chess position, because there are certain positional concepts. Sure, chess is chess, and a lot of the same patterns come up in chess 960 too, but certain positional concepts, like let's take the example from yesterday with Wesley So, where he maneuvered his knights to F5. That's the kind of thing that an amateur player can see and actually execute and use in his own games. Whereas in chess 960, every single position is going to have a completely new set of those types of configurations depending on where the knights are. And I think it might make it even harder for a player to kind of get something from watching the best players in the world. So the fans need to like it first, in my opinion, and maybe they will. But in terms of opening preparation, I think it's a double-edged sword, because they won't have to prepare their openings, but then the game itself will be more tiring. So would it be worse?
Because you're starting on move one to really start to think.
So they would have a couple extra hours before the game that they wouldn't have to prepare, but then when they're at the game, they'd sweat even more. Very interesting question, though. Thank you for calling in, and keep them coming. We got an update from Maurice Ashley on one of our games from the Women's Championship.
Yes, and you're talking about opening preparation. We've seen the games go wild very quickly, lots of preparation, 19 moves, played just at a pace, more time on the clock. Take a look at this one. This is between Anna Zatonsky and Katerina Nemtsova. We highlighted this as an important potentially important game in the championship. But take a look at this position. They played this opening A6, B3, guarding the pawn, bishop to B4 check. We should go back to A6 for just a second. Black wants to take and then play the move B5. That's the point of A6. So B3, making that not as palatable in this position because you'll take back with the pawn. So check. The knight goes to D2. And now C5, a quick burst right away, trying to get rid of these pawns. Bishop to B2, keeping the tension. E takes D4, C takes D4, E takes D4. And now knight to E4, an early jump into the center of the board with this knight. And we see the pressure on the long diagonal. Interesting game at the moment. So, what's next? There have been no moves. We're on move 8. Now, I don't know if it's a relay error. I doubt it. Looks like they've played 8 moves. And if we look at the board, there is no relay error. They've only played 8 moves. 41 minutes each on the clock. They have already used more than half their time to play 8 moves.
Wow.
what is going on this board? The opening cannot be that complicated. We saw Akshat Chandra spend an hour to make one move. They're not doing that badly, but still, yes. Considering all the other games we've been following, games that have concluded, at least one game concluded already, they are playing, talk about a slow pace. This is going to turn into rapid chess. They have 32 more moves to make time control. 32 with 40 minutes on the clock. We're going to keep our eye on this game because we're going to see some blitz coming out of this one.
And I think Anna Satansky is sometimes known for getting into this type of time pressure. So my money is on her if it gets into that kind of time scramble. Like, she has experience in the big stage playing in those scrambles.
Well, true that, but Kate is no slouch where blitz is concerned. Quite an extraordinary contrast. On the one hand, you're seeing 20 moves of theory and the absolute duplication of the Ray Robson game of 26 moves, and on the other side of the tournament hall, you have these players spending all their time, over 8 quiet moves and trying to figure it all out. But we have a caller.
That's right. Hey, what's up? Where are you calling from?
Hi.
Hi.
This is David from California.
Hello, David.
And this is a question for Yasser, but it can be answered by other commentators if they feel like they can contribute. Yasser, we all know that back in days gone by, you were one of the greatest chess players in the world. And today, you're one of the greatest chess educators in the world. And by the way, I feel like that's a bigger contributor than a good chess player. But anyway, the question is, if you had a choice between the life that you lived as a chess professional back then, or even if you had the choice to live it again today as a chess professional today, how do you reconcile that with the life that you live now as a chess educator? Do you find one sort of persona, one kind of life more pleasant or enjoyable? If you had the chance, would you be a chess professional again today, or maybe a chess professional back in the day in which you played? Or do you find the life that you live now more pleasurable?
Well, first of all, David, thank you very much for the question, and tell me where I'm supposed to send my money because that was wonderful. I have been really, really blessed. I love being a chess professional. I thought that was so much easier than being a commentator, for example. I just loved playing chess and not being an event organizer and just having the responsibility of coming to my games and playing the best chess I could. I enjoyed the competition enormously, and I miss it. Especially, I look at these prize funds in this tournament and I said, let me get back in there. I'd like to throw some patties with these guys. As a chess educator, however, that's really more like a nourishment for the soul. I really enjoy the children's classes that I do here at the St. Louis Chess Club. Some of them get captured and put on the YouTube channels. And when the kids give me their smiles as they find the little answers and traps that I've set for them, I just feel wonderfully empowered. So I like both very, very much. If I had a choice, I would never have given up my professional competitive side, though. I enjoyed that much more.
Well, you can't really choose between the two because that's what makes up a lot of the material for all of these insights that you have now.
Exactly. If I wasn't a chess grandmaster, I don't think I could have been as good in chess lessons.
So another update from the Women's Championship by Maurice Ashley.
Indeed, and take a look at this position. You'll see this quiet game by Irina Krush and Sabina Feuser. Looks like back in the Reddy days, Reddy said, don't put your pawns in the middle of the board. Let the other side take the center. We saw Reddy beat Capablanca in a famous game playing just like this back then with knight f3. So what do you think is going to happen in this game? Well, e4 to start. That's a typical thrust after black has put a pawn in the middle of the board. Knight bd7 developing as far as black is concerned, and now f4. Another pawn shows up. All right, well, a couple of pawn moves. Maybe still in the spirit of the position. Well, after d4, let's trade on d7 and try out g4. Oh, wait a minute. What's up with the pawn moves? What are you doing here? Knight e8, knight f3, rook d8. Well, let's keep it going. H4. Check that out. You talk about a pawn storm. You might want to pick your king up and put it on the other side so you can feel a little bit more comfortable. But look at Irina Krush. 4 pawns going down the board, starting to attack, and she has gotten up from the board. She's got a little bit more time on the clock than her opponent does after 14 moves, with 47 minutes to 36 minutes. But still, it's only 15 moves, actually, move H4. So they've got 25 moves to go with not much time to play this position. So 2 top games in the women's side, on the women's side, burning a lot of that midnight oil with a wild future, a wild and uncertain future to go in these positions.
Wow, thank you, Maurice. As Irina Krush, chasing her 5th consecutive title in a row, is really going for a kingside pawn storm with this move H4. Funnily enough, we actually call this the London defense, right? Like what Gata Kamsky did today, only we call it the defense because black is the one with his bishop over here on H7 that gives the London defense its name. I'm not sure I really like this move knight E8, but it seems to me that white is the one having fun here. White's plan is pretty simple. Student body right. Just bring all of the bits and pieces over to the king side. Queen E1 to G3, rook on A to E1, and one
Bishop
day...
C1 at some point.
Right.
Just bring that bishop back in.
Right. One day you're either going to slap down F5 or G5 or maybe both. And
wait till time control. So
yeah,
it's Sabina actually.
Oh, pardon me. It's Sabine. Pardon me. Yes, you're right. Is going to be really defending the rest of this game. So I think she's just given her opponent too much space, too free a hand in this game.
Exactly, and it's so much harder to play than the computer engines might suggest. So if you're looking at this at home and they only give white like a tiny edge,
don't believe them.
Yeah, that's a fiction, because especially with the clock ticking down, it is really tough to play such positions with black. It's kind of like playing against the Grand Prix when you're not prepared.
Right.
You know, you're sure, like, you're still doing okay, but
you're under
white's
pressure.
Position's so easy to play, and you're so hard to play. You don't want to get into that because we are human.
Absolutely.
Meanwhile, we've got a position going on in the women's as well. I was just looking at this game between Baikatsev and Melikina, where Agata had just like a gorgeous knight on F5, very reminiscent of yesterday.
Well, sacrificed in exchange for a very promising position indeed. But Maurice, you had something you'd like to share?
Yes, really interesting chess. And, you know, one of the things you look at in chess, I remember Korchnoi, I know you worked with him, Yasser. A Korchnoi quote, one of the great quotes I've ever heard in my chess career, is that strong players, you can judge a player's strength by the exceptions that they find to the rule. Like, the point is, they don't play standard chess. They find moves that you go, wait, why'd you do that? You can do that? You're not supposed to do that. And take a look at this position here. This game between Varuzha Jacobian and Jeffrey Zhang. Jeffrey so far has been playing exceptions to rules this whole game. But queen b4, knight to b6, bishop to g2. And in this position, Jeffrey decided to play bishop takes c3. Now, I can see Edward Gufeld just rolling over in his grave that he had to give up his treasured bishop on g7, as he used to love that piece. But there goes that bishop trading for a knight in this position. And we're waiting for the next move. VAR probably didn't quite suspect this move, but queen c3 apparently is his only real way to play, and then he'll have to give back this pawn, and he has the option to take care, but I doubt that he will. He'll have to move his queen somewhere and allow a capture on the f4 square, and then the exceptional capture, g takes f4 instead of e takes on f4 is what the engines are giving. This position is supposed to be slightly better for white. Black could still smell this king in the position, but still this bishop is strong, this knight not so much, but it's equal material. So if I were black, I don't know that I'd be afraid of this position, although the bishop on G2 does give some cause for concern, and the engines are saying this is better for white. But I don't know. This position is fascinating. So that's one game that's crazy. Another game that's really interesting is this one. Now, this one's between Ray Robson and Onishchuk. Remember what happened with Gata Kamsky and Nakamura. Let's bounce back to here. This is the same position that they had on the board, and that led to a quiet, boring, peaceful draw. Well, no chance here because Onishuk moved his queen off of d8. Knight e5 happened, then a trade. The knight backed up. Now bishop b5, a6, another trade, queen a4. And then after these couple of moves, f6 played on the board, takes, and c4. And I mean, Yaz, when's the last time you saw this particular pawn formation in your career? I mean, look at this black pawns. That constellation I'm not familiar with. I don't see this in any classic books on pawn formations. This is a crazy, crazy position. And there was one more position I wanted to point out. This end game that was reached in this position, this one. Yes, this ending that we saw in the Ray Robson game in Caden Trofe. And took Tatev a while to remember, it looks like. She's played a long time before she played c4. And the Indians are really giving a big advantage to white right now. This pawn is really fast, and this bishop going down the board. She did not touch this one, of course, because of check, but c4. And now black has a lot to contend with. I'm afraid, despite her knowledge of opening theory, it looks like she's fallen into an endgame that looks much worse for her. And Jennifer, you looking at the board, but you see Tatev there looking very relaxed, like she has this game under control.
Thank you, Maurice. Also, I'd like to turn our attention to one of our co-leaders, Wesley So, who's playing against Chandra. And it was a very enterprising opening defense, of course, by Wesley, playing for a win by choosing the Caro Kann. You're not rising to my bait there, Jennifer.
And it's funny just because, I got a comment on the... I noticed a comment by Christian Chirilla, who's taking over the St. Louis Chess Club Twitter feed, and he said, bad opening choice by Quest to GM, Akshat Chandra. Just tell it like it is, man. It's Twitter.
Okay.
You got to edit your thoughts.
There you
no
go.
room to couch everything in euphemisms. Because Wesley is one of the most dynamic players in the world, and he can handle complications. So he actually did not like Akshat's aggressive treatment here.
Well, especially these pawns on h4 and h5 make a very strange impression. If black ever castles queenside, then certainly it's favorable for black to have those moves in. Conversely, if black is forced to castle kingside, then maybe white is very happy to have h4 and h5 in. But this move, knight b4, really put the pressure on white because this knight on b4 is really annoying. It's threatening coming to c2 with check, forking king and rook, hence the move castles. Now this nice move, queen b6, you can't play knight c2 immediately, of course, because then after knight e4, attacking the queen, a discovered attack on the queen, and suddenly this knight support on c2 is no longer there. The bishop on g6 just got electrocuted on that diagonal. So first queen b6, again knight c2 is a threat, as is queen takes d4. Now, this very enterprising, I'm simply going to say bad decision to play bishop g5 by Chandra. He's certainly overestimated his position. He's about to get himself into a world of hurt with this move, bishop g5. During our break, interestingly, Christian and I actually were analyzing together the ramifications of a line that went like this, which we thought was really sharp. Castles, knight takes h5, knight takes e5, and we were kind of preferring black, but we were hesitant to say that we liked black's game totally. Instead, after the move bishop g5, Wesley's Wesley quickly took over, in my view, as his knights dominate now the center.
And he's got a pawn as well.
And he has got a pawn. Maurice was mentioning this move, knight e4, that the engines like. Rook e1 was played instead. Check, takes, and it seems to me after this move g6, white's a pawn down, and black's got all the positional trumps that he could possibly want, either from a Caro Kann or from a French, in fact. And nothing here. This looks really, really bad for white.
Well, and he actually has played another move. He's played the move knight a4, trying to, execute a double attack with attack on the queen and an attack on the knight on d4. But black can respond to this with queen b4. And let's see Now,
why
if A3, I think we can play
nicely
knight.
back to D6,
we can also
or you
look
want
at knight F3 check. I don't know if that's good, but let's take a look.
Okay, well,
that's
knight
what
F3
commentary
check.
is for.
Well, maybe in this case I can see some little tricks.
Yeah, you're getting that move F5 in, indeed.
Because for the moment, your Black's king, that bishop on G5 is doing something good.
That's right, but we could also play the more sedate choice of just moving the queen back to protect the knight again.
Exactly.
Queen D6. And
I like keeping the control, actually, queen D6.
yeah, that does make a lot more sense. You just got to look at the tactics first.
I just don't, yeah, exactly. But I just don't believe in this pawn sacrifice. Maybe the engines have a different opinion, Maurice, or you've got another game to show us.
No, they agree with you.
Okay.
That's it. I left that game alone because it looks like he doesn't have the compensation he needs. Not quite. There was a little bit of a smidgen because they had the lead in development and the king is still in the middle, but not quite. But I'd like to get back to this game. Incredible development going on in the game between Irina Krush and Sabina Feuser. Take a look at this move. In this position, Black played knight to C7 and now G5. She prepared for this attack, going down the board, looking to open up the king side. A lot of people might take, you might consider playing the move H5, see if you could somehow shut down White's attack. Sabina said, you know what? Let's go for it. F6. F6. You're taught not to push the pawns around your king, and the engine is saying that was the best move. Attack these pawns that are coming at you with the move F6. Now, there's some things to be said for White's attack not being as strong as it could be because, after all, we're taught, make sure you have all your pieces over there first. So this bishop on B2, not in the act. This rook on A1, not in the act. The queen on D1, also not in the act. And this attack, attempting to prove that Black's pieces are way ahead in development, but not enough to stop what White's trying to do. So surprisingly, or maybe not so surprisingly, Black decides, I'm the one with the lead in development. I'm the one who wants to open up the game. Now, the engines did say this is the best move, but they still feel like White has a slight edge in this position. So talk about confusing assessments. Here, there's the move takes and takes. This move would now open up the Black king, but also giving Black an avenue to the White king, so Black could move over and move a rook over to the G8 square. So after F6, the engines give the more complicated move, bishop to H3, maintaining the tension, and also, don't ask me to explain this one, A4 on the other side, stopping what? Sorry, B5 and all that action, I don't think it's going to happen. So what we have right now is mass confusion. It's complete craziness, complete chaos, and Sabina now, after F6, is now at 33 minutes, Irina at 39 minutes. They have 24 moves to go, and look at the four-time reigning U.S. Women's Champion seeing this insane move appear on the board. And stylistically, this is not Irina's type of position at all. She doesn't like these completely chaotic positions, and she knows that her opponent is a very strong player, so she's feeling the tension after that last move as her opponent has put it to her with the Black pieces to prove that this pawn storm really has some teeth.
Interesting. So we got lots of action going on here today. And meanwhile, Akshat Chandra actually played a move that we hadn't considered against Wesley. So
Rook E4.
So Rook E4. And the thing is, it looks like after Bishop G7, Wesley so is holding on to that important monster on D4. But yeah, let's just go see. Like, I can understand why Akshat would think that there's like some possibilities here for White, because it does look like Black is like just getting there, like, you know, like some certain like only moves like Queen D6 and Bishop G7.
Well, don't forget that White's king is severely compromised as well. There are ideas. I think Bishop G7 is a fine move, but there are ideas like just sacrificing the exchange and saying, look, at the end of the day, Black's king is going to be a lot safer than White's king. So just keep in mind that there's an exit, plan.
Right, a worst case scenario.
Yeah, if Bishop G7 didn't, fit the bill, there is this.
I love that idea. The
escape.
emergency exit.
Yes,
it's so important because
pull the parachute,
hard.
Right?
It's hard to calculate all of the different possibilities for White. So it's good to know that you have some strategic options. Of course, the knight on A4 does not leave a good impression because, again, there's always another emergency exit idea is to sometimes consider that move knight F3 from before, where you're not winning the rook on E4 because of the queen takes F3, but you are distracting the queen from the defense of a4, although right now the rook is defending it as well. But
Right.
it just seemed like there's some potential tactics, because like eventually if everything's kind of loose in white's position, right? The knight on
Right.
a4 and
so,
like...
sorry, you were just saying that, for the viewership, you were saying there is such a tactic as knight f3, you know, to pull the emergency shoot if bishop g7.
Well, not now because of the rook on e4.
Oh, sorry.
But,
Oh.
And knight e2 also doesn't work because of queen takes e2.
And
so rook takes, yeah, everything is kind of held together now.
So, in a sense, rook e4 takes away knight f3,
Yes, it does.
which was available to move before, but now no longer available.
It feels like it
Excuse
might
me.
be there at some point, though. Like, for instance, after rook g5 and queenside castles, those discoveries might creep up into the position again at some point. But do we have a move? We do have the move bishop g7, so we'll see whether Akshat has something up his sleeve. Another game that really, really intrigues me is Shanklin's game against Fabiano Caruana, because that game is so important for the standings. You know, Nakamura talked
Our
about
two
Robson
tournament
being
leaders,
a big
yeah.
favorite, but I think that Shanklin's also a very likely dark horse, because the guy is so well prepared, and I think he's availed himself quite well in this position. You know, Fabi went into the confessional booth and said, hey, I'm sitting pretty, but right now his king is also sitting pretty on g3, and I don't mean that in a good way. I mean, I don't think he's like, you know, doing terribly here, but note that Shanklin can also be proud that he's playing against the #3 player in the world, and he's black. He's got 50% more time. And
50% more time. I haven't
Well-
heard that as a... Well, let's just chalk that up then.
30 minutes to 45 minutes.
Gotcha.
I can't say twice as much.
Okay, there
And
you go.
1.5 doesn't sound that impressive, so
No,
50%.
Yes, indeed.
So this is like, you know, I think this is going to be a real battle. The position's quite close. Do you still think that Fabi's got that pool that he bragged about in the confessional? And we love him going into the confessional, so let me
Right.
not use the word brag, but that he was excited about.
Oh, yeah. Well, he definitely preferred his position, and I certainly do as well. I really do. And the reason I do is because, again, as a French defense player, I'm looking for counterplay when my opponent has all of this space. These are beautiful pawns here, right? Talk, talk, talk. All, you know, pressing black. And the problem is basically black stuck. Should black play b4 prematurely in the idea of getting some counterplay, well, be careful. It's white who takes advantage of the open queenside. So if you do nothing as black, you just simply do nothing. Imagine I do something like the following. We're just going to make some bad moves for Sam for a second, just to show the type of position that where something could go wrong. After h5, g5, I'm going to move my knight over here to h3, and I'm going to break with f4. And
finally,
well, I'm saying that white does have a way of breaking through.
Got it,
and
yeah.
black can't just sit there and wait for his demise. He's going to have to do something active, and whatever he does that is active could easily rebound.
Well, we
so
could
I
just
like
activate.
white's position.
We could just activate our light squared bishop really easily.
How? How?
Sarcasm, Yasser. And we've got Grandmaster Alejandro Ramirez, who's co-chairing the live commentary here in St. Louis with Ben Feingold. He's got some thoughts to share.
Hello, everyone. I wanted to take a second and expand on that game that we were talking about. In the position here that I have on the board, we're taking a look at the game between Sam Shanklin with black playing against Fabiano Caruana with white in a very interesting position. And I want to take a look at this from the point of view of knowledge against creativity. When Fabiano Caruana goes into the confessional booth and analyzes this position as very pleasant for him, as maybe being a little bit of suffering for Shanklin, it showed to me he doesn't actually know everything about the opening. And it's interesting that chess is so hard and so deep that even a 2800 player doesn't really sometimes know what he's talking about. In this case, this position is not new, even though there's this nuance that we saw earlier when this knight went from h3 to f4 in 2 moves, which seems like a gain of tempo. Actually, Shanklin also played the move queen c7 earlier to f7 in only 1 tempo. Usually this queen has to go to f7, retreat to e8, and go to f7. to the point where this position has been seen more than 30 times on the database with mixed results. White has won some games, black has won some games, others have finished in a draw. And it seems to me that Shankland, because of the speed that he played once reached this position, was maybe more familiar with the plans. That's what I'm talking about knowledge. He very quickly plays the move bishop d7, shoots forward the pawns on the queen side in order to attack on this side. And the known idea here for White is actually to retreat the queen, more or less how Fabiano did, play g4, and then stick the king on d2 in order to defend the queen side. Fabiano, not knowing what the theory recommends, actually comes up with a very clever plan of playing f3 and putting the king on g3, maybe more out of harm's way on the queen side, but making his life more difficult on the king side in order to make progress on this side of the board. It's interesting how grandmasters can come up with new ideas and approaches when they don't actually know the variations that they're playing, because they're forced to come up with new ideas. And I'm not sure that Caruana has refuted this variation over the board, but I love seeing that there's new blood and new interesting ideas in positions where apparently people had thought they had analyzed everything. It's clear that there's a lot of play in this position. It's very unclear, and one of my favorite things about it is that the computer knows absolutely nothing about it. There is no way that the computer with such a close structure can come up with decent moves. In fact, it wants to play very slowly with both sides in what we know as humans to be a very sharp position. I love where this game is headed, and I'm excited for how it will end.
Alejandro.
Very nice exposition there.
And we do have Sam Shankland having just played the move bishop e8. I can't remember how you played the move h5, but we do have something from Maurice, and also exciting matchup tomorrow that we're going to talk about in just a bit. But first, Maurice Ashley with an update from the women's.
Yes, following the Women's Championship is really fascinating this round, as we're seeing so many clashes of generations playing, and also stylistic games, wild stylistic games, divergences from normal style. Let me just explain that in English. First of all, this position here, if you remember yesterday, Wesley So put a knight on f5 and demolished, and I mean demolished, Gadakomsky. Well, we're seeing an echo of this happen in the game between the young Akshita Gorty and Nazi Pakidze. This one, in this position, Black played c5, looking for a break on this side. The Indians say maybe not ideal because of the move that the youngster in fact played. The move knight to f5 did appear on the board, and remember, Kasparov almost gave himself a pawn when he got a knight on f5. And a knight on f5 is worth a pawn. This knight is extraordinarily dangerous on the square. You have to be very careful for what it can do, and you're not really competing against it. There's all kinds of sacrifices possible. I'll give you one example that the computer shows. Bishop to b7, knight to e5. Out of nowhere, this idea, giving away a pawn. It looks like, what are you doing? I just stole a pawn from you. Well, wake up and smell the coffee, because knight g7 is on the board. And if you take, you're looking for the right discovery, just like in the Wesley So game, let's get the queen and bishop on the same diagonal. And now let's talk chocolate, because now your king is going to go down. All kinds of discoveries where the queen appears into the position, and the black king, with all these pieces on this side not helping out at all, is in serious trouble. The Indians already giving a rook to black, to white in this position, a rook edge and more, as this king is in deep trouble. As you can see, two bishops, rook and queen, attacking a denuded king. So this position after knight to f5, let me go back here, knight to f5, and she's really in the driver's seat as far as the Indians concerned. In fact, the Indians saying it's so bad that it's time to sack a pawn. Just give a pawn up right now. That's one game with knight f5. Here's another game with a knight on f5. Another youngster against another vet. Agata Baikovtsev playing with this knight on f5. Lot different though, not the same big attack, but we see the knight sitting on the f5 square. And I'd like to bring your attention to this game as well. Irina Krush has been tanking for some time in this position before she finally played the move queen to e1. We saw her here, sorry, actually the game plays here, f6, bishop c1, trying to bring her bishop back, queen shifting to e8, and now queen e1. Both women trying to get their pieces closer to this side of the board. So a crazy position with half an hour essentially to make 20 moves. But that doesn't compare. It's almost luxurious the amount of time they have based on number of moves. As a3 has been played, what is going on here? They are not making any moves in this game. Somebody wake up the two players. Anna Zatonsky with only 23 minutes and 38 seconds to make 29 moves. That's insane.
Bad time management there, Maurice.
It will be fun for us, at least. And Josh Friedel, who's been tweeting at our hashtag US Chess Champs, had some funny lines about that. He said that they're going to be playing bullet chess while the game between Jennifer Yu and Tatev Abrahami, and they can go ahead and play correspondence chess because they pounded out so many moves so quickly. So
exactly.
Polar opposites there in the Women's Championship. And before we go on break, we've got to take a quick look again at Chandra So, because some intriguing things have just happened. We were talking about how there's no clear continuation for Chandra, and his pieces lack some harmony here.
Right.
Even though the bishop on g5 looks pleasing to the eye, the knight on a4 obviously in bad shape. So Chandra decided to just go for it, and he gives up another pawn here with the move knight to c5.
And queen takes b2 was quickly played by Wesley. Thank you very much. Pocketing yet another pawn.
And now you would anticipate that Chandra might be after the move rook b1.
Exactly.
But I guess one of the issues here is that after queen c3 trying to hold on to all the marbles, we do have the idea of knight f3 in mind now. I've been trying to play this move forever. So, ultimately you really wanted to take on b7 with the rook, not with the knight.
Right.
But is that actually working?
I think it's just simply a very bad position for Chandra, I'm afraid to say, for his fans. After the move knight f3 check, you're just going to take this bishop, and guess what? Once that bishop goes, there's not too much glue holding White's kingside together. So I think Wesley is looking like he's really, really happy camper. There's a material ahead. The clock times, too. We're talking about clock times.
It's a lack of coordination, indeed. He's only got 7 minutes. Now, what happens if we took with the rook? Is there just out of curiosity, so you can just snack on, we don't have any good checks. You can just take on c5, huh?
Oh, you meant rook e7 check, and you're just kind of fishing for something.
Just trying to see if there's anything in any of these variations. But yeah, because I obviously wanted to take with the rook. So, meanwhile, Maurice, any cool variation there?
Well, cool variation is what happened on the board, and just shows why these guys are world-class players. Take a look at this. In this position, he did not play rook b1. He played rook to c4, challenging the knight to find a move. He's got all kinds of threats, maybe sacrificing on e6. If this knight moves, this bishop is a pain in the neck, and it looks as though if the knight moves, he also has rook to b4, sneaking in ahead of this queen, not giving black anything whatsoever. In this position, White is better, except for one move. And that is rook takes g5. And guess what? Wesley found that move. He understood that this piece had to get off the board because black has threats. This one moment, the only move for him was rook takes, and the engines give him as way better after this exchange sacrifice. Getting rid of this piece, you could take with whatever you want. Now he gets to castle, nice and easy, and White is simply left with nothing to play for. 2 pawns for the exchange. This pawn is just snackalicious. These pawn structures, terrible. This bishop is a beast, and White simply has nothing.
I love this move, rook takes g5, so much because some of my students who don't castle enough, it's just like the perfect position to be like, what do you do? Rook g5 so that you can castle. Because we've been trying to queenside castle all game here, but they kept telling us it was illegal. Like you tried to move in the chess base.
They wouldn't let us do it on the screen, right?
Carol's wrecking, unfortunately, if you tried that, she would make you actually play king to f8. So don't try that over the board. Well, if Wesley does end up winning this game, he is going to soar to 2-0, and he's got a big game tomorrow. He would be playing against Fabiano Caruana. Both of them have 1 point to start the tournament, but 2 interesting games, obviously So on top, and Caruana in a very heated battle that could go either way. I mean, all of 3 ways, right? That game could be a win, a loss, or a draw. It's going to be really exciting to watch. So definitely keep yourself tuned and glued to the screen tomorrow because a very big matchup that could determine the winner of the championship. And now we are going to go on break as these games approach the excitement of time control.
Right.
And
we have a puzzle.
Leave you with a little puzzle so that your brain won't get too tired over the break.
Right.
See you in a few. Hey, welcome back to the 2016 U.S. Championships and U.S. Women's Round 2. Got some really exciting battles underway. But first, the puzzle that you all solved successfully while getting a bite to eat and doing 20 push-ups, 30 squats, all that.
Right.
You guys are just great multitaskers. Maurice has a solution for you.
Well, this is a fascinating position that we have here, the game between the young Ray Robson playing against Gorovets in Cleveland in 2015. This position is interesting because normally when you have a pin like the one you have here, you see the trebling along the D-line. Black is hammering at this bishop as much as you can hammer at a bishop. Like, this bishop looks like it's under as much pressure as possible, but you simply can't take it, despite the fact that the bishop has only 2 defenders and you have 4 attackers. You can't really go after it yet without your queen being the one to capture on the second move. So what did Robson do? Well, he found a very nice move, queen to A4, getting his queen out of there and really aggressing this bishop in a big way. But the beautiful thing about this move is that it also eyeballs the rook, so the queen cannot come and help out in any way. There's just nothing to do. You can't move the bishop to defend because the rook will be captured. So his opponent played rook to A3, attacking the queen, and Robson continued with the move queen to D7. Now his queen is in back of the action, and now suddenly too many pieces hitting this bishop, the pin down the D line, and he went on to win the game. So a very nice maneuver on the part of Ray Robson there, just doing the old switcheroo. Not quite Alekine's gun where you'd have to switch the queen and rook, but good enough in order to win this piece, that bishop on D3. And Ray Robson, as we know, is one of the dark horses to do well. Nakamura himself gave Ray a good chance to potentially contend for this title. I don't think he's going to hand anything over to Ray at all, as you see Ray sitting there playing against former champion Alexander Onishchuk.
And just an interesting matchup about that webcam shot. The man in the white, Alexander Onishchuk, was Ray's teacher at one point in their careers. Helped coach Ray, and it's teacher versus student.
That's right. No,
Has the student gotten better?
Or the former teacher.
The former teacher. There you have it.
And we've got a lot of action in other games. One game that's been intriguing us all around, Caruana versus Shanklin. Shanklin does have double the time now. That was there. You know, it's hard because it seems like that king on G3 is terrible, but it really just doesn't come up in any variation, right? It actually is perfectly fine.
Perfectly well posed.
But after this move B4, which you were trying to get through in different variations.
Well, the thing that I really want to draw the viewers' attention to is the very cramped nature of Black's position. If you just look at his pieces, king on G8, rook on F8, queen on F7, knight on E7, bishop on E8. They're clustered, they're huddled together. And again, I was explaining that this break on B4, you can't just wait for white to increase the pressure. You have to create some counterplay. Sam Shanklin did, but then the problem is when the positions opened up, the player who has better positioned pieces, in this case the knight on F4, the rooks on B1 and A1 are better positioned than the rook on F8, the position's going to open up to white's favor.
So you do not agree with Alejandro. You're still on Team White. I like the disagreement now.
From start to finish.
If Fabiano had tried to take on B4 instead of playing rook to B1, note that Black would have the move C3. So you can't take on C3 because the queen takes F4 check. So we're going to end up capturing on B4 anyway. Although this would also be a possible variation for Fabi. And probably he looked at this as well, trying to assess whether invading with the rook on A7 was good. But, you know, we've got more action on another game. Actually, it looks like Alexander Shabalov. I loved his confidence yesterday, even though he lost against Ray, Ray executing that dazzling tactic. Shabalov's like, that's not going to happen again. And true to form, today it looks like he's the one executing the tactics against Alexander Lenderman, if you want to move to that game.
I will in just a second, because I did want to say that I do really admire the choice that Fabi made in his game, and we'll get to that game of Shabazz in a moment. But this move, rook to B1, really puts the pressure on Black now. Black will likely have to play the move B for B3. And
why can't we play B? Let's just look at the tactics. B takes C3, you just take our rook, and then we take on D2, and you just play queen takes D2. Is that just the end of the story?
Simple. I
Take
think so.
Queen D2, and then I was just wondering because F3 is hanging, so we might have like a G5 type idea.
Exactly.
Yeah. Maybe you just don't take on D2 right away.
You mean just play some move like Queen, or maybe I can just
Yeah.
move the knight, either Queen E3, or maybe moving the knight. I didn't look at the exchange sacrifice as being anything pertinent in the position. Let's say I move my knight. I want to take this pawn.
Yeah, okay, so you still can't take the pawn because the queen takes F3, but you're going to play F4 and then take the pawn.
Yes.
Yeah, that looks like a pretty good idea.
And if you do play the move B3, then I just simply wanted to say, well, look at the position after rook A7, and again, drawing your eye to the difficulty that black is going to have in this position of simply finding moves. One day, H4, H5 is and trying to get to the G6 squares on white's agenda. So I really like Fabi's position, and he has 17 minutes to 28 minutes for Sam Shanklin. So Sam having some trouble on the position, but at least not on the clock. And then you were mentioning the game of Alexander Shabalov. Let me get down to that game. I'll bring that up on my screen, saying that one's heating up too. This has been a wild game. I haven't understood a lot of the moves by the players, but you were going to draw our attention to a particular line of play.
Well, it just looks, in this position after knight e4, pawn e4, rook g1, I mean, it looks like it's just all black. We've just got this beautiful attack, and we haven't sacrificed any material for it. We could play just queen d5 here, threatening checkmate. I mean, well, yeah, it is threatening checkmate in one, and you can't play bishop c4. I guess you would have to play. I mean, do you have to weaken your position with a move like A3 or B3?
I'd probably, in this case, have to go with B3. Be a man, play it like Sergei Karyakin did.
Play like a girl.
Play it like Sergei Karyakin did when he had such a difficult choice of having to weaken his king against Fabiano Caruana in that last championship game that they played in Moscow. B3 with the idea of anchoring the bishop on C4. I love black's position. Why? Because of his incredibly safe king. I love his safe king. Whereas white's king, look, there's a lot of things hanging over the position for white. If there's one problem in the position for black, it's the knight on H5. I'd love to involve that knight. If the knight was on D5, I'd probably consider the position winning for Alexander Shabalov.
Well, the thing is, after queen d5, b3, you further weaken your position. And I'm wondering if I could get into the c file somehow, like just play queen c5, and I might be able to get my queen to a3 as well, which would be a kind of juicy square.
As well as
well, I'm threatening queen c1 now.
Check and mate.
So you have to move your bishop on e1 was my thought.
Well, you know, if I were in white shoes, I'd really want to trade the queens, quite frankly.
No.
I tried to play something as gross as this, but maybe you would do the same.
Yeah, still queen a3, and that's the nice thing about having that the safe king, as you point out. We can even give up a pawn, and our king is still safer.
Exactly.
That's a bad sign.
That's a very bad sign, and this is all she wrote.
Maurice, do you have some comments on that game? Is Shabalov going to reel this one in? What do you think?
Well, first of all, I want to get to this position right out of the opening. Let's back up just one move. They castled on opposite sides in this position, in this slot Miran-type structure, of anti-Miran structure. And Lenderman decided, you know, I want to play it safe. Because back here, if I even go further back, bishop d6, the move g4 has been the one that players like to play now, super aggressive, except Shabalov has been on the black side of that and on the white side several times. So he decided to play very calmly with bishop d2, but after castles, now he castled queenside. Now, Shabalov is up to school. Unlike a guy like Kamsky, Shabalov said, I lost yesterday. That means I have to win today. And that was his attitude when he played the move b5, despite having the black pieces, b5, cb5, c5. This is how black plays for initiative out the opening in this line. This is a wild variation, and the players with the black pieces play like this constantly. You can look at the nuances of this position as he's down material here, a pawn, but he's able to get an attack going with his pieces. Look at the fluidity of the game. He's got lots of energy on this side of the board, and it doesn't take him long to get things going, but we'll jump ahead because he now has a fantastic position, virtually winning position according to the engines. This one is supposed to be over, virtually over. If he plays the move queen to d5, this move is very strong. In fact, attacking this pawn, the very simple attack. But here's the deal. Queen d5, b3 looks like a very solid move. Unfortunately, the paradoxical bishop takes on d4. Who's going to play that? We saw that before in the game with Jeffrey Zhang playing against Kobian. Bishop takes d4. But in this position, it's actually just winning. After takes, queen takes on d4, and you've given up this bishop, but the problem for white is that the pressure of these pieces is so strong, and the biggest threat of all is the move e3. Don't do anything silly. Let me play something like h3 just to show the point. Well, actually, there are other threats in the position as well. h3 loses to rook c1 check. Check that out. Now king takes, and unfortunately, queen a1 comes in the board, and rook takes. So I'm trying to make not a terrible move that loses in a macabre fashion. Let's play this one, bishop f2. Now the move e3 comes in, and look at this bishop getting unleashed along the long diagonal. The king is virtually surrounded. So Shabalov had a fantastic opportunity there, but paradoxical. This is the point. Even you guys, when you saw queen d5, b3, you were suggesting moves. What should we do here? It's like we're blind. We're just humans. We're like, we don't even look at bishop takes d4. Why would we do that? Look at that beautiful bishop on the long diagonal, and we're just not going to look at it. I didn't look at it as my first move. That is for sure. I would have spent some time looking and looking and looking, because you just don't want to give up your dark square bishop. You figure they're going to defend the position, but that was the winning maneuver. Instead of doing that, Yaz, you said, what's the problem? That knight on h5, that's the problem with black's position. And Shabalov, much like we humans, he heard you and he said, you know what, let me bring my knight back in the game. Like, that's how regular people play chess. This move, however, the engines totally decry and say, you lost a major part of your advantage playing a logical move. Right now, black is still better, but a second ago, black was virtually winning. Queen d5 was like, you're going to get killed. Knight f6, now you got an edge, dude, but it's not the same anymore. And black has given away much of it. Let's see if he can start to reel home the point in human fashion. Again, his opponent has actually moved after this move. He's played the hyper-aggressive h4. What a fascinating move. I hate to tell you guys, the engines don't like that one either, but knight d5 is possible. But it's going into the chaotic universe now where computers might know what's going on, but we humans have to play the game based on what we know. And here we go. It's going to be a wild finish.
Thank you, Maurice. It amazes me how oftentimes a natural move, such as knight f6, what human players want to play, re-centralize the knight, does get frowned upon by chess engines, and they say, oh, you missed a tactical opportunity. Very easy to miss the tactical opportunities. Strategic play is pretty easy. Put your pieces on good squares, and that was what Shaba was trying to do with this move, knight f6. I'll draw.
Easy for you to say.
Easy for us to say.
Strategy master.
Is easy.
Although Shabalov, of course, being known for his great tactical and paradoxical play, that idea of having computerized and looking at all the different possibilities, I feel like that's something that Shabalov, even before computer training, was well known for.
Exactly. Well, he's really always been so tactically alert. He's always looking for those shots. We got to a very nice position I liked very much for Wesley So. The exchange sacrifice that we had talked about, castles, knight b3. And I was, quite frankly, surprised by the move knight
because
takes
he seems to acquiesce
b3.
to this. Oh, well, he just wants to play queen a1 and rook d1?
Which is what he did, is what he did. And he's going on a king hunt, and I get it. But I really liked black's knight much, much more than I liked white's knight. And I wouldn't have been, I would have been very reluctant, let me put it that way, to trade knights.
So
I would have probably played
a little rush to you.
Well, definitely, because first of all, there's this move knight f5, and again, it's very easy to be drawn to this idea of forking the rooks. But just, you know, like as a French defense player, we just love having our knights on f5, as well as control of the only open file.
Because h4 is under attack in some of those variations. But question, isn't this still really good for black? I mean, queen takes b3, queen a1 check, rook d1, queen c2. So now
With the very
we always
straight-
got to be looking for these rook takes c6 perpet ideas, right?
Precisely. The perpet ideas is what, otherwise it would be really just nice to just go king hunting. If your king was ultra, ultra safe and you could, blow white's king out of its bunker on the king side, it'd all be good. But the ramifications of rook takes c6 should stop you from getting too excited.
Is that so clear though? I can't run away with my king, right? Because rook c6, pawn c6, queen c6. I was just noticing that my the d4 square isn't available, but after king d8, you just have other ways to get at me.
Well, again, I'm just hoping to. I would love to bail out of this position if I was white, if I could get a perpetual check. But I think black is going to have to take the tempo along just to go king c7 here. Maurice,
he's got
rook
a
takes
Sabina.
c6.
He's
Oh,
got a
sorry,
Sabina,
you got a
Irina
Sabina
crash
again.
update.
Okay.
Well, let's take a look at the clocks on that one, guys, because Akshat Chandra has completely mishandled his time yet again. He has only 1 minute and 15 seconds. 1 minute and 15 seconds left on the clock in this one, so that one is pretty bad, I would say. I wouldn't like to have 1 minute and 15 seconds against the number 10 player in the world.
Right.
I'm just saying. But another game that's crazy, we looked at on the ladies' side, Irina Krush, Sabina Foiser, they proceeded apace. After this move, queen e1, a trade on g5, followed by another trade on g5, followed by another trade on g5, followed by another trade, this time on f1, and now the move e5, and they have 20, make that 18 moves left in the game. It is black to move after the last move, which I have not updated as yet. We'll get an update on that in a second. But this position, she played bishop to d2 in this position. So black has 18 moves to make. White apparently only slightly better. Black with 15 minutes and 40 seconds. White with 19 minutes and 54 seconds. 19 moves to make. Anything could happen in this game, and probably anything will happen in this game. But they basically have like eons left in their game compared to the other game that's of interest that we've been following on the women's side. This one between Anna Zatonsky and Katerina Nemtsova, where Anna has found herself with only 12 minutes left. 12 minutes to play 25 moves. I mean, that's just not a responsible way to handle your time. Katerina doesn't have much more time either. She's at 14 minutes. We are basically looking at a rapid game now. As this one, we're going to have to keep our eye on these games because I would say blunder alerts are everywhere. They're going to make about 7 or 8 moves. They're going to make them in a flurry, and it's going to be like bad move, bad move, bad move because they're nervous and playing quickly. You see Anna there with a pen in her hand. She's not just thinking. She's ready to write. I mean, it's like, go ahead. I know you're going to move. I'm ready to write. And now she's trying to get back, and Katerina just really trying to stay focused, but her time is ticking down on every single move. So we're going to follow, every second now. She's just not moving. I mean, what has happened to these women? They've just been hypnotized for the last 3 hours. Completely insane. They're in the opening still, guys. Unbelievable position there.
Thank you. Yeah, we have it. We have actually a listener or our viewer who hashtagged us at US Chess Champs and said that for every move that comes in under 10 seconds till the time control, he's going to take a shot. So that is not recommended. This gentleman might not be able to get off on the floor at the end of the time scramble. Of course, they always have a 30-second increment, but they like to build on that, especially if it's an easy decision.
A capture.
So yeah, a capture or a forced move, so that they can build it up a little bit when they have a tough decision to make. Some of you guys are calling in, and we will suggest that when it's around time control, we still love your input, but make it about the game, so that if you have a question about a game or a thought about the direction that a game is going on,
especially during a time trouble,
we can bounce to that game, and then after the time control, you can maybe take some more general questions about history and chess improvement. But keep the calls in, the suggestions coming in at hashtag US Chess Champs and our hotline.
And I've been following the game of Fabiana, but Maurice, you have something to share.
I'll throw it back to you real quick. Just want to look at other women's games. Carissa Yip, one of the tournament leaders right now. Look at the position we saw Ray Robson get the 3 pieces, the 3 majors on the file. Carissa has achieved that as well. She has a slight advantage here as black simply isn't in any danger whatsoever. So this one is good for her. This one, we thought that Jennifer Yu was going to go down quickly. She found a way to bring her king right at that pawn, make it life difficult, and she's got protected passer on this side as well, a 4-against-1 majority. Not so easy to play this position either, and both players under 30 minutes. So fascinating games on the women's side.
Wow, that was the two bishops versus the rook game, the Ray Robson game from yesteryear. I've been following this game of Fabiano Caruana versus Sam Shanklin because I do feel that this is such a big game for the tournament standings and amongst the favorites.
We got a mysterious rook move. I love these.
Yeah, I like the rook move. And Sam played knight c6. He didn't want to play that variation with b3. He's keeping an eyeball on this pawn on d4. So Fabi played the move queen e3. I love these building moves, these consolidating moves that just protect everything. The move queen e3 protects the pawn on d4, protects the knight on c4, essentially unleashing this bishop and now finally threatening to capture this pawn on b4. Reluctant or not, Sam played the move b3, and now we see this time and time again in French winnowers that with the a pawns off the board, this bishop, this dark square bishop that basically is blocked in, hemmed in, useless, suddenly becomes a monster on this a3 diagonal.
There's a famous Fischer game with this maneuver,
absolutely,
correct?
absolutely.
Who was it against? I can't remember, but
it'll come back to me as soon as the broadcast is over.
Somewhere in my 60.
Yeah.
Yeah. So
Bishop c1, classic maneuver. Bishop d7, making room for the rook. And am I up to date? I think they've just played one more move. I'm clicking, but yes, there it is.
There's the bishop.
There's the bishop. Bishop a3, and Sam decided, look, I don't want to see this bishop land on d8, on d6 with a tempo as well. Let me get in b3 takes e2, and it is now Fabi to play. 14 minutes versus 20 minutes. I think it's just time to come over and rope up this pawn on c2. And again, I think that one day this move h5 is going to land on black's position, and it's going to land really hard. Maurice.
And in another game, talking about landing really hard, it looks like Ray Robson is beginning to outplay, or has outplayed, his former teacher in this position here. He played the move rook to e1. And when you have a pawn structure like this, what is one of the problems with it? The problem is you haven't seen it before, so you're thinking, how do I handle these crazy pawns of mine? I mean, the pawns are all over the place, and although you're worse, you still need to find good moves. Well, the good move here, which pawn do you want to touch of all of these pawns? The engine says you must play this one, a4. Seriously? Whoa. I'm not going to play that one. That's ridiculous. That's just stupid. Why would I do that? But check out why. What's going to happen now, bishop a6, and the engine says, you're going to die now. Sorry. Takes first on d5, and blast open the position with the move e4. Your bishop left control of that. And now after d4, trying to keep the position solid, whoop, there comes the queen to the a4 square that you should have had under control. Now the queen is threatening to come into c6. The e6 pawn is going to hang. This rook, this bishop is going to be under total pressure. And now black is in deep trouble. The engines are giving almost a 2-pawn edge. It looks like ownership will go down if Robson finds the correct moves. And he will go to a 2-0 start. It would be a spectacular start here in these championships.
Wow, and that would be a big win. Alexander Onishuk, one of the most solid veterans the United States chess scene has ever seen. He just doesn't lose that many games. How did he do last year? Did he lose a game last year? I'm trying to recall.
Well, I know that he still has a record for 12 undefeated streak. It's actually, he actually beat Kamsky for this record yesterday. They were both in an 11-game non-losing streak in the first round of the championship.
Oh, I see.
In their first U.S. Chess Championships.
And since Gata lost and Onishuk was the only draw, right?
And Onishuk drew, he maintains the streak. So and he only, I think he moved here in around 03 or something. So he, basically almost every championship that he's played in.
I think he was here. Wasn't he here before that? He seems he's such a fixture on our U.S. teams. I seem to feel like he's been here forever, but you may very well be right. Time passes by, but a great player.
Time passes by, but he still looks exactly the same, right?
He hasn't changed that much, that's for sure. A great player, but under pressure today in his game with Ray.
And meanwhile, that game between Shabalov and Lenderman, despite Shabalov not finding that winning continuation, still seems to be sitting pretty with the much better position even material, but well, down upon actually, but just a really pleasant position for black. If you want to take a look at Lenderman, Shabalov.
I do, as soon as I get my mouse working. Yes, I think I.
So he has succeeded in his goal of improving the knight position. I know it wasn't technically the best move, but it kind of makes sense because now he's got that knight reconfigured to d5, and meanwhile, White's going to have some issues, I think, with the c3 and the b2 square, holding on to everything. He's played the move rook c1, but what can we do here? I'm trying to play a combination of queen b4 and bishop d4. If we play bishop d4 and queen b4, is that not winning?
Well, you kind of want to play like queen b4 and knight e3, and then bishop d4 or queen b. Well, let's start with the obvious.
If I just play bishop d4 and queen b4, I'm threatening b5 and I'm threatening c3, aren't I? Or a queen b4 first, maybe. I don't know. The move order is the mother of all tactics. So one way or the other. I mean, so I've got pressure on the b5 bishop. It is protected by the queen on e2, of course, but I'm threatening knight c3. King a1 looks terrible to me because it's like closer
queen b3, amongst other things. But yeah,
or should we just play queen b4 right away?
Well, that's the thing. I'm in the Edward Gufeld camp.
Don't give it up the bishop if you don't have to.
Not unless you're really getting something very, very substantial.
The only thing is it leaves White with the extra defensive option of knight b3. Although I gotta say that looks really ugly. It maybe allows me to play this like pretty move rook a2 and just kind of like start giving stuff away. Can we check it out? Like
sure.
if you play knight b3 here, can we just try rook takes a2 with the idea that we're just gonna go? Oh, hey.
No, I'm not going to let you go for rook a8.
Sorry.
Checkmate.
Sorry, I forgot. I missed.
Okay.
I missed the in-between move.
Excuse
me, guys.
No. I guess you got to give it up.
Yeah.
But the variation.
I had lots of other ideas.
Yes.
I mean, the knight on b3 is just not a pretty defender at all.
No.
Meanwhile, update in Gorty Pakidze by Maurice.
Yes, huge development in this game. Remember, we saw that knight on f5 being very powerful, but after bishop to b7, she did not play knight to e5. Instead, she retreated with knight d2. Of course, you figure a retreating move is not in the spirit of the position. She didn't want to sacrifice. Maybe she didn't see the knight g7 sack and how it would work. But in this position, black changed the whole nature of the game by trading. And now after bishop f4, check king b1, g6. And suddenly it was black who had been completely solid now with nothing to worry about. A trade happened on this square. Another knight appeared on d6. And in this position, the engines like bishop f3 sacrificing in exchange here, or even rook to e7 would be okay. Instead, she played rook e6, knight takes, and rook takes. Black is still doing better here. And the engines found a very interesting idea. Look, queen can jump to c8 with a check and pick off the rook. So why not play this move, knight e5, and with the threat of going down in this position, trading off this piece, and potentially if you can trade off these knights, let's say after rook to b8, you can trade off these knights like this, then you can play the move rook g4 and start to push black back. But instead, in this position, after rook takes on b7, the youngster found another move, not as good, but certainly tricky. She played the move knight to d6 and said, hey, I got the same threat. She found the idea with maybe the off move, but this one is different. And the question is, after this move, rook to b8 was played in the game, what are you going to do next? And the position is now possible for her to play this crazy idea. The number one choice by the engines, knight takes on f7, explosive moves, king takes on f7, and now the move bishop to c4, threat to the g6 pawn, pinning along this line, and clearly things have gotten wild. The engines give knight e5 and say black's better in this position, but certainly crazy chess afoot in that game, and both sides, Chito at only 8 minutes and change left to play the move with Nazi at 19 minutes. And the question is, will she play it or will she just retreat? Will she have the confidence to make this move? And you see there, Nazi's like, I'm not going to show you anything at all on my face. And there it is. She has played the sacrifice. Indeed, it's on the board. The youngster going for it with this move. And Nazi knows this time it's dangerous.
Thank you, Maurice. All across all the boards, it seems like there's exciting chess being played, sacrifices galore. We're being spoiled. I mean, we got off to an amazing start in round 1, and the players are keeping the pace here in round 2. I'm looking at the game of Wesley So. Wesley did something I found incredibly intriguing. Remember, we were very happy to get our king over to the queen side and get out of dodge? Well, guess what he did? Instead of going for those checks, he was afraid of rook c6, perpetual down the way. He moved his king over to the king side. He wants to.
Wow.
He wants to get his king.
What an amazing maneuver!
Yeah,
so
a little
rare.
King walk.
Never seen that before. Castle and queen side followed by castle and king side.
Well, he's probably thinking, you know, that this loyal defender on g7 would be a nice person to get behind. And after this move, rook b4, it appears that, oops, black is going to be reeled backwards. In other words, be forced to play the move rook d1. Not at all. Wesley played rook c1 so that he could make this move b5 without suffering the loss of the c6 pawn. Now he's saying to white, what are you doing about your rook on b4? Isn't it just simply misplaced? And he's putting his pawn majority to use. So very nicely and an intriguing style by Wesley So.
And don't forget that Akshat only has 56 seconds left. He still has 8 moves to make, and with his king on f3, that's no easy task. So perhaps Wesley would have been better off with your more solid move, though, with the knight f5. Now that we're looking at this position, we're like wishing,
yes,
perhaps wishing we could go back in time, but still, this is not going to be easy for the quest to GM, because the quest to a draw here with 56 seconds is going to be a tricky one, which So is going to put a lot of traps in his way.
Of course.
Can he do it? Maurice?
Guys, he's been at a minute plus for the last 5 or 6 moves. He's still just keeping up the pace is white. And now the engines actually are saying that Wesley has basically almost no advantage at all in the position. Crazy as it sounds, Yasser, yes, the maneuver king d8, king e8 was not what he should have done. And this maneuver, in this position, they like the king being over on this side. That is the engines, I'm saying. And or moves like bishop e5, but king on b8 staying solid was what the engines wanted. Wesley decided he wanted to make some hay on this side. King f3, king to e8, rook b4, rook c1, queen e2, b5. We're in this position here after rook to b3, and in this position we see that this position looks almost fine for white. It's hard for black to figure out exactly what to do, but there is a result we have right here. It looks as though the game is over, and Ray Robson in this position after playing queen to a4, his move bishop a6, he played bishop back to b7, turned out to be a blunder after this simple double attack. Bishop, pawn under attack, your position is going to collapse, and Ray Robson quickly, I mean just shockingly, has won his game on his Shook Street, done, not losing in the championship, and the student has defeated the teacher in this heavyweight matchup and now going to 2-0, and he is in clear first as we stand in the U.S. Championships.
Wow, congratulations, Mr. Robson.
That's right.
Wow, that's a big, big win against a very tough player to beat, Alex Onishuk. And it happened with this horrifying blunder. At this moment, after the move rook e1, Maurice was, well, it's a crazy position, a very original pawn structure, what can I say? Instead of essaying the engine's move, a5, a4, just to shut white's queen out of the a4 square, it seems like bishop a6 was mistimed. This very, very nice move, e4, and queen a4 really seizing the initiative, bishop b7, blunder, simple double attack, queen b3, attacking the bishop on b7 as well as the pawn on e6, and I suspect as much out of disgust.
Double attack is everything in chess. Meanwhile, Caruana's position against Shanklin is just dominating.
Yeah.
It looks like somehow Yasser was right all along because Shanklin's in a virtual zugzwang.
I thought it was terrible.
He can't move a thing. I mean, we're going to be playing rook a6. We're going to be playing rook a6. He can't move the knight, and just can't move the bishop. He can't move the queen. This is a terrible position. Another position that is getting very exciting: Irina Krush versus Sabina Foycer.
Time pressure, we talked about it. It spells doom for us all. And in this position, Sabina Forza blundered. She played the move queen to e7 in this position, overlooking the fact that her queen and rook were on the same diagonal. Again, if you don't have time, you can't solve everything. And g6, bam, appeared on the board. And after knight takes g6, bishop to g5, oops. That's all she wrote. An exchange is dropping, and it looks like the U.S. Women's Champion is going to ride this one to her first win.
Back to her winning ways, Irina Krush. Big oversight there, allowing the break g6. But you were saying, I'm drawing attention back to this huge game between Fabiana Caruana and Sam Shankland. We saw the position after bishop c1. Indeed, after b3 takes c2, rook c1 was played by Fabi. Rook f8 to c8, rook takes c2. Very nice move. Rook on c2 to a2. And black is just getting squeezed. There's no other way of putting it. This is also another nice way of entering. Just like the bishop entered the game with through the a3 square. Queen e3 to c1. Queen b1. Ooh, queen b6. And Sam Shankland is virtual zugzwang here. I don't...
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. I mean, the queen on b7 is stunning. It literally can't be attacked. The knight can't even go to d8 because the rook on c8 hangs.
Exactly.
That's no fun at all. And this is a strange constellation of pieces where basically nothing can move. So poor Sam. And you got to wonder when you look at a position like that, how do you get Sam Shankland, one of the strongest grandmasters, into a position where he can't move anything?
Yeah,
like,
tied him up in such a knot.
If only somebody could do that, then they could win this position too. But of course, it's Fabio.
It's getting these positions. I could win this position. How do I get them?
With no further ado, we have one of our tournament leaders now, Ray Ratson. Yes, the tournament leader. We're thinking Fabio might catch him up, but for now, Grandmaster Ray Robson, Webster student, is in the lead of the U.S. Championship, and he's with Maurice Ashley.
Indeed, after winning 4 national championships, he's now in the head of 4 collegiate national championships. He's now ahead of the actual country's national championships. 2-0, couldn't ask for a better start.
Yeah, I mean, especially today, I white against Alex, and I played him many times here at the championship with white, and I never really got that close to winning. So it was kind of a surprise to win so quickly.
Indeed, a surprise. Bishop b7. Did you suspect that? But he was already in some trouble in this position, though.
Yeah, I think even if he didn't play bishop b7, I didn't see. I mean, I should be almost winning. I think at least much better. His only chance was maybe to try to defend while I had kind of low time. But yeah, bishop b7 I'd seen a long time ago that I have queen b3.
Alex is a super solid player. You used to be his student at one point. How does it feel to nick your teacher, your former teacher anyway?
Well, yeah, I guess it feels good. It means I've improved. And, well, yeah, in the past we had a lot of games where I played e4 against him, obviously, and I tried a lot of different lines against e4, e5. And today I was able to play something completely different that I've never played before, d4 and the London system, something that Gata has played a lot. And so, yeah, it's just a good feeling to feel like I've improved over the years.
Any thinking ahead about this tournament now that you're at 2-0?
Well, not really. I don't even know who I'm playing tomorrow or any of the other rounds. And I mean, I have had a great start, but I still have to play the top 3 players and also Gata. So yeah, it's definitely, I'm not thinking about winning the tournament already. I'm just going to try to keep playing the same way that I have been.
Good advice. Well, congratulations on your victory today, and best of luck in the rest of your games.
Thank you.
Ray Robson, 2-0. Well, needless to say, that's about as good a start as you can have.
Ray, thank you. Maurice, well done. Congratulations, 2-0 start. In the national championship, well, it just doesn't get any better. You're on top of the world after such a start. And for Alex Onishek, that was really unsettling, because normally speaking, to defeat Alex, you really have to play a long, tough game. And to see him go down in 24 moves or so is extraordinarily rare. So he's probably feeling extremely disappointed. Shall we turn to...
We see how Caruana seems to be breaking through versus Shankland. I thought he was maybe going to tie the screws in some way, trying to play h5 like you suggested, but he's just played the direct move, bishop c7, just asking the knight where it's going to go. As we mentioned before, it can't go to d8 because the rook just hangs, and on e7 we can start snapping on e6. So what to do? The knight is in dire straits. Or can it go to b8?
Well, b8 runs into rook a8.
Just
right?
rook a8, trapping the knight where it will, and trapping and pinning rather.
But okay, knight e7 looks rather, as we might say, box.
Forced, as you'd like to say, and then we can just take on e6, right?
Yeah, well, and,
that's it. That looks like the end. And meanwhile, what do we have in Wesley's So game? That's a big game to look at as well.
Exactly. But Maurice,
unbelievable what happened in this game. Absolutely unbelievable. And again, you just shake your head. In this position, Wesley played the move rook to h1. In his opponent's time pressure, he played rook to h1, avoiding this threat, and that was a losing move. And in time pressure, his young opponent did not find the killer response. Rook takes on e6 was winning according to the engines after f takes. Maybe the engines will change their mind as we go down the line, but look at this. After this check, king has to run, try to hide on this square. And now the move, calm move, rook d3, not worried about any checks. No check here, no check here. Queen and rook just attacking the position. Now moves are just being forced. You can't play rook d1, for example, because a queen d6 check, picking off your rook. So you have to play bishop to d4, and that allows queen d6 check your bishop out in this position. And the problem is this king has very limited moves. King to e8 allows this to drop with check, and suddenly there's problems. You're going to lose more stuff. The engines are going gaga, saying this is just winning. Wesley So would have lost, well, maybe not lost the game because they only had moved 37 here, but he would have been in dire straits if the sacrifice, which looked like that's what he wanted to do, was sacrifice, but he did not. Instead, after rook to h1, he played king g4, a disastrous choice, allowing king f8. Now the king is safe. Now he went totally into a hole trying to defend and play this move, king g8, rook e to e3, and now the engine's saying it is black who is winning. If he finds the move f5, I'm checking to see, did he find this move? Where is the board? No. He did find it. He did play. It looks like he did play the move f5. Here we go. Back to rook e3, queen d4 check. No, actually, he played queen d4 check first. That's also winning. Rook e4. Now f5, gf6, queen f6. King safe. Mating threats. Queen f5 coming. This one is over. The youngster missed a shot. Rook takes. E6 would have kersplat, won the game, and Wesley would have gone down. If he had, of course, he had to find the follow-up moves. But that one would have been just a ridiculous result. And that would have been a shocker. Another game is concluded. Jeffrey Zhang has drawn again to show that, hey, I belong in these championships. These youngsters are showing some stuff, but Wesley, whoo, he could have lost that game.
Wow, what a turnaround that would have been.
To me, it's not as shocking that Akshat missed it as that So missed it, because of course So is the one with the surplus on time, who is also the top 10 player in the world who needs to make sure that he doesn't get mated. Akshat, you can see when he's playing down to the 30-second increment, you know, that's part of the price of it. He's going to miss stuff.
Well, yes, but in truth, that move rook takes e6 is not a shocking sacrifice.
It's crying to be played.
Precisely.
But
it's
the quiet
crying
move,
to play be played.
The quiet move in the variation might be not that easy to see in the 30-second increment.
Well, you're taking these pawns with check, so you got to do it.
Oh, I mean the rook d3, the rook e6, and then the rook d3 for any mate, which ends up...
Well, I'm just thinking that you
try it,
and then you rook e3 or any other
got
move.
it. Yeah, you just do it because otherwise you're probably going to lose.
Exactly.
I see what you're saying there, but again, price you pay for getting into time pressures, you're going to miss things. But So doesn't have the same excuse.
That is true, and he's played queen takes h4, by the way. Maurice, you wanted us to come back to you for a second.
Just quickly, yes, this sacrifice, remember the sacrifice on f7 by the youngster Akshita Gorti in this position? It's Nancy Pakitsky stood there for a while like, wait a minute, what's happening? And decided to actually capture here, and then bishop to c4, she found the exact move. And now the engines gave knight to e5 as advantage black. Still, the knight's just really being very solid in the middle, but she has decided instead to play a safer move, queen to f5, saying, hey, let's get rid of these queens. The engines definitely think this is fine for white, although slightly worse. She can play rook takes d4, and she's collected a couple of pawns. She'll have 4 of them against 3 against the 2 knights. Queens will come off the board after, let's say, a move like knight e5, bishop e6, king takes on e6. It'll be rook and pawn against 2 knights. but long way to go in this position. So not finding all the precise moves here as well can be understood, because these positions are just crazy to keep track of. But we'll keep trying to break them down as the game goes along.
Thank you, Maurice. And just getting caught up on that Wesley So game. After Wesley did essay F5 check, there was a en passant. G5 takes F6, Queen takes F6.
Oh my gosh, this game is the perfect game to show new students. You can teach them about castling queenside, and you can teach them en passant.
And you can teach them how to run away with your king to the king side.
This game, oh, this is a
has it all.
classic. This is a classic one for the. I think I'm going to make the YouTube video for my next St. Louis Chess Club stand on this game.
Really? Okay,
I mean,
there you go.
It's great.
So Queen takes
Got it
H5
all.
check, and now Rook H2, and it's Black who's hunting White's king. His king is now perfectly safe and easily winning position for Wesley So. And
we have a couple more moves. In fact, after Rook H2, we see the move Queen D3.
And
now,
is it time control yet?
Yeah, and Queen H5 check has been played, and now the time control has been reached. But this is problems, isn't it? So
it's over.
So the Rook can't move in with the King.
The point is, if in King E3, you've got this cute little. Your students are going to love your lecture.
Yeah, Epaulette. Wait, do we have a choice of mates there? No, just two moves.
But,
I could start Queen F5 just to torture you.
This is a nice one. So Queen H5 check. If you don't play King E3, if you play Rook G4,
you're just going to lose Rook H3, and I'm going to win all your pieces, right? So
true that.
So you have to play King E3, and then my bishop is really nicely placed, because if you interpose on D4.
I don't even have to take it. I'm doing great.
Yeah,
so this is where
I could take twice and then play Rook E2 check and win your queen, for instance.
I think
that would be one way, among others. So Wesley, by hook or by crook, he's. You know what? Akshat's not going to feel good when he finds out about Rook E6. It's painful.
Well, it's really shocking on all kinds of levels. First, Wesley is such a good player to allow that shot. Ever is really remarkable, and secondly, I don't care really what strength you are. If you're just even a class player, you're going to play Rook takes E6. And I think it's just forced.
Yeah, I guess. I mean, he clearly missed Rook D3 and thought maybe he didn't think it was as over. You know, his king position's really bad, but material-wise, he was hanging on. So perhaps if he didn't see that follow-up, and it also could be intimidation a little bit. I mean, he's playing against one of the top 10 players in the world.
Sorry,
well,
no
you're not
excuse.
giving me any explanation.
No.
There is an explanation. It's nerves.
Yeah, it is no excuse. You're looking for excuses for failure to play an obviously strong move, but an obvious move, as you said, that cries out to be played.
Well, it cries out to be played, and if it doesn't work, you are probably going to lose anyway. I think that's like the kind of gamble that you take with a move like that. And that's a thought process that Chandra didn't really fully consider.
Okay.
Meanwhile, I
can't explain that one.
That being said, I mean, obviously an extremely creative player, and even if he didn't win this game in exactly the fashion that some of his fans would have expected, beautiful game yesterday where he just crushed Kamsky, and it'll be interesting to see when he starts playing Caruana and Nakamura. How that goes. But hey, what a performance by Caruana today. Has he reeled that point in?
Well, he's tying up Sam Shanklin hand and foot, hog tying him, so to speak. I think that this game is over, but I'm not sure about the times at the moment.
They just made time control, so
they're
both sitting pretty.
Okay.
And by the way, Fabi started this tournament with 2 white, so I was wondering, wow, such beautiful games with white by Fabi. And I was like, this 2 in a row.
Yeah.
So it will be a little bit of an edge for those. Although Fabi said after the drawing of the last, that he didn't think it was that big of a deal, the black versus white thing. He thought other players overrated it. Even though he did pick the 6 whites, he thought that it wasn't as big of a deal as people made it out to be.
I think it's a big deal. I really do. And I think number 1 especially is a very, very big deal, because you start with 2 whites and you finish with a black. Oftentimes in a lot of round-robin tournaments, the winners are more or less decided, and that extra black in the last round, unless you absolutely have to win, it almost doesn't count as a black. I really
see what you're saying.
Having those 2 extra whites, yeah.
And so has won this game, and he shares a lead now with Ray Robson and will probably be joined by Fabiano Caruana. Meanwhile, in the women's championship, have we got a result yet in our defending champion?
Well, that game is definitely going well for her. After she won the exchange, she played queen to g4, did arena after knight f4, queen c8, and said, let's trade if you don't mind, and the trades happened. Now she's just simply up an exchange. If we can jump to this position, she's just up a solid exchange, looking to get her rook in. Once her rook gets into the game, that game will be over. Another position that we have been following of great interest is this one, and this one is just gone batty, but take a look at the position. Remember this c-pawn? Well, let's go back to here. This c-pawn looked tremendous and looks like she should have been winning the game. But in this position, she needs to be a little bit careful and play the move h4, even king to c2. Instead, she played c6. As soon as she did that, the engine said, wait a minute, that was not what you wanted to do, because after king to d6, now this pawn has been put under lock and key. And after king c2, g5, and now suddenly it's black who's playing for something. Black brought the rook back, kept the rook behind this pawn. And now Tatev said, oh, whoa, wait a minute. She's trying to push. Let me take this one. There went that pawn. And there it goes yet again. Now it's got friends behind it. And after g4, b4. And now the correct move is to take on c6. We're anticipating that any second. The engine's saying that after king c6, there is little advantage for white in this position. Very controversial position right now. As you see, white can keep two pass pawns. Well, black has energy on the other side as well. So king to c6 is what we expect to be played any second now. So that game is wild. This one, we saw earlier with the other game, we saw that Nasi Pakidze and Achida Gorti, the queens will come off. It'll be a rook and 4 pawns against a knight, 2 knights and 3. Well, let's just call it a rook and pawn against 2 knights. So this one here is basically equal, maybe a little bit better for black. And this other game on the women's side, just to quickly update, this one right here between Anna Zatonsky and Katerina Nemtsova, they are now at 2 minutes for Katerina, 4 minutes for Anna. So they have not really kept the pace up as far as time. 11 minutes left to, 11 moves left to go in this game, which is wild. By the way, a queen and bishop on the long diagonal. Thankfully, there's a knight on f1, stopping the mating ideas. Still interesting and a lot to play for as time pressure is come. It's here, and they're trying to move very quickly.
Thank you, Maurice. And in the game of Sam Shankland, one of the players have made time control, but there was an opportunity there for Fabi to grab some material, and I was kind of curious as to why he did not. Back here, remember when he had just played that move bishop c7? He didn't go for this move knight takes e6, okay? I don't know if it was because he didn't see this move, or perhaps black cannot, of course, allow this kind of a trick. So instead, there was an effort just to make time control, so we kind of saw a triangulation of king moves.
Well, this is the zigzagging that we were talking about
right,
earlier.
like Sam can't really move. So the question is, can or does this capture this plan of bishop c7 and capturing on e6 work or not? Then it looks like a good grab to me, but maybe I'm missing something. I'm kind of blind.
And it's still a Fabi on move in that position now, right?
Right, where we're just looking at bishop c7, knight e7, and knight takes e6. But we have a very special guest in our studio who happens to be leading the tournament with Ray Robson.
The second man who is still in contention for the Fisher Prize. We have Grandmaster Wesley So off to a 2-0 start in the U.S. Championship. He's with Maurice.
Yes, the number 10 player in the world, but that might have changed with a couple of wins. He's creeping up to number 9 in the world. Wesley, there's time pressure everywhere, so we don't have much time to chat with you as we normally do. But there was a dramatic moment in the game that occurred that you may have, at least the engines are saying, that you were losing. And the moment, if we can pull the board up to show it, it's this moment when you play the move rook to h1. And I want to know if you consider this idea of rook takes on e6.
I see now.
The engines are saying that this position is really bad for you. Did you consider this position after king f8, the key move here being rook to d3 with possible checks to pick off anything that stops you?
Well, of course I considered this one only until king f8. I missed rook d3, and here I missed that I don't have a check on h3.
Right, because the queen is guarding that h3 square.
Yes, so this would have been very bad for black. But at the same time, if he didn't have rook d3, I think he would simply be lost. So he also forgot that h3 is protected, and he didn't spot it with having less than a minute on the clock.
So you felt that you were safe moving your king over to the king side as opposed to keeping it on the queen side, but you just missed the shot.
Well, I probably missed many other things, starting a few moves back. In between moves 28 till 35, I'm sure we both missed a lot of things.
Were you affected by his time pressure at all? Because he just had no time on the clock. How do you stay away from looking at that clock when he's ticking under a minute for several moves?
Well, that's the thing I've always known, that if your opponent's on time trouble, lesson 101 is you shouldn't always move fast. You shouldn't keep the pace with him, because then you lose the advantage of having a lot more time.
But still, it was seductive. It still happens, it seems.
It's seductive, but it should never work. And fortunately, it worked this time, but I should avoid this in the future, playing quickly. But again, this was a very complicated opening and middle game, and it's not easy for both of us with our kings vulnerable all the time.
So it's often you see a mistake in your game, you take a look at it, and you get the lesson. And does this affect you with your big matchup tomorrow against Caruana?
Yeah, definitely big matchup. Well, it doesn't affect me at all. It's just one game at a time, and today was a pretty exciting game, I guess. But could have been better. Indeed. But still, a win is a win, as people always tells me, it's the result that matters, not the position. Believe me, I have lost a lot of winning games in the past few months.
It all works out in the end, doesn't it?
Yeah, people, it doesn't matter if I was losing here or whatever. A point is a point.
Oh. Well, that's the mercenary attitude of a serious chess player, professional chess player.
They never give me a break if I'm winning and I fail to win, so I won't give them a break.
There you go. All right, well, congratulations. You're 2-0, and hopefully more positive games ahead.
Thank you for the great commentary.
All right, guys, back to you.
Thank you, Wesley.
Thank you, Wesley.
We love to hear that you like it. And
everybody's a critic when you don't win, and they criticize you when you do win.
So it was that rook d3 move. I think the problem is, I know it sounds insane, but it wasn't actually a rover. The rook was already on b3, and then I think, as he pointed out, that whole diagonal thing.
There's
no checks. There's no checks. Like, why such a simple variation is not that easy to see in time pressure. I think Wesley had some insightful comments on that, because somehow there's always like a rook h3 check, but it disappears with the queen on e6.
Precisely. This rook on h3, as well as queen d1, you think you got this bailout.
Yeah.
You've got two bailouts, and in a single operation after queen takes e6.
Every square on the board is covered after rook d3, which is actually quite unusual, that the king could be on f3 and you could be in a buenos no checks situation. And I just think it's really interesting that that both players miss this. It's like it just goes to show you how important these checkmate threats are. That's a forcing move too. Right? We talk about captures and checks, but any move that threatens checkmate should be on that same hierarchy. That's what I'm always trying to teach my students. Like, you always look at capture and check, always look at every checkmate threat too.
Right.
So,
well, checks first, capture second, checkmate threats.
No, checkmate threat goes before capture.
Okay.
Maybe, for kids especially. And we've got Maurice Ashley with an update on a game where both players have a minute or two for 9 moves.
A minute. Not overstate the case. A minute. And in this position here, actually, king to h8, knight to e3. In this position, black has been outplayed despite the time pressure. And in this situation, black played the move knight to f6, just dropping back on the board. And with only 1 minute and 17 seconds for white, 1 minute now and 5 seconds, she's about to tick down for black, because white has just uncorked this move. Knight takes on f5, a big sacrifice, grabbing the pawn, and now you just lost the pawn. You've got to take it, and now bishop takes on f7 is the key move. If she tries to win her pawn back with queen takes on c3, then a simple trade on this square, and then white can continue with bishop to c3, and these bishops are starting to put a lot of pressure on the position. Of course, rook d8 is possible, and now rook to e7, and it is white for choice with some easy fluid moves to make. Just make the move, make the move, make the move, and she clearly has an edge here, a big edge according to the engines. It doesn't look like it's over yet, but every one of white's pieces is better than every single one of black's. So this is a good sign for her, even though they both only have a minute left on the clock. And you see there the tension is rising at the moment as the bishop has taken on f7, and black is considering whether or not to take on d4. It looks like, if I pull up the other boards, the big board, she looks like she only has 1 minute, under a minute left. Too many boards to find on this screen. Oh, here we go. She has 1 minute and 4 seconds left, does Katerina Nemtsova, as her clock is ticking down. So she's going to have to hurry up and make a move on this board. Meantime, Shabalov has only 3 minutes left in his game as well. So lots of things happening, guys, on all these boards as we follow them. Only person that looks pretty calm is Irina Krush right now. It looks like her rook has made it into the position. Take a look at that rook. That's not a rook you want to see when you're, if you're black. It's supposed to be on this side. The fact that it snuck in and now on the other side, that rook's about to have some lunch for sure. And it looks as though the reigning champ is going to come away with the win in just a short order.
Meanwhile, our youngster, 12-year-old Carissa Yip also looks pretty comfy.
Does she?
Yes, she does. I think she might be sailing to 2-0. Let's take a look at her. I mean, her position last time I checked looked quite dominant with the black pieces against Shrifin. Look at her playing so confidently, so quickly. Let's pull up that game. I think you got it. There it is. And sneaking a little look at her opponent here. So what's going on?
The last few moves. Maurice was delighted with the doubling of the rooks along the B file. Then she doubled them along the 5th rank. So
and it looks like she's going to snack, eh?
And she did, but she lost the D6 pawn.
Yeah, so maybe she could have played like D5 instead.
So this is the position that they've got.
And this doesn't look like that amazing. I thought it was going to be better for her. I think maybe she rushed this exchange of taking on A5 and consolidating everything. It still looks better for black to me, but it's like, I don't know, after Queen E5 and
Queen takes E5.
Yeah,
I think we have the move Queen B6.
Queen B5 actually was played.
Queen B5. Yes.
So this doesn't look like much anymore, but I thought she had such control just a few moves ago.
Agreed. And it was all very, very forcing play that she did. Carissa maybe made a big misjudgment here.
By going for this liquidation and all these trades. That's the thing, you're supposed to look at all the trades, but don't always play them.
Yeah, well, this bishop on G2, which has been buried, after this move queen, I think Carissa was thinking, okay, this A-pawn is just going to choo-choo down the board. And, of course, it's very serious. But after this move, queen d4, white is ready to introduce her own threats with moves like e5 and f4, which will liberate her bishop and, by the way, generate some threats against black's king. So at this moment, I'm saying all 3 results are possible, whereas before, I really liked Carissa's position and thought she was a big favorite to win.
And an update on the Caruana-Shanklin game for Maurice.
Now check this one out. This one, in the world of the bizarre, but it happens sometimes with engines. Right now, the engine is saying that white is all over black, a huge edge, almost a 2-pawn edge in this position for Fabiano Caruana. So you say, okay, so he's killing him. So how do we knock him out? Well, the engine gives the move, best move, king to G2. Okay, what are you preparing exactly after king to H7? Okay, now the best move. Knight f4. Okay, so we'll wait for you. Show us something, please. Next best move. King h2. No, let's make that king g3. Okay, what are you doing? King to h7. And now, finally, the move bishop to c7 is showing up. And now we get back to this position, which after all these maneuvers in a bizarre way, before finally taking on e6. Can you explain that triangulation to me, Yas?
Not at all.
It doesn't make any sense whatsoever. Just completely bizarre play. And the king could have been on G8, by the way, when he went here. So if he had gone to G8 in this position, then still bishop to C7, we get back to that original idea. So interesting maneuver. I call it interesting as in befuddling. This kind of triangulation on this side. We'll leave that position alone for a second because there's some important developments going on in another game over here. Let's get down to it. This position, yes, all the moves that they blitzed out, and they got to move 38. It's all worked out after all. Anna Zatonski with a minute plus against Katerina Nemtsova with a minute plus. She's got a slight edge, the great knight dominating the position. She's got a pawn under attack right now that looks like she's about to potentially win. Black could play like this and then like this. But then this move, knight to d3, guarding the extra pawn. Still not an easy position for her to prove anything here, even though she's up a pawn. But it looks like it's good for her. The Indians are not too thrilled by the position. But what a crazy game, guys. The time pressure was for so long. And then to finally be more like a normal time management situation. But this catches up with you after 11 rounds of play, right? This is just not what you want to be doing game after game. There she is. She's taken the pawn, and looks like they're going to go down the line and conveniently and matter-of-factly make the 40th move in the time control.
Wow, but it just seems to me that Anna, or actually both players, have been under pressure since the opening gun. They've played so slowly that they really used their time to such an extent. I bet you they're exhausted. By the way, the move bishop takes b4 has a really nice trick. After bishop c3, I thought bishop a6, but you're only getting a bishops of opposite color after bishop b4. Oops. So still good drawing chances for Kate.
We encourage you guys to call in now, ask us
Yes.
about anything. Now that Time Scrambles is over, we'll be more patient with any type of question, whether it's about chess in general, life in general, or the positions on the board. We've also got plenty of comments coming into our hashtag, our official hashtag here, US Chess Champs. Walter First, he said, take a look at Lenderman Shabalov. That's another crazy game. Well, we did have our eye on that earlier when we found this counterintuitive idea. And we'll take another look. Let me just give a couple more shout outs. Susan Polgar over at Webster University says, yay, Ray Robson is off to a 2-0 start to lead the U.S. Chess Champs. Great start, one game at a time. And by the way, Ray's Twitter handle is actually Ray Shea Robson, if you want to follow him. Ray Shea. We've also got a hashtag U.S. Chess Champs from U.S. Chess asking, what do you predict will be the biggest upset victory of the tournament? And there's some unusual potential mashups there. Shanklin versus So, Shang versus Caruana, Chandra versus Shabalov, and Robson versus Nakamura. God, that's a really hard one to call because they're just like such diverse matchups that all happen at different stages of the tournament. But one thing's for sure, we will be seeing some upsets in this tournament.
Without question.
And a lot to look forward to. We see Lenderman with his rally collar going on right now, kind of hunkering down for the second stage of the game. Howard Staunton tweets in at the hashtag.
Great handle.
U.S. Chess Champs that young players are constantly seen quarrelsome over the board or angry, perhaps sulky after defeat. Not so with veterans. Of course, this is a fun Twitter account, and I don't know, now that Yasser knows Howard Staunton is on Twitter, maybe he'll get on? Because people are constantly like, hey, why don't you have a Twitter account? Come on, Howard's got it.
Howard Staunton, I mean, I'd like to talk to him and Paul Morphy, ask them about their dispute.
That's right. Okay, so Paul Morphy, once you get on Twitter, if you're out there somewhere, we'll finally reel Yasser in. Meanwhile, we have a caller. Tell us who you are and where you're calling from.
Hi, my name is Chaitanya. I'm calling in from Massachusetts. I've been a big fan of you guys. I started following you guys on Twitter first, and then I was following the Secretfield Cup, and I've been following you guys ever since. My question was regarding Caruana. After his tough loss to Karyakin in the candidates tournament, how do you think he's taking this championship to kind of like bounce back and get in form and wait his turn for the World Championship?
That's a great question.
Thank you for the question, yes.
You know, yes, it was very disappointing, Fabiano Caruana's entire career leading up to that moment. But remember, he's still so young. He's going to have other chances to play for the World Championship. And one thing I've noticed about Fabi in this tournament is he seems to, obviously he's very serious about winning, but he seems to want to have a little fun. You know, you see him going to the confessional booth, cracking jokes, and I think it was just so stressful that almost releasing the pressure and having a little bit of fun, joking around. I bet you he's playing some sports and in his free time, and also joking around some more with Lawrence Trent. If you can have a serious conversation with Lawrence Trent.
It's difficult.
So I think that might be part of his strategy. Like, relax, have a little fun, and still play great chess.
Yes, yes. And you can't underestimate underrate it. It was a real blow. I remember, well, in the world of sports, you see it all the time. You know, an extraordinary quarterback, a Dan Marino, comes out in his rookie year, and you think, oh, this guy's going to play in, 10 Super Bowls, and he doesn't make it back. Those types of things. Levon Aronian, number 2 in the world for a number of years, not getting to that final World Championship match. We all hope that Fabiano does make it, but there's no guarantees in any sport, and certainly not in chess. And it really hurt that final game. We'll just see. I mean, youth can overcome a lot, so let's just hope that he can overcome it. But I would still be stinging.
Yeah, well, I speaking of Fabi, what about his fans? I mean, come on, we were all devastated too. I actually was talking to Jen Humer, who's the co-director here on set, when Randy Singfield, of course, is the owner of Spectrum Studios, and Jen is the director on many of our shoots.
Right.
And she was just talking about how when Fabiano lost that game, it felt like the air had been sucked out of the Central West End, because everybody was so excited the day before, and then it was devastation.
It was a funeral wake, absolutely. During round 13, Fabi is winning against Peter Svidler, and Levon Aronian is winning against Sergei Karyakin. If those two results happen, it's tournament over. Fabi cruises to New York with first-class ticket. The results go the other way. I mean, amazingly, Sergei holds on terribly. Peter holds on terribly. 2 draws. Now Fabi's got to win the game, and suddenly it's Sergei who's the new challenger.
Yeah.
It was a total blow here to us at the studios, and I haven't recovered from that, actually. It was
have some sympathy for us.
Yeah.
And
I mean, we were booking our tickets to New York. I wanted reservations, Oh boy, so that's really tough. And to the caller, I mean, it's life. You just have to get over it.
And you were booking tickets to New York. I live in New York. I mean, chess was coming to my hometown with one of our homeboys in the tournament. I mean, you remember, Fabiano was born in Miami, but he grew up in Brooklyn, okay? We actually lived in the same neighborhood for some time in Park Slope in Brooklyn. And I couldn't believe it. We would have thrown some parties for this young man if he had made it. But unfortunately, man, that last round game, we still remember just getting blasted by Sergei Karyakin, who, great player, absolutely, but he's not going to get the same kind of reception in New York City as Fabi would have. And all the stories, epic stories that would have been written about Fabi coming home. Another Brooklyn boy like Bobby Fischer was. Well, what could have been?
Indeed.
We'll have to keep waiting, and wait we will, because chess is still flourishing in the great United States.
And we have a caller.
Yes, we do have another caller. Let us know your name and where you're calling from.
Hi, this is Roy Dotson. I'm calling from Marysville, Ohio.
Hi, Roy.
Hey.
First off, I just want to comment about how fabulous your show is. I just love it. I mean, the play-by-play, and then off to Maurice for the exciting, move-by-move, exciting wrap-ups. It's just, what a great show you have. I really appreciate you guys doing this. But my question is, why is the knight the best piece for blocking a passed pawn instead of a bishop? I mean, I can imagine why it's better than the rook or the queen, but, why the knight over the bishop? So that's my question from Ohio. Thank you for your time.
Thank you for the question. Go ahead, Jen. You give your answer, and I'll give. And Maurice will give his, and I'll see
one of the reasons the knight is such a great blockader is that it really retains it still has a lot of attacking possibilities even when it's blockading a pawn, right? So it still retains all of that mobility, and it's just a beautiful piece to blockade. You know, you should read Nimzovich, right, Yasser? Isn't that the best place to read about the blockading of the knight?
Maurice, how do you answer that question? Why is the knight the best piece to blockade a pawn?
Well, I want to take umbrage with the question itself. Knight is not necessarily the best piece to blockade a pawn because it depends on where that pawn is. Very important where the pawn is. If the pawn is somewhere on the 3rd rank, for example, or on the 4th rank, then it's fine. The knight is a great piece because it's reaching into the opponent's position as well as blockading. But if you start pushing that pawn a little bit further down the board, the knight starts to become a completely anemic piece. Imagine the pawn, for example, is on the 7th already, I mean, which is a pretty bad one, or even the 6th. I don't want to blockade with a knight in that case because the knight sucks. It has no future. It's all the way in my own camp. I'd much rather blockade with a bishop, which can still strike in the enemy army, in enemy position, all the way from the 7th. I could be on c7, for example. Let's say my bishop were here and a pawn is here. I could be attacking all the way down to h2. But if a knight stood here, it's just a garbage piece. So I think it very much depends on the position. It often happens that a knight goes to a good square and blockades, and especially depending on the structure itself. Everything else around it will dictate whether it's the knight or the bishop you use in this blockading situation. Because if there's a pawn, I mean, and again, we need an example position to show it. But imagine this bishop were the blockading piece for a pawn sitting here, and this is the structure. Well, obviously the bishop is nothing. It's not striking down the board at all because it's just stuck in the army and being corralled by the bishop. So it's everything around it that dictates which piece is the blockader, best blockader in my mind.
Interesting. I think that the caller was really referring to a position not where there's a passed pawn on a2 and your knight has to be on a1 and we're going to call the knight the best blockader. I think he was really referring to a pawn, for example, on e4 and there's a knight on e3 because otherwise, obviously, you don't want your knight stuck on the square a1 blockading the pawn. The reason why I think the knight is the best blockader for such a pawn is because it's the least valuable piece. You don't want your queen blockading the pawn and performing the duty of a blockader, a lowly blockader, when she's the most powerful piece in your army. You want her doing really, really hard work. You don't want a rook blockading a pawn because then it's usually a very passive piece, and you want your rook doing really hard work. So I think the answer is simply because it's the least valuable.
But I mean, if a pawn's on e4,
yes,
for example, and I have a bishop on e5, you can't tell me my bishop's not a fantastic piece.
It's a great
blockading on that square.
It's true.
Pawn here. It's just so again. I'm not saying it like an a2 pawn, for example, but you could start moving the pawn around the board and deciding which piece should blockade. And I think it's very situational. Even the one you just said, a pawn on e4. Or pawn on e3, I mean, that piece that's right behind it, as long as it's blockading, as long as it's secure, and as long as it's continuing to do work. I think if a knight's blockading and it's just blockading and it's not doing anything else, I don't think we'd be that happy with that knight. Right. But in that famous game with Spassky-Fischer, where Fischer, was it the Nimzo Indian, where Fischer put a knight on d6, was it game 6? The pawn was on d5, and knight was on d6, and the knight was just an incredible piece on that square. It's like it's doing more stuff. So you really have to decide what is your piece doing on that square when it gets there, other than just sitting passively. It's like we're just blocking this pawn.
Very good.
We also got a question from one of our Twitter users. Yes. Oh, actually, no, not actually an emailing question. Coach Z from Connecticut called in time trouble about how to promote women's chess best in the community. So they were playing a blitz game online and they were in time pressure and they were asking the question. No, really, it was when we were in time pressure and we weren't taking general questions. How to promote women's chess best in the community? That's a great question, and I think one of the key things that everybody can do is be sure to teach chess to women in your life. You know, that's a large criticism that sometimes parents teach chess and take their boys to chess classes or chess camps more than they would girls. Because sometimes it might take some people a little bit longer for chess to click.
Right.
So have that patience and teach people in your life chess who are female. I mean, whether it's your mom or your sister or your kid and your friends. So that's something that everyone can do, even if you're not an educator.
well, just encouragement, just to encourage everybody to play chess, girls and boys. But I just was saying that I think Fabi is floundering in a position where he's completely dominant. He's been playing some moves I don't quite understand, but I don't understand why he didn't just go for that e6 pawn, as we've been seeing for a long time already.
But he's managed to remaneuver his knight from, where was it before?
No.
I can't remember where that knight was, but suddenly it's on a3.
But Maurice, if we were to
b5
go
and c7 or a7.
If we were to go to move 40 for a second, White on move 40 played the move knight h3. If Fabi had played the direct move bishop c7, forcing knight e7, knight takes e6, I'm sorry, I'm just not seeing the compensation for black here. There must be tricks. I don't see them.
There weren't any tricks. This was a winning line as far as the engine's concerned. We're going to have to ask him why he played this way. Knight takes e6 was winning, was just a pawn. Good point that you made earlier. And also the position is collapsing as well. So this was a winning line. He may have seen some kind of trick after this move, bishop to c7, that, well, the engine's giving knight takes d4, which is basically just giving the piece away. So bishop c7 was, in fact, winning in this position, as you said, but he opted out of it and went for the line knight to h3. But let's not put too fine a point on it, because this that he's doing is also winning. The engine's saying this is over. This one is busted. He found a way to win on another side. And you know, what's the reality? People think grandmasters see everything, and we don't. I mean, just don't. We use engines in order to analyze these games, to understand what could have been done, where mistakes were made. The players are not perfect. We don't expect them to be perfect. One person made a criticism about me insulting the players. I never insult the players. This game is way too hard and too difficult. All we do is we point out where these players have made bad moves and could have made better moves. And in fact, the reality is, maybe you're a fan of that player and you didn't want to hear that come across, and you thought it was insulting. We don't insult these players. These are fantastic minds. The mere fact that the human mind can play a game like chess well is already a feat unto itself, with all these billions and billions and billions. Well, how many possibilities? 10 to the 120th possibilities? I mean, come on. Ridiculously complicated game. So we choose different ways to win. We may not see the perfect way, but you see another way and you go for it. He might have missed that line, Yaz, but what he's doing right now, he's figured out a way. And he's going to reel home this point. Much like Wesley So said, does it matter how I won? Maybe you want me to win by brilliancy. I can't do that every game. I won this game. I lost some when I should have won. So this one is over. The move, king g2, the king is being recommended by the engine to get off this square. And if you make almost any move, the knight's going to come in. Let's play a move like bishop to f7. The knight's headed into b5, and this knight is going to play big disrupto on the c7 square. There's huge trouble here. What you still don't know what to do. Let's make a random move like this one. Here comes the knight into c7, and if you play, well, any move, the knight's going to drop. So this one is over. He's done. He's figured out a way to win this game, and he's going to go to 2-0.
That's right. I like that maneuver. It's like such a long-winded knight maneuver that seals the deal, just making that piece do the job.
Right. I remember this nice knight maneuver from the rematch between Bobby Fischer and Boris Spassky, where he played his knight on g3 all the way to f1, to d2, to b1, to a3, because there was a weakness on b5. In this case...
Was that the game one?
Yes.
Yeah, the one where people were like, oh my God, Fischer.
Fischer's
still Fischer.
Wow.
Unfortunately, the rest of the match didn't quite live up to that game. So that was pretty
amazing.
sweet. Yeah.
Yeah.
And we do have a caller, so let us know your name and where you're calling from.
Hi, my name is Gatlin Black, and I'm from Bountiful, Utah.
Hi, Gap.
And hi. And I just had a question about scholastic chess.
Yes.
So here in Utah right now, they're trying to decide if scholastic chess should be rated or not rated. So I just wondered if, just asked the question, if it should be rated or not, and the pros and cons for it being rated.
All right. Thank you for your question. Shoot, Jennifer. Should Scholastic's chess be rated or not rated?
I think for the most part it should, yeah. I mean, it's great for, I mean, I do work for the U.S. Chess Federation, and our rating system provides so much motivation and excitement for players. You can watch your peak, you can try to gain more points. I think more than anything, once kids get old enough that the trophies aren't quite as enticing to them, I mean, they matter, but now it's all about rating. It's all about increasing your score. And it's just such a wonderful thing, because later in life, I feel like most of our values are based on money. So it's another numerical system. So it's great that, and it's great to have that other system where it's, you know, it's almost like art in a way, where it's competition, but it's not related to money. It's about your brain and how well you've been preparing and how well you are over the board. So I really think rated chess is a beautiful thing, and it's one of the things that keeps the game being popular. That being said, sometimes there are competitions where it's really good if it's unrated. Like, for instance, my brother has founded the U.S. Chess League, and it's unrated. And we've had participation by Hikaru Nakamura in many years where there would have been no chance he would play if it was rated. We've had participation by players who hadn't played active chess in a decade and might have been afraid of losing 100 points if the competition was rated in quick order. And so I think there are some events where it's nice for it to be unrated, but overall, ratings, I think, are a great thing in chess.
How about you, Maurice? Do you see ratings, rated scholastic chess?
I love the perspicacity of the young caller's question, the fact that he wants to know pros and cons. And that is the reality pretty much of life, right? It's always a question, well, sometimes it's good and sometimes it's not so good. We can't give a definitive answer, and that's why we play chess and we parse through possibilities. Now, there are pros, like you mentioned, Jen, but lots of times you also find that the young players especially are so into ratings. It's like, oh my God, I'm going to lose 10 rating points, 5 rating points, I'm going to gain 20 rating points. And they're so caught up in rating. The worst part is when they play better players. I'm a 1200, I'm a player 1400, oh my God, I'm going to die. I just want to draw. I have a winning position, let me offer a draw. That attitude towards ratings, I think, is the worst thing that can happen for young players. You've got to think, whoever I'm playing, if I think I'm better, it doesn't matter. It doesn't even matter if they're better than you. You have to play the position, not the rating. And that's a kind of tough situation I find with a lot of my students, trying to get that rating out of their mindset. In fact, I tell my students, don't offer draws, don't accept draws. Unless it's dead drawn, play the game. The rating does not matter. Do not be afraid and have the right attitude. But in general, I think ratings are a good thing. It's a way to motivate young players. It gives you a sense of where you are. It lets you know when you're improving as well. You can see it very clearly, very objectively. So there are a lot of good points to ratings as long as you maintain the proper attitude about it.
I totally agree with your point about the ratings, and some coaches have gone so far to tell players not to look at their opponent's rating. And with some students, I think it actually might be good. I mean, most people...
I think that the cons way outweigh the pros. I'm kind of surprised by yourselves. I think ratings are really, really bad for scholastics chess.
Well, in general, you think just the rating or just knowing what, because you could have the tournament be rating, but not actually have the pairings be, for instance, like there's a distinction for me between the pairing system. Like I think, like sometimes I think tournaments should be random paired rather than paired by ratings.
Exactly.
So you don't even necessarily know the rating of your opponent. It's not published. You'd have to look it up on MSA to find out what it is, and it's not always one playing 13 in a group of 24. I actually think more tournaments should be held like that, because it does occasionally seem unfair that it's always the top seed playing number 13, so that if you're in that like kind of middle ground, you're always getting the first seed. And randomization seems like it could be fun once in a while.
Well, again, the cons are that with, just as Maurice was saying, you know, you get caught up in this hoopla of, you know, I'm playing such a highly rated opponent that, you know, I have no chance, I better offer draw. And it really, really does negatively affect. And for scholastics chess, most especially, I mean, you just want to get the kids there having fun and playing hard and not worrying about their ratings. So I'm one of those that really think that ratings in this case is a negative. And to add to that, just one quick comment, was in the past there used to be a class system, class A, class B, class C, class D. I was really good in school, and I always wanted an A. I mean, like if I went to school and my parents saw that I got a B, we'd have to discuss what I did wrong, right? So when I started playing chess, and I was really bad, and I managed to get a 1200. I managed to get 1200, which is really good. I mean, 1200 player is a really good player. I was a class D or E player, and I thought I was a failure. So the rating and the class system both, I think, really hurts.
Interesting. So plenty to discuss here, and as we watch these games wrap up, we've got a couple exciting ones still on tap.
Yes.
We are going to take a quick break as we find the conclusion of the second round of the 2016 U.S. Championships.
You could fly to Venice or Paris or even Copenhagen. You could fly all over the world. But why? When you could just come to St. Louis. Your trip begins at ExploreSt.Louis.com.
Hello and welcome back to the 2016 U.S. Championships in U.S. Women's. The game between Fabiano Caruana and Sam Shanklin has wrapped up with Caruana emerging victorious, and we have Sam Shanklin off to an emotional start so far. 1 win, 1 loss. He's with Maurice Ashley.
Yes, always good to remind people that Sam is a gold medalist for the Olympic team, winning gold the last event that the U.S. team played. Sam, today's game was a tough one. I mean, right from the get-go. How did you perceive it right from the opening?
Yeah, I mean, I had prepared this win over French for the World Cup a long time ago, and then I checked every single sideline except this knight h3 move, which I remember in my notes I said, this is not very good, but you really have to know what to do, and I just couldn't remember what to do. And quite quickly, I think, by the time he played f3, I think my position's extremely unpleasant. I missed this move. He just puts the king on g3, and the problem is, eventually he's going to play h5, g5, knight h3, f4. I mean, it'll take 10 moves, but he's going to beat me on the king side, so I kind of have to open the game, and then I basically got a textbook example of the kind of thing you don't want in this variation. And, you know, it's always tough to lose a game, but, you know, tomorrow's a new day, and just have to fight for it.
You're a top 100 player.
I don't know, actually, after this one. It's close.
Well, okay. But you've been there. You know what it's like to play against really tough opponents.
Yeah.
What does it take to break through to that next level, you think? Like, how are you going to become a 2,700 player?
Well, if I knew that, I would be 2,700. I mean, I'm working on it. At the end of the day, like, I think in Fabiano's case, he's just had a lot more time to work on his chess than I have. He strikes me as someone who got to where he is mostly based on hard work. He's, you know, the best prepared guy around. He's always playing well in complicated positions because of all the exercises he's done. I mean, I think the biggest difference between me and him is just the amount of work he's put into the game, and I'm hopeful that if I keep working, I can, you know, one day play like him.
So, I mean, you're not younger than he is.
No, but he started much earlier than me. By the time I played my first tournament, he was probably in 2,200 or something. I mean, and he went to Europe, and I don't know if he went to school or not, but I mean, he's definitely chosen from an early age in life to put more of his time into chess, and I think that's why he's just a better player than I am. But at least I hope that's the reason. If it's innate and genetic, I'm just screwed. There's nothing I can do. But if it's about just how much time and effort he's put in, I'm hopeful that, you know, time is the answer.
What do you see as a tournament going forward? You won the first game, now you've lost the second game. Do you just see this as par for the course? Time to keep
going? I mean, if I had drawn both games, I would have just thought, you know, this is just kind of normal. So, and I have the same result as that. So, you know, it's a normal result for me so far. There's 9 rounds left. That's a lot of tournaments still to be played. So the most important thing is to just, you know, come off this game, which was just not the way the game was supposed to go, and then, you know, play well tomorrow. I think I'm playing Varujan, who's struggling a little bit, so maybe I'll have a chance before then playing So and Nakamura back-to-back.
Indeed. Well, thanks for joining us after a tough loss, and best of luck in the rest of the games.
Yeah, sure. Thanks.
Guys?
Thank you, Sam.
Sam, and while they were speaking, we have our first result in the Women's Championship. Defending champion Irina Krush has defeated Sabina Foyger, and I thought it would be interesting if the men lapped the women in this case and finished all of their games before any women finished a game. And it looked like we were approaching that. So Irina, the first victory today on the women's side, but I think we're going to see several more decisive games in that. And meanwhile, a very topsy-turvy game, Lenderman versus Shabalov, and looks like Lenderman might get the last punch in.
Lenderman just struck back with the move bishop f5.
The last punch, you know, that's... We got the pleasure of meeting Grandmaster Maurice Ashley's boxing champion sister yesterday.
Yeah, he's the underachiever in the family. It's a pretty remarkable family. But Maurice, is with our tournament co-leader.
That's right, Fabiano Caruana.
Yes, my sister might be a 5-time world champion boxer, and my brother's a 3-time world champion kickboxer. Well, my sister's not a Hall of Famer yet, so she'll catch up in time. I got that one little edge on her. At any rate, we are with one of the co-tournament leaders, Fabiano. You had what looked like a game that was in control right from the very beginning.
Yeah, I think that he made a mistake when he played c4, because then we get a position where my knight is normally on f3, but here it's on h3 and it's much better on h3. In fact, with the knight on f3, white often plays knight g1, e2, f4 to try to get it to an ideal square. And then I thought I had an excellent position around after I played f3. What's a good word to describe f3? Say, creamy.
Creamy. That's a word. Creamy. You felt good about this move, huh?
I liked my position a lot. I thought that I'm just slowly winning. And then I think bishop d2 was allowed too much counterplay.
Later in the game.
Yeah, allowing b4. Oh, we have the position here I was looking at. Yeah, I could just play rook b1 and slowly I'll play h5, g5, knight h3 eventually, and black can't do anything. I think I should win this in the long run.
So you had this basically a kind of position you knew was comfortable and not much he could do.
It's really, really unpleasant to play. I can even, I mean, there's sacks on g5 in some cases. Rook f1, f4 is always an idea. It looks really bad.
You hesitated from playing h5 quickly, though. Why did you play it in such a way?
I thought I had so much time. But yeah, here I allowed a bit too much counterplay, although it's probably also good. Yeah, here again I thought I was doing very well. Might just objectively be winning.
So I mean, this position is dominating the bishop. You just come back and grab the b file.
He can barely move.
He can't move anything. You now have had 2 whites in a row, which is always pleasant to start off a tournament with 2 whites and then to win both games. I couldn't ask for a better start in the competition, but you haven't really been tested yet in terms of the highest level of opposition. They're still ahead of you. So what are your thoughts about that?
Yeah, I mean, tomorrow I think I play Wesley with black, so that will be a critical game. But I don't think that it's a good idea to underestimate anyone. I mean, okay, the start was good, but I mean, I played very good players, and it could easily have gone another way. Actually, even the game today, I think I made a mistake when I played king e3. I think this is just a very bad move. I'll move 49. Do we have the board?
We could get the board up in just a quick second.
Yeah, I was just careless. And here, queen f7 seems to force an ending. I just saw this immediately after I played king e3. Because queen c8, queen f5, I don't see how to avoid perpetual. I was thinking maybe king d2, because on the king side it's easily a draw. So queen d3, king c1, queen c3. But then he even, I mean, king b1, he plays knight d4, and or knight c2, knight d4. This starts to look dangerous. So I was going to go for the ending, which is really a disappointment, because my position was completely winning. And here, I mean, it's probably a winning ending, but it's not going to be. I mean, he could put up a lot of resistance.
Wow, interesting moment that we didn't get a chance to look at in the game. All right, so you're still at 2-0, tournament to play, but I want to know, how come you had such a boring confession in the confessional booth?
Yeah, it's not easy to find something to talk about every day. Sometimes I can only talk about chess.
You know, you're the only person in the entire championship so far that has gone in the confessional booth.
Even once?
Even once.
Okay. I didn't know that.
Why do you think your fellow players are completely avoiding this?
Maybe I'm getting better positions than them.
Well, we hope you keep getting better positions and keep going in there and sharing your thoughts. A little tidbit during the game. Best of luck in the rest of the competition. Fabiano Caruana, 2-0. Good way to start.
Fabi, if I could ask you a question, our viewers were very interested just about this moment when you had played the move bishop c7, which you had several times this opportunity in the game. You had forced Sam to retreat his knight, And it seemed to everybody in the audience that you had prepared the move knight takes e6, which the engines assessed as winning.
Yeah,
but you
queen d7.
You back down from this.
Yeah, queen d7, rook d6 is forced, and queen a4. I thought probably I can bring my knight back and win, but it seemed unnecessarily complicated.
Complicated. Okay.
I mean, I thought that in the game I just maneuver my knight and pick off his knight on c6 without any counterplay, which is what should have happened if I hadn't played king e3, allowing queen f7.
Thank you very much, and well done.
Indeed, congratulations to Fabiano. So we've got quite a number of players still in contention for the Fisher Prize in the championship.
Right.
Fabiano Caruana, and you've got Wesley So.
And Ray Robson.
That's right. So we can see the results in the U.S. Championship so far. After this is actually just today's round. The only pending game now is Lenderman versus Shabalov. But as I mentioned before the interview, Lenderman seeming to take the upper hand for the first time in quite a while. And I think Shabalov must have missed some tactic. His position, obviously,
looked so good earlier, didn't it?
Yeah, being very tiring for both players. And we saw a great day of fighting chess again with So, Fabi, and Ray all winning. So there was this move f5, which was just played, and Alexanderman simply just took the pawn. So let's take a look at how that happened.
So up to the right here.
So black just played f5, and white just played bishop takes f5.
Whoa!
And now you're wondering if something there was missed. I mean, I was thinking that after f5, bishop f5, there must have been some calculations with e2.
Right.
That perhaps
Shabalov had intended.
Yeah, maybe e2 here.
But to expose his king,
it's
now
very
now maybe for the first time in the game, it's white's king that has more protection than black.
And where's the follow-up here? Does he think there's something with rook? Does he think there was something maybe with rook d8? But then you can maybe that's what he was thinking.
Ooh, jeez.
But so much to calculate there for black. Let's see. We can always squeeze in a bishop e6 check too.
I'm just thinking, why would you? I mean, I've got at least a perpetual here for white if I don't have a simple win somehow. You know what I'm oh no, it's queen takes queen. Sorry, I was only looking at rook takes. I apologize, I was only looking at rook takes. So e2, rook d8. So you were mentioning bishop e6
but you can squeeze
check?
a bishop e6 check in, and you can't go to the f file because then we play. Well, can you? Let's see.
It's tricky.
See, it is a little messy. So I feel that this must be what Shabalov had in mind when he played the move, right?
Yes.
And there's plenty still to calculate here for.
Boy, I would never want to step into this situation as black, where there's a discovered check that could pick up the queen.
That's right. So
I mean, after rook d1 check, I'll just move my king, and suddenly I've got all kinds of bishop checks.
That's right. So you can take on e1 and then end up losing your queen. So this
this just doesn't work.
Very, very, very scary, and perhaps a calculating misstep by Alexander Shabalov. But we do have a special guest, Sabina Foiser, is with Maurice Ashley.
Yes, we are with Olympic team member Sabina Foiser. Sabina, today's game was crazy. At one point, it looked very solid, and all of a sudden, she threw all her pawns at you, and you had to work out some complications. Where did you think you went wrong?
I just blundered. I thought the position after I played f6, I thought I was totally fine, and I traded in g5, and I thought after I played d5, everything is under control. I kind of I think somehow she has bishop h3 and queen g3 that come really fast. I really don't manage to put my pieces the best way that I should, and then I just blundered by playing queen e7. I saw that g6 idea, and then I still played queen e7.
Yes, I remember now that game when g6 happened. We did catch that moment in the game. The women's side, we have seen time pressure like crazy. Like, is there something about the time control, or is it rust, or what is it? We've seen some amazing time pressure happening. I say amazing in a negative way.
I know. I mean, it's from previous U.S. championships. I think it's been this way. Personally, I haven't played chess for I mean, I played the rapid, but I mean, last tournament was probably about 6-7 months ago. So I'm really not into shape in playing chess. I've decided to kind of pursue another path, not by playing chess. So I was kind of I mean, I'm definitely out of shape, and so I spend a lot of time making sure I'm not blundering, yet still I'm blundering. So
what are you going to do to get in shape? You are at the U.S. Women's Championship.
Yeah, I know. I'm just, going to do my best and take it game after game. I don't really have big goals this year, so.
Well, we hope you get it together and play some fighting chess that we're used to seeing.
Thank you.
Sabina Foiser after a tough loss.
Thank you, Sabina. And just looking at the game between Anna Zatansky and Nemtsova, Kate Nemtsova, it looks to me like Black is actually, although she's a pawn down, Kate, she's doing perfectly well with her two bishops, and with this bishop on c4, especially making it impossible for White to advance her b6 pawn. I see a very easy draw for Kate in this game.
Well, Katerina Nemtsova, her preparation perhaps not just being opening related, seeming to be studying the endgame as well.
Right, that's true. Well, all of them,
but playing
all
very
the players, yes, yeah. Well, this has been a very strange game where they did play very slowly, but we do have our defending champion in studio.
That's right, Irina Krush.
Yes, indeed, our four-time defending champion, Irina. You sat down and first thing you said to me was, are you going to ask me about how badly I played? I was just going to say hello.
No, I'm just, it was a reference, a continuation to the dinner conversation we had yesterday.
Oh, I made
it. It had nothing to do with this particular game, which was actually quite okay.
I see. Well, of course, you and I are very good friends. Both living in Brooklyn, although you never ever call me up.
Once every couple of years.
Once every year or so.
Every time I need some business advice.
Yeah, that's right. That's right. I should be your manager, but I don't seem to want that job. So this game today was fascinating. First, it was a ready. You held back, and all of a sudden, pawns were going down the board. Then she played f6. What were your thoughts when the game just exploded on the king side?
Yeah, it was kind of, I think, a pretty typical game for this opening. Of course, this expansion with, e4, f4. It's pretty normal for this line. And it actually got into a kind of King's Indian type of position. I mean, with White trying to attack. On the king side, of course, there were some differences, like Black's bishop being committed to the h7 square, not something that you'll usually find, let's say, for White in the King's Indian. And actually, Black, wound up suffering because of that bishop. That's kind of the strategy, that pawn chain, c2 to e4, is that you try to prove that the bishop is not so good, and I think that's what happens in this game. I think it was unclear in the first time that I knew, that I felt like my position was substantially better was when there were those exchanges on g5, and I got to play knight takes g5. Black had to give up the bishop, and I felt like that position with the bishop pair and Black's minor pieces on c7 and h7 were, that it was much better for White.
So you consider this like a nice victory, pretty solid. You've got games to come. I don't even want to ask you how you think about the future games. So I'm going to ask you about time management. It just seems like some of this time management is going crazy on these boards. People are getting into ridiculous time pressure. Anna Zatonsky, in her game, they got into time pressure from the first 8 moves. Did you take a look at that?
I was watching that game a little bit, and I saw that they had not made that many moves with the amount of time that they had spent. So yeah, it was clear from the beginning that that game was going to go into time trouble. Well, for myself, I mean, I try to avoid that. You want to leave yourself with some time. Like this game, I can't say there was any particular time trouble. I spent a little bit of time getting up to about 10 minutes just to go into this technical endgame with the move g6 that I thought should be easy enough for White to win. So yeah, you want to avoid all the drama of time trouble, of course, because in time trouble anything can happen.
It's easy to say. What do you do to avoid time pressure? Is it just making quick decisions, confidence, form?
Well, I think it's also, I mean, it is important to keep up with your opponent on the clock. You definitely don't want to be the only one entering time trouble. But yeah, you don't want to just spend all your time in the opening and leave nothing for the middle game and moves, 20 to 40 either. So I think you just kind of measure it, and in a few moments in the game that are particularly critical, you can spend 20 minutes or so. But the rest of the game, you've got to keep up with the clock because you've only got an hour and a half.
Absolutely. Well, we'll let you go. Good victory. It looks like off to a solid start as usual. And best of luck in the rest of the games.
Thank you, Maurice.
Guys?
Congratulations, Irina. We've had quite a development in the game of Alexander Shabalov. It looks to me like a draw and in a very interesting perpetual check. This is the position I have on my board. I don't know if the players are quite caught up to me yet. But the whole point is White can't avoid a perpetual attack against his king.
So we did play the move E2 after bishop takes F5.
Uh-huh.
But instead of our rook E1, okay,
and
sorry.
this is how we're getting these perpetual checks, I'm just saying.
Such geometry.
It's pretty. It's pretty.
It's pretty for black, because otherwise they'd be down the whole rook.
You can
right?
dance around with the rook for a while, but it's just a lot of checks, and there they go. A handshake as the players have agreed. A wild and woolly affair, topsy-turvy. I really thought Shaba was in great shape, and then suddenly I think after bishop f5, it was Lenderman who had the better chances. Did he miss a win? I'm pretty sure he must have, because it looked really good just at this point. He did play the move e2, rook b1.
So we were looking at rook e1.
Rook b1, rook c3.
Oh, interesting. So was that the idea on rook e1 as well? Or no, it doesn't work on rook e1. So basically this was set up for rook b1 to go for these perpetual lines. Interesting.
Check, king came up, takes. Whoa. This is quite exciting finale, and this is where...
So wait, why do we have to queen? Wait, what was that all about? Okay, so in this position after queen c3 check, okay, so we needed the queen to make the check. That's pretty funny.
Right.
Yeah.
You have to make it available.
Huh. All right, so maybe rook e1 was the culprit then. Obviously, rook c3, a beautiful idea to save the game.
Not intuitively obvious, if you ask me. No, that is really nice.
Because if the move we were looking at, rook c3 just doesn't work, right? I mean, the whole idea is that you're
not 100% sure. Maybe it still does.
Maybe it still works. Let's see. Rook c3. Now, if we play, well, let's throw in bishop e6 check just for fun anyway. It seems like it's always worthwhile to throw that in,
right? Because
you can't play king f8.
All right.
And now, yeah, I mean, now when we take, there must be a way out of the checks. Yeah, we can just take on c3, right?
We can take on c3. Well, here I just wondering, can I take here?
Oh, exactly. And then after takes,
I can walk the walk, so to speak.
Right. There's not that perpetual here, right? Because we have the king on king b1, or you could also start with bishop a2 for that matter.
True.
Yeah. So I think that rook b1 allowed a shocker. Rook c3, but Maurice Ashley, what are your thoughts? Was rook b1 the culprit, and was it rook c3 that he missed?
Yeah, after, 5 hours of analysis, I don't have any thoughts. You just throw it to the engine and ask, what's the deal, okay? This is where they're good. This is what humans do. When we need concrete analysis, we grab the best tool. And the tool is that in this position here after e2, rook to b1 was in fact the culprit in this position, allowing rook c3. He should have thrown in the check first to test black to where you're going to put that king. The king became nestled on g7 on the next move only because his rook doesn't have d7. And that was the whole point of the position. If you now go for king g7, you lose directly with rook to d7 check, and suddenly the pieces are swarming all over the position. There's nothing to do. King up, the board allows this check, and suddenly your king is just being decimated. Obviously, this check and everything bad is happening. And if you back up to f8 in this position, then the same check followed by give me this guy, check this position out. He's guarding here, he's got the long diagonal, and you're not going to get any attacks going, and white is going to be taking everything, or just coming after your king. They're just threats all around in this position. Bishop d7 is one of them as well. So the key was to test the king by first playing this check and asking him where he was going to go. If you played king f8, now rook to b1 comes as the winning move. Rook e1 apparently works as well, where rook to c3, you can now take on f4. Oops, your king is on the wrong square with check, and then you lose. So that was it. He just switched 2 moves. Instead of playing rook b1, he should have played the check first. By playing rook to b1, now when rook comes to c3 with this check, king g7, oops, I'm safe. There's no rook d7. That's it, just interpolation of moves that switching the move order, and that cost it.
But I think he just missed rook c3. Yeah,
It's
I mean,
an
otherwise,
easy
yeah,
move
because
to
with a
miss,
rook
by the
e1, rook e1 might have been okay too, right? Ah, look what we got. We got Yasser Seirawan's afro.
Oh, yes.
Those photos never get old, although I kind of like the one from last year with the
It's just bushy hair. What can I tell you?
Gotta bring it back, man.
Oh, yeah.
I love it. I love it. Looks good on you.
It's better when I'm surfing. That look was good on the beaches.
The girls like the look.
They did. But big miss. Chess is so cruel. The players fought very, very valiantly for 5 hours, and just that one move, bishop e6, instead of rook b1, and it would have been a victory for Mr. Lenderman.
That's right.
A big miss for him in a hard-fought game. But I did, like I said, I did feel very strongly that Shahade had the chances earlier, and he let them slip.
Yeah, pretty interesting though. But an alert by Shabalov to find that
Rook c3
when
yes.
things were looking quite dire otherwise.
Well, precisely. Yes, indeed.
And meanwhile, we've got Carissa Yip, who we thought that she missed the opportunity against Aretha Seirawan to find herself at 2-0 tied for the lead. But now, somehow, perhaps coming back, look at that killer look in her face. She just played the move King E6 in this endgame, and she's got an extra knight. And
yes.
If White can't trade all the pawns off, Black is going to have her way once the knight gets back into the game and just take them off one by one.
Exactly.
So,
It
yeah.
looks completely winning. So
Key move King E6, taking on G4 would allow Aretha to play H5 and trade off the final pawn, but this quiet move King E6 kind of just keeping the king completely at bay.
Exactly.
And that's going to be very exciting for our 12-year-old participant in the Women's Championship.
to be leading 2-0 in her first women's championship, oh my goodness. I mean, phenomenon.
And meanwhile, we have a guest in the studio. Alexander Lenderman is with Maurice Ashley.
GM Alexander Lenderman, who had a tough loss yesterday, and today, boy, it looked like he was trying to kill you. What were your thoughts right out that opening middle game? It looks like you were in a little bit of trouble.
Well, later on probably, but I thought I had a pretty decent opening. I thought it looked like I had an extra pawn, and it looked like his initiative stalled a little bit, and it looked like I should have had a pretty good position, but then I drifted quite badly, and then later on I must have been worse at some point of not losing. I don't know.
The Indians were giving you as lost at some point in the position.
Yeah, I mean, I'm not surprised. I mean, just a bad game all around. And then in the end, I found a nice idea, seeing f5, bishop takes f5, but then I thought during his time, and I just simply didn't see the rook c3 idea at all, and it happens. And even in the end, the funny thing is, even in the end, I thought I'm still winning, but I forgot that, you know, once I lose the a3 pawn, I can't even go bishop b1 because of queen a5, so it's insane. Today was just not my day, apparently. But I mean, I guess with this form, I guess I'm lucky that I didn't even lose.
Absolutely tough position. He's a wild one, Shabalov. Were you concerned going to play against him? You knew he's that kind of player. What were your thoughts actually even going into the game, knowing that he lost yesterday as well?
Well, I just wanted to play good chess game. I wanted to play something principled. In retrospect, maybe that wasn't the best decision, but okay, I think whatever happened happened. I mean, maybe it was the best decision. It's hard to say. I just misplayed it later on, like I said. it was a position later on in his style, but anyway, it just happens.
I'm curious to know, I talked to Sam Shanklin about this. A player of your caliber, you have been close to winning the championship before, very close, I think it was a couple of years ago. And it's 2 years later, you see players like Nakamura, Caruana shows up in the event, Wesley So shows up in the event. What are your thoughts at your level now, as you're not 22 anymore? What are your thoughts about your chess career at this point?
Well, actually, before I answer that question, let me just point out an interesting stat in the previous round. You know, the three of us who tied for first 2 years ago, we all played with black against the three favorites, Nakamura, So, and Fabiano. So that was already quite an interesting thing.
And unfortunately, all lost.
Yeah, all lost, so it maybe shows a new era. But no, regarding myself, okay, 26 years old is still relatively young, where I think if I approach my chess career the right way, I think I still have ways to improve. But it all pretty much depends on, well, you know, it depends on a lot of obstacles, but I mean, obviously I have to put in more work on everything. So that's what it is. As of right now, it's just have to battle and do the best I can every game, and make sure I have a clear conscience after every round.
Great answer. Great answer. Well, we appreciate that, and keep on the fighting chess. We look forward to seeing great games from you.
Thank you.
Guys?
Thank you. Alex, sorry I just have to be the one to be the bearer of bad news. Essentially, I've got up on our monitor this very key moment. This was it, where you played the move Rook B1, and that was the unfortunate move. Bishop E6, as it turns out, was winning, and you probably were flipping a coin mentally whether you should play Bishop E6 or play Rook B1. The difference is after Bishop E6 immediately, King G7, as occurred in the game, wasn't playable. Your just thoughts as to why you rejected the check?
Well, I like I said, while he was thinking, I was just thinking, and I saw nothing wrong with Rook B1. All I could see is Rook C4 for some reason. Just Rook C3 just never occurred to me somehow. I mean, I guess it's a typical mistake that Rook C3 earlier was impossible, but once I put my Rook in, it was possible. It's like I was thinking during his time, I tried to double check, just didn't occur to me for some reason.
It's an easy move to miss, certainly.
I mean, it's not an excuse. I guess I did something wrong in preparation or before the game, because something like that is usually not an accident. So, you know, maybe I was too upset over yesterday's loss. So, yeah, the rule is you never want to lose the inner peace. So now my goal is that after something like this, the best thing you have to do is just, you know, make believe tomorrow is the round one, and start from scratch, and you know, try to learn from my mistakes and do a better job. And other than that, you know, it's still long tournament, everything's still under control. You just have to, you know, like I said, you know, all the top players, you know, have to deal with sometimes unfortunate moments, and you know, if you want to become if you want to achieve a good result in such a tournament, it's important to be able to deal with tough moments in a good way.
Absolutely wise advice coming from a young man. Never lose inner peace. Boy, if we all could do that.
Well, I'm not sure if I always could, but I'll try. You know, this thing, you know, will be a good test for me.
We appreciate your time and your thoughts and insights.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Wow, wisdom from Alexander Lenderman that can be applied to all fields, and not just chess. Meanwhile, we've got a nice finish in the game between Ashrita Iswaran and Carissa Yip. But first, I started to worry here because
you thought, wait a minute, White's pawns are going really fast. But there's a cute knight maneuver, right?
That's right. So if H6, we can't take on E5 because of H7, and if we play, well, King F7, then you can start going after the other pawn. Also, you could play E6 as well.
Exactly.
And suddenly, like, there's all sorts of drawing ideas there. If White can capture the final pawn, but no, Black can play Knight D3 or Knight C6. I think either actually work, and then we just take this with check and prevent the pawn from queening, and this is game. And actually h6 has just occurred, and we will see Carissa play one of those two moves. Which one do you think it's going to be? Probably knight d3.
Knight
Stops,
d3.
yeah, king f4.
Exactly.
Yeah.
It's more aesthetic. And we have Alex Shabalov.
That's right, Alexander Shabalov, saving the day with his pretty rook c3. He's with Maurice Ashley.
Well, he's got a lot of nicknames. Shaba Ranks, which is after a Jamaican reggae star, or Shaba the Hutt, whatever you want to call him. He comes up with all kinds of trickery in different positions. Shaba, what the heck happened in this game?
Well, it's better start from the end, because that's where most of the exciting things started. And so, yeah, I don't know what happened when I played f5. I mean, basically just forgot about the bishop on b1. It's like was completely. I just forgot about it. Yeah, and so I played f5, totally calculated all other moves. And bishop takes f5, thinking that I'm winning already. And then bishop takes f5.
And what did you think when he just took your
There's
pawn?
nothing to think. I mean, Black has to resign. I mean, which I realized 3 minutes later. And no, I mean, yeah. So instead of resigning, I'll just. So I was choosing to play e2 right away or play rook e2. Rook c3 first. And both were losing, and so I basically was choosing between two losing moves and just got lucky.
So you just threw out e2 and
e2 first, and yeah, he said that same as bishop takes f5, he waited me. Rook c3 was, he only thought about like rook c4 or something, which is not a move I want to play. Okay, so yeah, 2 days, 3 blunders. What can I say? I mean, the trend continues.
Are you going to try to get rid of these blunders? Because
I don't know what to do. I mean, I should probably start playing like quiet positions.
You can't do that. No. That's just not you.
Anyways, opening wise, I don't know. It's probably a question to Alex what in the world he was doing. This bishop d2, castle long. So Black was choosing between 3 different plans. I could have played like e5 right away. I could have played a6, which I was thinking for a long time. And this b5 takes and c5 is a standard plan with in slab and white castles long. So basically, I mean, I was doing a standard thing, and he was playing fast for a while. And I understand why, because, well, computer thinks these positions are better for white because computer likes that he has extra pawn and no immediate threat inside, right? But of course, in the long run, I mean, it's much easier to play with Black. I mean,
now, there was one moment that we should at least take a look at. Not sure if you looked at this, but the engines do give the move queen d5 as winning.
Yeah, I was thinking about it, and so a4, and what's next?
Oh, so a4, I remember, I actually don't remember what the move was here. I think it was still bishop takes on d4. But the move we were analyzing was the move b3 here, and b3 was a suggestion, and bishop takes d4 was the hit against this one. Bishop takes d4, queen takes d4.
Yeah, that looks very good. Yeah, but frankly,
but a4 is what stops you.
I think that's what I thought might be a problem. And so I decided just to hold the position, and I think I did it okay for quite a while until I decided, until I calculated the forced win with knight f4 and f5. Yeah.
So what? So you're in this wild, crazy situation. You're playing wild chess, your kind of chess, but you're not getting the results you want.
Yes, well, if it doesn't work for you, change something. So I guess I'll try to change it, play a little bit quiet. We'll see how it goes.
You look like you're having fun, though.
Well, it was so close to second, loss. So, and I can tell you, it's not fun. In this tournament, you start at 0-2. It's not going to get any better than this.
No, it's not fun.
No, so yeah, hopefully, my luck
Yeah, it turns out the engine is saying the correct move is bishop takes on d4 in this position. Did you
the follow up? Yeah, bishop takes d4 is still
and then the move queen looks like queen to b3.
Ooh, oh, with idea of bishop d5. Yes, yeah, that's what I missed. That's probably what I was winning.
I mean, it's paradoxical to just leave your knight over there on h5, but to play this idea with a4 and bishop takes d4. And then queen b3 in this position.
Yeah, it's nice. It's like a typical computer solution. Yes.
Very concrete, and humans just don't look at capturing on the d4 square quickly unless you see the complete follow-up to it. But bishop d5 is going to be a murderous continuation.
All right.
So this is the normal Shaba when he's winning all those U.S. championships. We want you to get back to this.
Okay, we'll see how it goes.
All right, we're rooting for you. Shaba Ranks in the house. We'll see if he can get back to his normal enterprising style, but always fun to talk to. Guys?
Thank you.
Stick
Thank
with
you,
his
Maurice.
enterprising style.
Absolutely.
And
Be true to yourself.
Yeah, we love it. Of course, that's why Shaba has so many fans. We've got a flurry of results coming in the women's championship. It looks like Carissa Yip has just won her game. Is that right? Is that a hand check I saw? Yes, Carissa Yip tied for first. The first player to reach 2 points in the women's championship is 12-year-old Carissa Yip. I mean, this is the makings of history. And when you look at Carissa and you compare how some of the achievements she's made versus the most successful player in women's championship history, Irina Krush, she's actually breaking some of Irina's records. And that goes to show you, master at a younger age, beating a grandmaster at a younger age. These kinds of things are showing you winning her first game in the women's championship at a younger.
Right.
This could be the next woman who gets the grandmaster title. I mean, that's what my money is on. And she's just won against Ashritha. Meanwhile, we also have a win from Nazi Pakidze against Akshita Gorty and
Which was the two knights versus rook and pawn ending.
That's right, and then Nemtsova did hold that draw against Anna Zatansky. So she's played. Shout out to Nemtsova. I mean, she's played the two highest rated players in the tournament back to back, and she's done 2 draws. So now it's time for her to see if she can have fun with the rest of the field.
With the lower rated players in the field. But wow, again, Carissa, extraordinary story developing. This is Cinderella squared. It's cubed. It's a remarkable. The youngest player ever, and to go 2-0, simply extraordinary. A phenomenon.
That's right, and I think probably Tatev will win her game against Jennifer New, and they'll be tied for the lead. Now, to be fair to our other contenders, Carissa Yip has played 2 of the lower-ranked players in the tournament in the first 2 rounds. So, as astonishing as her result is, and how impressive, I think that the test of whether she's really going to be fighting for the first places is yet to be determined.
Without question. But, I mean, enjoy the moment.
Yeah.
Right? I mean, come on. I mean, wow. Just an extraordinary story, lower rated or not. In any championship, when you can get points, wonderful. Just simply wonderful. I mean, I don't care who I get them against, but I'm taken aback.
And we have the super talented Akshita Gorty, who did lose in an interesting game today against Naji Pakidze, despite finding some really exciting fighting chances with that knight takes f7.
7 sacrifice.
She's with Maurice.
Indeed, the very talented Akshita Gorty in her first championship. Welcome to the show, first of all.
Thank you.
Now, this game was wild. I mean, this was a crazy game. You played with G4 and G5 and all this. Did you feel any time that you were going to win this game?
I wasn't sure if I was better any time, but I thought maybe at knight G3 I was slightly better, but I couldn't figure out how to take advantage of G7.
You're playing in your first championship. What does it feel like when you heard the news or when you realized you were going to play? What did you feel just at that moment?
I felt pretty happy and excited.
Is it a dream of yours to play in the U.S. Women's Championship?
Yeah.
Now that you're here, you're seeing what it's like. What's your feeling being around these illustrious women and having to play very difficult games?
It's pretty hard, but I'm trying to play my best chess.
When you sacrificed on f7, what were your thoughts? Were you thinking you were better, winning? What were your thoughts?
I wasn't really sure if I was better because I thought the 2 knights could become powerful later on, so I'm not really sure who was better in that position.
Well, the injuries we're giving you is basically equal-ish, maybe a little bit worse. What was it difficult? The end game, like the feeling of playing it, or did you?
Yeah, I wasn't really sure what I'm supposed to do because, I mean, I can't really take any of the pawns, and the knights would kind of come into the play, so I didn't know.
Absolutely difficult position. I'll give you this last question. Now that you've played a couple of rounds, you're here in St. Louis. You feel like the bugs are off, and you know the butterflies are gone, and it's time to play some serious chess.
Yeah, I'll try to play better next round.
All right, well, we hope you do too. Thank you very much for joining us.
Thank you.
Guys.
That's right, and getting points for outfit there. I like the crocheted pants and the black and white blazer.
I noticed her good moves.
Hey, calling sexism on me.
Well, you're the one who mentioned her outfit. I'm admiring her chest.
Yeah. Of course, still disappointing to start out that way, but against one of the strongest players in the tournament.
Absolutely, and she did have that wonderful opportunity that was pointed out by Maurice. She had played this move knight d2, and it was that very difficult sequence of moves that involved the sacrifice coming on g7. So far, so good, but it's this really quiet move that if you didn't see the move queen d2, it's really hard to make the sacrifice knight g7. Yeah, and that was the opportunity I think she missed. But we do have the winner of the game in our studio.
Right. Naji Pikidzi, still undefeated in women's championships.
Is that right? Still undefeated. Wow.
U.S. Women's Championships.
U.S. Women's Championships, of course.
Yes, we're with Naji Pikidzi, making this championship kind of home. No losses so far in the first one or in the second one. But Naji, today, this young lady really came after you.
Yeah, it was a really tough game. She knew opening better than me. I didn't look at bishop g5. I have looked at bishop c4, and I think I got worse position. And when I went king f8, I was already in trouble. So mostly I was playing intuitively because it was really hard to calculate. She had so many options. But somehow I think I escaped, and even then it should be a draw. She should definitely not lose that endgame. She let me activate my knights too much.
Now, when she sacrificed on f7, I know you gave a lot of pause in this moment. What were you thinking? Did you see the move, first of all?
No, I totally missed it, and I was pretty shocked. I thought she didn't have that move because I could just take, and I only saw bishop g6. I didn't see bishop c4, and then I realized that I'm in trouble. I spent about 10 minutes, decided to take and exchange queens so I wouldn't lose.
All right. Well, there's a youth movement at this tournament. All of a sudden, there's all these young players, and they're coming out with opening theory like crazy, very aggressive. A lot of other games where 19, 20 moves are getting played. Do you feel the difference between you and the sort of the 20-year-olds versus the very, very young group?
I actually kind of see myself in them because when I was 12, 13, I knew openings really, really well, and I was also tough to beat. So yeah, they're really promising girls.
Absolutely. Now you are actually behind one of them. A 12-year-old is leading the tournament. What are your thoughts about that?
I don't really know her. I have heard about her, and I think I'm playing her in 2 or 3 days, so I'll try my best against her.
Well, we'll all be rooting against you, you know that, right?
That's okay.
I'm sorry. I'll say it. They won't. We're all rooting for her, not against you. Well, thank you so much for joining us and keeping your undefeated streak alive, and we know you're going to give us some great games in the future.
Thank you very much.
I don't know. Naji likes all my photos on Instagram, so as much as you know, I'm a big Carissa fan.
Right.
I mean, all those double taps. I gotta love that.
There you go.
Yasser has no idea what I'm talking about.
Double tap.
Double tap is like when you hit in the photo twice on Insta, and then it shows that you heart it.
That you heard it.
I'm like,
you're having too much fun at my expense.
But yeah, you can follow the St. Louis, the World Chess Hall of Fame is the one that's got the Insta, because the Insta is more about like beautiful photos and it's as opposed to Twitter, which is more about like getting your point across in a witty manner. You'd be better at
social.
You'd like Twitter.
Yeah.
You would. We got Howard Staunton on there. We got to get Yasser in.
There you go.
And here is the lady of the hour, Carissa Yip, the leader of the women's championship, although I got to tell you, Tatev Abrahamyan did win her game, so the co-leader with Tatev Abrahamyan, just 12 years old and breaking records. How many more breakers will she break in this tournament? She's with Maurice.
Thanks, Jen. With Carissa Yip, who just playing her first U.S. championship and decides to win the first 2 games. Carissa, how does it feel?
I don't think it's that big of a deal. I got kind of easy pairings, I guess, because I'm higher rated than my 2 opponents. So I have a feeling the next few games I probably won't win.
Okay, well, let's say probably won't win. They'll be more difficult, we recognize that. But you are being very objective. You did get lower rated opposition to start. But still, 2-0 is 2-0.
Yeah.
And I'm sure your parents are watching. What do you think is going through your dad's mind, mom's mind?
Well, my mom's probably on her way home from work, so she won't be seeing this. And my dad's probably like, when he was watching my game, he was probably like really nervous and stuff. Because at some point I think I was like worse, but then Ashrifa just messed up and I just got a better position.
What are your thoughts at the board? Do you feel like you've settled in now to the U.S. Championship? Like you're here and it's just time to play chess? Or do you still feel potentially it's like you're in the lights of the most important tournament in the country?
No, it's just like I'm just here to play chess, nothing else.
I love that quote. I'm going to leave you on that one, and we look forward to you just playing chess and nothing else in the rest of the games.
Thanks.
We got a good one on our hands, guys. Fun to see Carissa Yip starting off like a shooting star.
Our hearty congratulations to Carissa on a magnificent start and much success for the rest of the tournament. A real Cinderella story, extraordinary.
That's right, chess. Somebody pointed out actually that game with Irina Krush, that was Eric Rosen. He's been doing some great tweets along with Josh Friedel. They keep hashtagging us and saying really witty things that I wish I had thought of myself. He mentioned that when Irina had that Constellations of Pawn on H4, G4, F4, and E4, that she won the first game of Connect 4.
Connect 4. There you go.
So there's
great game, by the way. I love that game.
I played it once, but I'm 1-0. So I'm undefeated. Kind of like
World
Najee
champ.
McKenzie.
World champion. Connect 4.
I played it once. Everybody was drinking, and then I won, and then that's it. Retirement.
That's yeah. Can't beat your record.
Don't bring Connect 4 to any dinners.
And I see that Tatev did manage with the 2 bishops because it looked like she had let it slip away, but she managed to reel in the point after all. So she also goes to 2-0.
And we've got Anna Zatansky in studio with Maurice Ashley about today's game.
Yes, we are with a woman who knows how to win these. She's won 4 of them already. But Anna, today, you guys were stuck in, I want to say quicksand, but quicksand would be too fast for this game. Stuck in the mud, I guess is the right term. Why did you both take so long to make 8 moves? It was 45 minutes. You would have thought it was some kind of wild theory. What happened?
I don't know. I played this variation maybe for first or second time, and I didn't know move A6, and I had to check many things. And
was A6 that scary? That
no, it wasn't that scary. It wasn't that scary. But I was thinking, should I play like slowly, or how I played not be detuned? I got advantage. So that's why I spent a lot of time, because I had to check out like so many variations. Because, you know, like bishop C3 and knight E5, some wild things.
But 45 minutes for 8 moves, and then the time pressure.
No, I don't think so. I think I spent less. Maybe she spent 45 minutes. I think I spent less then.
I think you both were at like 41 each when we were looking at it. It was about 8 or 9 moves in. We could go back to the videotape, but trust me, we were going completely crazy on the amount of time you guys spent in this
it's a picture. You have a camera and you have all approval. Yeah.
And we're not in the middle of the game. We get to watch and see what's going on. Do you feel rusty at all in this tournament so far?
Oh, it's I had tough games and high-rated players, and since speaking honestly, I didn't play chess much in last year, so for me it's so difficult to get into the game and to find my track. So I hope I will play better in the next games. And
I know that you have a family here. I'm not sure if you're not the only one, the only player in the tournament who has a family. How do you juggle family and chess? I know it's a tough question for myself. It was a tough question as well.
And I'm here with my husband and 2 kids. One is 9-year-old and 1-year-old, so it's pretty difficult. I need a lot of energy. And I should thanks to my son who was sleeping very good this night, so I don't have excuse. like yesterday, he woke up me at 5 or something. So this night my son slept well, and but still I think I was missing some stuff in this game. I'm kind of upset that I missed some chances. So it's hard, but it's my choice. I want to have family, I want to have kids. You have to sacrifice something, and maybe it's a little bit of chess, which I sacrifice.
No, it's tough to hear, but we know the realities of life with a player who is not a 12-year-old. What do you think of the 12-year-old in this tournament?
They could be like all these young players. Could be either my kids, my daughters, yeah. And but still, I think I spend more time on chess than they are. Like many years ago, I really studied chess a lot, and that's my advantage, my experience. And of course, they're young, they have energy, but I still have some pluses which I will try to use in my games in order to win.
Well, we hope you do get those pluses, because we've seen you battle like a champion many times before. So best of luck and best of sleep in the rest of the tournament.
Thank you.
Guys.
That's right.
Thank you. Thank you, Anna. And welcome back to the U.S. Championships, by the way.
Yeah, we missed you. Anna's just such a great fighter. That's the thing. I mean, I don't know about the energy that the kids have. It's still putting my money on Anna in time scrambles, because she's just like, she's been there, done that, and she's really...
Experience counts for something.
The fighting spirit in her is just ferocious.
Yes.
And we've got a very special caller. Tell us your name and where you're calling from.
Hello.
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 Are you speaking to me?
Hey,
I'm Mike Shahade.
Papa.
I wouldn't pick up my cell phone.
I wanted to talk about the, and thank you for your little tidbit about when we did that blindfold, by the way, at Petrosian's. It wasn't at Petrosian's house, it was at a restaurant. But I wanted to talk about the blockade.
The blockade?
Are you able to hear me?
Yes, we are, Mike. You're
okay. The blockade, what most people think of a blockade, of course, a blockade on A8, a night on A8, it has no strength. I agree with Maurice in that way, or D7, something like that. But we all think, if you ever read Nimzovich, as and I always told you to read Nimzovich, is a knight on D6, maybe a pawn on A7, B6, C5, and a pawn on E5. And the knight is on D6, or when you play French, there would be a knight on E6, et cetera, the way it goes. And the knight loses nothing. It has its range. I agree with you in that it is because it's the weakest piece. Yeah, Yasser, I agree with Yasser in that way.
It's coming at any point here.
Are you hearing me?
Yeah.
Oh, okay. I'm not hearing you as well. Okay, but with a knight on D6, the normal, like when you play against the king's Indian defense, you have a knight on D6, and the knight has all its range. If you put a bishop there, it has no range. With a pawn on C5 and the pawn on E5, B6, A7. Let's do this one more time so you understand what I'm saying. And White's pieces are on, White's pawn is on D5, C4, and E4.
Is this what
Mike?
I don't think
piece. That was it. By the way, I read that in Nimzovich, and Jen may have read it also.
Mike, I don't think you. Everybody understands that this is Jennifer Shahade's dad, and Greg Shahade, who's an international masters dad. And now you might understand why they became good chess players, because they had to listen to this all the time.
But Maurice, I never thought of Maurice. I never heard of being put in your terms, where if D7, like a pawn being blockaded on D7, I never thought of it that way. Yes, it is weak in that way, and a knight on A8 would be weak, of course. That's hopeless there. But I just wanted to.
You got to give us a question. We only have about 7 hours.
No, it wasn't a question. I'm answering. I'm answering I'm answering what somebody gave you as a question.
I see.
There was a question asked about an hour ago.
Well timed. Well timed.
Sorry, I thought you understood.
No, it's fine. But yeah, thanks, Dad, for calling.
You were finishing up.
I try not to pick up my cell phone. I don't pick up my landline. But parents have a way of getting to you.
Somehow, that's right.
I see
You
your
can't
bedtime
escape.
stories. They're very enjoyable in the
Is
Shahade
this
family.
the site line?
But thank you.
Okay, I'm having a little trouble hearing you, but I'm sorry. I agree with Jennifer for a change.
Whoa!
Thanks for Brad.
This is a historical moment here on air.
I'll talk to you later,
Well,
guys.
chess to the family. And
So bedtime reading was a chapter of Nimzovich, and he would tell you
Dr.
blockade.
Seuss.
And Nimzovich.
Dr. Seuss and Nimzovich, they have very different styles of writing. Nimzovich's sentences go on and on. You'd love it, Yasser.
How did you
love
survive?
it.
We have a
And
special guest.
We do. Katerina Nemtsova. Hopefully she'll give her thoughts on a knight on D6.
A good blockading night.
Well, Katerina, welcome to the show. Welcome to Family Hour on the show. I know you come from a very big chess family. Do you have to listen to your siblings or your mother, who's a very good player? Your dad also plays as well, right?
Yes.
So do you have to listen to this kind of advice is going on and on from the family?
Yeah, we discussed chess a little bit, but I don't think that much.
Good for you. I'm glad my siblings or parents did not know anything at all to tell me. But let's get back to some serious business. You sat in this position, both of you, and 45 minutes and about 8 moves. What's up with that?
It's just horrible time management. I mean, we were trying to surprise each other, and then we were like lost a little bit, and no, it's just bad. It cannot happen again.
I mean, it's almost inexplicable, and then you get into time pressure later in the game. It's going to happen. What are you thinking when you're sitting there? You worried about some preparation? She was worried after A6 that you had some complex line, and then you sat there forever as well.
Well, there was one interesting line where I can take a pawn for free, but at the end, actually, she has some compensation, so I was just calculating so deep, and then I didn't go for it. So it looks like it's a waste of time, but I was actually analyzing and, looking at some lines.
It was a waste of time, actually, no matter what it looked like. Where was this pawn grab? Was it
after
here?
bishop d3, yes. Now you can take knight takes d2. Knight takes d2, and queen g5. I mean, you can go g3, but that doesn't look very nice. But maybe you can just go queen e2 now. White will go queen e2. And you can take now or delay it, but long castle. I can short castle. And now there is like nothing because I have queen h3 and queen h6 if I need to. But it does look
I would never even look at this for more than 3 minutes. Grabbing some g2 pawn.
But I mean, you go knight f6, knight d7, knight f6, and you have a pawn. It's nice.
Maybe. Yas, you're a pawn grubber. Would you have been looking at this line for long?
No.
No, I mean, gee, you got 2 pieces developed, White's full army. It may be good, but it not worth that kind of thing.
Yeah, I came up to this conclusion after this.
Yeah, and even in that position, Yas, could you go back just a second, please? I'm sorry, my brain just flashed. After castles, no, it's queen e2 takes castles. You want a castle. And if I play knight f3, you can't move your knight to d7, right?
But
because I can take on h7 right now.
yeah, it's okay. So I will play h6.
You'd waste another tempo and play h6?
Yes.
Okay, you could not have been looking at this for too long. Allowing rook g1, rook g3, rook doubled on the g file. Ugh. Don't look at these variations anymore, please. This stuff. This just looks like no analysis necessary in positions like this one. Well, okay, so you guys spent a long time, and the game eventually got a little chaotic, and then you were worse.
Yes.
And then you pulled the game back together.
I thought I'm back after I took on c4, when she took with bishop and I played b5. But then the time kind of, I didn't have so much to really regroup my pieces as I wanted to. So I don't know if I was better there or if it's just equal. But I was kind of happy with my position, but not with my time.
Right, and that became the big challenge. So now you have, it's 2 draws. to start off the tournament. What are your feelings at this point of the tournament with 2 games?
I mean, I played the 2 top seeds, so I think 2 draws are a very good result. Many games ahead.
And we'd just like to get your comment on the fact that a 12-year-old is leading the women's championship. It is a moment, at least in time, in the tournament. What are your thoughts there?
Well, it's nice. It's nice to see, you know, that she's in good form, but hopefully not for too long.
Well, we got some tough players here, boy. Nobody feels any kind of mercy for the youngins.
But what did you think about 96? What did you mean?
What 96?
You said something I should say about 96.
Blockade. Oh, no, don't. I don't want to talk about that topic anymore.
Okay.
The which piece is the best blockade, or the knight, or the bishop? That we've been there and done that. We're going to keep it moving, guys. So, again, thank you very much, and best of luck in the rest of your games.
Thank you.
And stop wasting time. Okay.
Thank you. Katerina Nemtsova playing the 2 top seeds and drawing both games. Now, I really wanted to get to this game if you can back up just a couple moves he has, because one of the things is, just a couple moves, not that many, but I want to show people the Lucina position because I feel like I'm constantly trying to show my students and then they forget. Oh, well.
Oh, sorry. What should I have done?
Oh, okay. How did this go? Okay, yeah.
That's a strange move.
Yeah, I thought she was just going to...
King A3, right?
Yeah, I thought she was just going to go for the straight-up Lucina here, which is something that I'm constantly trying to tell people. But, you know, it's one of those things, like, in advertising, they say you need to see things 9 times until you actually remember it. And, like,
that many, yeah.
I think you need to see, like, some execution of the Lucina position, whether it's in a book or in one of your own games or a game you're observing 9 times till you have a chance of actually executing it quickly over the board.
Right.
And so that's why I was like, I wanted you to show this to people so that they can scratch off the 1.
Yes,
One more.
They only need 8 more. But this is exactly right. The idea is that you need to protect your king from the check, so your rook. So she brought her rook nicely. She was already there. Okay, so this happened.
She went for another variation. Instead of the simple bridge building, she just chose to play
rook
this way.
And over. And so her idea is on white's next, well, white's intention, I believe, is to simply play rook e2 followed by queen, and that's a winner as well.
And it looks like that's happening, and the game is over. And so Agata Baikatsev with her first victory in the U.S. Women's Chess Championship.
This was the enterprising exchange sacrifice where the knight came to f5. There was a rook on a1.
Right, that game. And Alyssa did come back and had very good chances to save, but ended up losing in the end. And now we have another special guest with us from the Women's Championship, Jennifer Yu, right? Okay, great.
Yes, we're with the young Jennifer Yu, who played a titanic struggle, ended up losing to Tatev Abrahamian. Jennifer, in the opening, you just whipped out the moves. You clearly were familiar with this line. Did you get the position that you wanted on the board?
In the beginning, I knew the line, and I didn't. So I just kind of, I knew another line similar to it, but I don't think it was the right. It was definitely not the right one. So, I thought it was okay, even though the computer always said because I just looked at it, that it was really bad for me.
So this line was played before in the championship last year. Robson played it. I forget exactly who he played it against, but he won fairly easily in that game. But you came back with a good struggle in this game. It seemed like you were very close. What went wrong that caused you to go down?
I think I started feeling a bit better about my position, and then I started moving. I think I put her bishop in a better spot than I should have, because I kept on just moving my rook around. I didn't really have that much of a plan, and the bishops are really strong.
So after 2 games, what do you feel you've learned at this championship so far?
Well, definitely that everyone here is really strong, and I do have to be careful about what I move, because there's often, like, although it may not seem like it, there's always different plans and things. I don't know what to say. Sorry.
Well, we hope you get your thoughts together, because you got another 9 rounds to go against tough players. So definitely good fighting chess, good theory, but get it right, and we're hoping for you to do the best in the rest of the games. Guys?
Thank you, Jennifer.
Yes, another rising talent in the U.S. Women's Championship. And now
very proud.
We have all of our results in fact. And
really? Okay.
Another very bloody round. 8 decisive results, 3 in the championship, and 5 on the women's side.
Wow.
And yeah, very combative round yet again. We've got 2 leaders in the women's championship, Tatev Abrahamian, who we're getting set up for an interview right now. She's tied for the lead with the aforementioned Carissa Yip, just 12 years old.
Tomorrow.
Well, let's take a look. Come to think of it, let's just take a look at the pairings for tomorrow.
Indeed.
In the championship, we've got Shanklin against Akobian, a really big one between So and Caruana, 2 of the tournament leaders. That's going to be huge. Nakamura playing against Chandra. Shabalov versus Kamsky, Onishik versus Lenderman, and Jeffrey Zhang versus our other tournament leader, Ray Robson. So very big day with that So-Caruana battle. Wow. Meanwhile, in the women's championship, round 3, we've got Jennifer Yu versus Agata Baikatsev, Carissa Yip versus Tatev Abrahamian. So,
hey, the matchup of our co-champions.
The huge battle there. Will one of the players still be in the running for the Fisher Prize after somebody actually asked at our hashtag US Chess Champs, is the Fisher Prize eligible in the women's?
Yes.
The answer is yes. So for the first couple of years that we had the prize, it wasn't. But I think since this 3rd year in a row where it's been open to either section. And Nazi Pikidze will be playing against Shritha Eswaran. And meanwhile, we've got one of the co-leaders with us, Tatev Abrahamian. She's with Maurice Ashley.
Yes, one player that many people think will eventually win her first championship. Will this be the one? Well, it's a long way to go in this tournament, certainly. And Tatev, these young kids are not making it easy at all.
No, I mean, they're very. I was watching the games as they go. I mean, they're pretty tough.
What did you think when she was just whipping out moves in theory, every single move? She had, at some point, more time on the clock than she started with, and it was still fully in her theory.
Well, she played a line that's bad. Actually, Ray Robson played this round against Kaden Trapp 2 years ago, and I played the same opening against someone else before. They didn't go d5. So at some point, she started thinking, so I was wondering if she's like found something in the line, did she get confused? So I wasn't sure what she was doing, and then she started spending more time, so I thought she's probably confused lines. I mean, it's the line. I knew it was going to be better position for me, but I didn't play very well. I just told Ray, I said, I play your line, and then he said, why didn't you just play like me and win the game?
Well, now you're at 2-0, but you're tied with a 12-year-old. Congratulations.
Thank you.
What are your thoughts going into tomorrow's game? You'll have black against Carissa.
I'm not really familiar with her, to be honest. She doesn't have many games, and this is my first time actually seeing her.
She's 12.
No, I know.
Yeah.
I understand she's 12. But, I mean, I'm not sure. No thoughts, I guess, so far.
All right, well, you're tied for first, 2-0. Great start, and we hope you can continue your streak.
Thank you.
Although we'll be rooting against you, probably.
I know.
All right, thanks a lot. And back to you guys.
That's the tough part about playing a 12-year-old. I mean, you lose, ouch. You win, nobody's really happy with you. Nobody likes you.
I kind of disagree. I mean, I feel like it's not. I think we're at the point in chess that it's so common to have prodigies that
that's a good point.
It's more about losing to the rating of the player than it is to. I mean, you're more concerned with the rating of the player than the age of the player. So losing to a player who's 12 years old but the same rating as you, I think it hurts more to lose somebody who's the same age but 200 points lower, right?
Oh, I see what you're saying.
So it's and that's why Carissa said, well, it's actually not so surprising. I play the two of the lowest rated players in the tournament, so like it's not that crazy that I'm 2-0. As opposed to if like Nemtsova, she had obviously won against Anna and Irina, that would be like an absolute sensation. I mean, I'm really excited about Carissa's future, but I think that it would be unfair. It'd be unfair to the other players to say like it's humiliating or something to lose her, because she already has such a pedigree.
No, well, first of all, anybody who makes it to a national championship deserves respect. I mean, full stop in the story. I mean, it's really great accomplishment.
Indeed.
And if you lose to somebody who's playing in the national championship, don't take it too badly.
And another young player who graced the championship this year for the first time, Agata Baikatsev, and she won her first game. She's with Maurice Ashley.
Bravo.
Yes, we are with Agata Baikatsev, and first of all, congratulations on your victory.
Thank you.
This game, you showed some theoretical knowledge right out the jump. You were just whipping out the moves. Were you very comfortable with the main line here?
I prepared this specifically for this game. I was hoping that she would play knight d4 in that position because there are a couple of tricks in that line, especially that line with d5. There's supposed to be a good advantage after like knight d4.
So you got this position you wanted on the board, then she played a different move, queen a2, then queen a4, and then you started thinking.
Yeah, then I started thinking. I knew up until knight d4 and like knight f5 with the idea of knight d6 somewhere and c4. I knew a couple of those ideas, but that's all.
Then the game didn't seem so certain at one point. It looked like you had an edge, but then it seemed like it started to stabilize a little bit. What were your thoughts going into the middle game?
Well, I thought that I had a bit of an advantage. I thought that if anybody was playing for the win, it would be me, and I just thought that it wasn't like that great for me. I thought, but I thought that at least she has to play for the draw, not me.
Now, coming into this championship, this is the first time you're playing in this country's national championship. What were your expectations, and what are you feeling now after 2 rounds?
Well, I didn't really come in with any expectations. I just came in. I'm one of the lowest, and I just want to show some good games.
And after 2 rounds, how are you feeling?
This game, my first game, it did not go well. It wasn't a fighting game. There was no fight to it. But this game, I feel like there's more. I feel like maybe I'll start going on now.
Now, I read your bio, and it said that you're finished with all your college math already. You're 16 years old. Can we clear that up? Because
yeah, math and physics I'm ahead, and like the sciences and stuff. So technically I could transfer after the semester.
Transfer
to college, yeah.
What grade are you in?
I'm a junior.
You're a junior, so you're done with seniors work stuff, and you could be in college and all that. What are you, a freak? Well, what's up with that?
I just really enjoy learning.
Fantastic. Well, we love it. We appreciate your vivacity. Welcome to the championship, and
thank you.
Congrats on your game, and best of luck in the rest of the tournament.
Thanks.
Congratulations, indeed. Wow.
Very personable as well.
Yeah.
So love to see that. Love to see the personable nerds.
I wouldn't describe her as a nerd.
Wow. I mean nerd in the current day sense. Like the whole geek cheat thing. The loving of learning, loving math, loving chess. It's becoming cool again, but you still call it nerd.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. Well, very good. So where are we've gone through the standings. We've gone through the pairings tomorrow, and well, we have one more guest in our studio.
Competing with the most colorful player, along with Dr. Abrahamian, with the all the most beautiful hair colors.
Very good.
Alyssa Melakina, disappointing game today, but always such a fighter here at the Women's Championship. She's with Maurice.
Yes, we were with another genius, prodigy, who took school way too seriously, Alyssa Melakina. Alyssa, welcome to the show, first of all. These kids, what's going on?
Exactly. Yeah, well, it looked like she prepped maybe like close to 20 moves. I think that psychologically put me off because she was playing very quickly, so I felt like I was on the defensive throughout, even though later on I think I managed to get a decent position and definitely had my own chances along the way. But it's a tough game for sure. I mean, everyone is bringing their A game here.
It looks like all the youngsters know quite a bit of theory, like they really trained seriously for this. Meantime, you got a job as a lawyer. How did you prepare for this particular tournament?
I do. So because I work as a lawyer full time, my prep for this tournament would probably be different than what most of the girls are doing. So I think what they're doing is prepping specifically for each opponent. And while I would love to, prep for everyone with both colors, for me, realistically, what I'm doing is just making sure that I know everything that I'm playing very well, and then, prepping specifically here and there. But yeah, I really do wish I had more time to prep, but, doing what I can. I had a solid game yesterday. I, fought back really hard today. So I feel like, I'm still playing well and I'm still in it.
We mentioned that she was finished with school pretty quickly. You also finished college in 2 years, I believe.
I did. Yeah, I graduated with a bachelor's degree in 2 years and then went straight to law school. So
what are your feelings? Do you think that school eventually will hold these talents back, or how can we maintain the balance? I know you wrote an article in Chess Life about that. How do you maintain the balance between work and trying to be a great chess player?
It's more so about keeping perspective, because when you're going through school, it's really easy to get absorbed into it and to forget all about chess and then start thinking, you know, why am I playing chess when I can be doing like so many other things full time? So as long as you keep it a priority, there are definitely ways to make it work. So I mean, I'm here, I'm taking my some of my vacation days to play here, and I'm still studying, I'm still playing at the Marshall in New York when I can. And for me, chess has always been the priority, and it will remain the priority, but it's about keeping that perspective.
Absolutely. I know you do other things as well. You dance. You also have, we're friends, and you take me to the Nets games when you have tickets from your law firm. So keep that up. We want to make sure that happens. Yeah. But Alyssa, it's always nice of you to join us, and we appreciate it and hope you get some good games in the future.
Yeah, hopefully next time I'll be here, I'll come down with the victory.
Yes, indeed.
Thanks.
Guys, back to you.
Thank you, Alyssa. Thank you, Maurice. What are the standings?
Let's take a look at the standings after 2 rounds here at the U.S. Chess Championships. We've got 3 players in the championship with perfect 2-0. Wesley So and Fabiano Caruana. No huge surprise there. They're 2 of the pre-tournament favorites. But also Ray Robson playing fantastic chess, and he's on a perfect 2. Hikaru Nakamura just a half point behind, but playing one of the highest ranked players today with black, Gata Kempsky, so still in very good shape. And, you know, by the way, tomorrow playing white against Akshat Chandra, who's on 0 points.
Right.
Hikaru is going to be out for that point.
Yes.
So, meanwhile, in the women's championship, 2 tournament leaders still in contention for the Fisher Prize. Carissa Yip and Tatev Abrahamian. What a story. And tomorrow they face off. So the chance of one of them getting to 3-0, quite large.
It is quite a reasonable possibility.
Right. Both very exciting stories, of course. It would be historic for Carissa to start with 3-0, just an incredible result. 12 years old, she was the youngest to ever win a game, to win 3 in a row. Can you imagine? Meanwhile, Tatev, also exciting to see her do well, because she's always right there in the winner's circle. Can't break through. Maybe
always the bridegroom, never the bride.
Maybe a running start is just what she needs.
Yes.
I mean, because you always need a bride with purple hair, right?
Of course.
And Maurice Ashley with a final thought.
Yes, absolutely. We are seeing just some scintillating chess, lots of wins. We love our country's national championship because these players play to win. There's also a disparity in the levels too, so you get to see such diversity of games. You know players want to win every single game because every point's going to count. So we have a couple of leaders at the top. On the men's side, Ray Robson certainly is a potential story here. He's a veteran at these championships, playing in 9 already. And then you have Tatev, as you said, always the bridesmaid, never the bride. She's looking for a win, but everybody's looking at the young 12-year-old Carissa Yip, who's just enchanting in her play and in her interviews. Certainly a star in the making no matter what happens at this tournament, but we like to see her pull off a Bobby Fischer-esque performance. We'll see what happens tomorrow in round 3 here at the championships.
Thank you, Maurice.
That's right. Big games tomorrow. Wesley So against Caruana, and of course Tatev Abrahamian versus Carissa Yip. You don't want to miss it, so be with us 12:50 Central Standard Time. That's 1:50 on the East Coast. And thanks for joining us and for your calls and tweets. See you tomorrow.
Bye-bye.